האמת היא שהיה עדיף אם נוכל להתחיל, אם היינו יכולים להתחיל עכשיו עם לחיים. ככה היה הרבה יותר עדיף. אבל המצב הוא כמו שזה עכשיו, ויחד עם התפילה שבעוד שנייה נוכל באמת להגיד לחיים, אז נתחיל כעת עם שיחה של הרב, שהרב אמר ב-17 בתמוז תשמ"ו, והרב אמר, מכיוון שנמצאים כבר בתקופת בין המצבים, ומשיח צדקנו עדיין לא בא, מתחזק יותר הצורך, ויש לעשות שטורים בזה, לקבוע שיעורים בלימוד עניונים הקשורים לבניין בייס המקדש, כדי לזרז את בניין הבית בפועל. וכדאי ללמוד הלכות בייס הבחירה לרמב"ם, והרב אמר, ואני המתחיל. ואז הרבי הסביר שיחה על עניין של בייס הבחירה, על השם של בייס הבחירה. כמובן כשהרב אומר, אבל אני המתחיל, אני המסחיל, היינו שנותן לנו את הכוח שנוכל, שנצליח במה שצריכים, פשוט לקבל פני משיח צדקנו. אז כעת נתחיל עם הדבר מלכוס, עם השיחה של הרב. I want to add, just in the beginning here, that the program, the first hour in the program will be in the Sikha and then in Hebrew, followed around 12 o'clock will all be in English.
מצליחת גרעתם זכן הזמן להזכיר ולאלה aber bald als die Schleicher Shavuos haben sich schön angeheben war dein Lebo ist auch noch mehr beadgosho mit den Stüren zu machen shiurim und Martel bechol jem aber auch kol ponim in die Kufes soll nicht durchgehen kein Adeshes Mann ohne Schir in Ilches Bais Ha'Mikdash und dort der Halacha le Meise wie der Rambam sagt, Halachis, was es wird gebucht werden, der Bais Ha'Mikdash HaShlishi, wie sagt das gleich in shiurim bei Tchilas von Ilches Bais Ha'Mikdash, aber dort ist dort der Bais HaShlishi, ist Maayon, wie sie gewähnt der Bais Shabbono Shleime, und der sagt, ne gebucht den Bais Sheni, und das Maayon, wie sie gewähnt in Mishkan, wo der Klolis hat Zivui auf alle Bote Mikdash, sie von dem Zivui, wo steht bei Mishkan, wo soll der Mikdash beschachanti besechum, wie sagt das gleich in Ascholas, von Hilches Bais Ha'Mikdash, wo der Vater sagt, Ani HaMaskel gleich machen dem Stüren, wegen dem Kvi Sitim Bichlal, und befragt in der Schleicher Shavuos Eibel, in Hilches Bais Ha'Mikdash, und ich mäßig sein, wo sie wie gerät amol Barucha, was Lachreila Pelle. Bringt gleich herab in der Halacha in den Pnim. Aber wann nicht weiß man dem ganzen Mitzvah von Mishkan und Mikdash, Kehle Leche, der Mikdash HaShlishi. Und das davon, was steht, was soll der Mikdash, beschachanti besechom, ist davon verstanden, aber der Name, von die Halacha ist, hat gedacht, der Name geben Hilches Bais Ha'Mikdash. Und wenn ich gefühlt das Tag, behemschig le Shem Harishin Zeh, in der Halacha Shelachri Zeh, werden sie angerufen an Shem Mikdash, oder der Linie von der Avede be Mikdash, oder Klei HaMikdash, oder Karbonis be Mikdash, und dafke der Reish und Aschol und der Nomen, wo das ist Shmei Asher Yikru Lei Beloshon HaKedesh, wo das ist der Teres Abal Shemte, wo das tut die Sache. Und das ist Mekayim die Sache, und das ist Mehabe die Sache, und das ist Mekayim die Sache, und das gibt Chais die Sache, und das darf kein Bais Ha'Mikdash. Wo das ist echt Mevur, Leita Halacha bin der Rambam Gufa, wo der Rambam bringt der Reihe, als da Erter in Eretz Yisroel, was auf Pi, was Choret Bais Ha'Mikdash, ich geblieben dort die Gedusha, der Vater sie seine verbunden mit Gedushas Aschchina, und Schchina Lizozum im Kema. Maschenkin bei der Gehle Bais Ha'Mikdash, בנגיע לכלי המקדש, בנגיע לעבודה בבייס המקדש, is עבודה בבייס המקדש, זה משחורת בייס המקדש, אין לנו יחילם ליריס ולרויס ולשתחוויס אפילו, הלחס כמה וכמה עבודת בייס המקדש כפשוטה, הוויס הקורבנס, בנגיע יחס לכלי המקדש, זאת מזה חסידות ההלכה, ובו פוריסים ויחללו על פי דין ותסחולי. wo kon onerin, bo porisim, also können ein Zarange, bis in a Leben Pusholem Hilchube, in a Sache, was nicht verbunden mit Pchira, Beschaße verbunden mit Azilui, und danach Rachmanen Litzlan ist Menever auf Azilui, was alle Ziluim, seien sich verbunden, eine mit der zweite, Tere Achas Lukulono, ist also demut, wie bald am der Lost oder gebracht, und bo Porizim, ist also demut, wird obgetan von dort in der Indien. Der Taste Geula bei Nere, wie sie da mit das Ross, Haschine bis wann das wird, weil Halacha wie Ador Schulchuli, wie der Halacha ist, wie der Geula Halacha. Danach sagt der Rambam, man glaubt, wie zu lassen, man soll wissen sein, als Kol in Joni, was man geht lernen in der Halachis, soll wissen sein, als gehören in Bei Hilchis, Bais Ha'Pchira. Pchira können drauf Kinder nicht anreden. וההודם הוי כחד ממנו זך מביילים לקוטטרה, הכחד ממנו גצלוס הפסמוס ומהוס, ואולם jeder Linie, was verbunden mit der Haore, אפילו ההורה הכי רשנה, אפילו mit der Nei, was der Nei sei beemest, ist das aber ein Nei, was ein Nei hat schon auf sich Akbolle ist, wenn nur eine Scheiche sagen, dort in der Linie von Bechira Bishlemusa. Wo ich euch sagen, Bechira Bishlemusa, das mehr nicht geachtet mimenu, in mimenu Gufa, das Asmus im Hus, wo das der Achet in der mimenu. Wird Nimshach in Shmeino, in Shiva Rakim, wo alles und der Dalit Ruch Israelim, und ein Alufi, wer ist Alufi Shalebom, das wird aber dann noch gebracht in den Indien, bis das wird Pschire, darf so sein, von was zu Becher sein, aber der Pschire Asma wird nie gebracht, von Loschen Kovua, was in Dufen die Scheiches kein Bittelchas Risholem und kein Shinuim, wird die ganze Quius, was ein Achere und die Scheiches dort kann, keine Shinuim, dafür das darf Pchira. Und in Dufen die Scheiches, als sagen Chas Risholem, als sie gewähren in Dufen etwas, was a Shinui, wie die Gmorre sagt, wie ihnen sollen nicht sein, in gewonnen, in Kavodim, und was für einmal mit dem Massiv sollen, ist in Druf hat der Rebischter nicht kein Pchire. Und wie Becher gewähnt, bei Arme Yisroel, bei Pam Orisheno, etwas geblieben als und dass betockt wurde mit den ganzen Stühlen, bei Cholzmann und bei Cholmokim, waren Pchire bei Iden, weil viele, was mehr nicht geachtet miteinander. Wie bald hat das nimmt sich Hecher von allen seinen Kirches. Ich sage nicht auch in Sachen, was soll können Mischane sein. Allahs kamen wir kamen in dem Kachet miteinander Pchira und Jena. Ich doch verstandig, als in Lufen des Scheiches kein Schimmel, viele nicht kein Chlischus. Der Adrabe, es wird noch stärker der Gilische bedauern. Wie bald hat der Pchira Halton und so hat dem Chiel, Eichel von der Halles Bakedisch, das hat so heilig und mäßig wie wo das jetzt schlimm berechnet bepasst, wo der Rambam hat in den Namen, Bais Ha'Pchira, nächster Fall, wo ihnen bepasst ist, für was hat das Mekadisch gewählt, und für was hat dort gebuht, und nach hinten gebracht, Kohle in Jonem Aschajochen lose, und David Malke Mashiach hat das gekehrt, von zweiten Seiten davon gemacht hat Bais Ha'Mikdash, eine Scholgedusha, und das der Fall, was viele gewähnt, der Bocher HaKodesh Baruch Hu, wer sagte, Mechilta B'Tchilasi B'Ami Yisroel, und Bocher Beres Yisroel und Yerushalayim, ובבייס המקדש, מכל ההורים ומכל הרוצס, sagt echt in dem Schiff von in der Schule von Hilches Bais Abschire. Am ich Bocher bei Jerusalem, am Atezikli in Jerusalem ist der Rabbi Pein, von Learn-a-thon in Scheiches, kein Ingen של Pschire, in kein Ort nicht, und das ist echt Kehlel, wie echt Madrisch in der Schule von Hilches Bais Abschire. Aber das hat sich umgeheben, von Wasser dem Mikdash, wo das geht, Pschute shal Halacha so auf Mishkan. Und danach gewähnt bin Taim bekam in Joni. Und an Hovis Bilke Masim ist Kolkach. Und sie geworden der Bais Ha'Mikdash HaShlishi. Und danach gewähnt der Mipnecha Ateiner Loschen Chisorein, gewähnt der Linie, was Gavino Marceni Lefisho. Und sie geworden der Godel Bakweit Bais Ha'Achrein, Minorischen, wo das geht auf dem Bais Sheni, und danach weiter geworden Maschine. Und sie wird wieder der pneumische Abzeichen, der endgültige Abzeichen, Godel, hier Kovis Bais Ha'Achrein, in der Mikdash, Adne Kennen und Yodecho. Und sagt noch mehr, dass alle werden vereinzigt in demselben Zivui und in demselben Mitzvah und in demselben Nesinas Keach, von was der Mikdash verschachante Besechom, sagt gleich der Rambam in der Schole von Hilches Bais Abschire, dass Kehlel in sich unnehmdig von Mishkan und danach Bais Rishon und danach Bais Sheni bis zum Mikdash Adne Kennen und Yodecho, wo dort darf sich echt sein, der Wohossugi, sie darf sich sein Asiya, Ledei Iden, unnehmdig von dem Halacha selber, bis Asiya Bepeil, wie das zählt in der Rabbi Yechiel.
כפי שהרב אמר בשיחה בקשר לפור אדומה, שבכל אפשרות שיש להתפלל על הגאולה, צריכים להתפלל על הגאולה, אז כמובן שמתפללים עכשיו כולנו יחד, שכבר נזכה היום לא לשמוע דברי כבושים, אלא לשמוע תורה חדשה מאיתי תצא. יש לנו הכבוד שמחשובי רבונים וראש ישיבס בחב"ד, שכל אחד ייתן שיעור על איזה נושא. אז אני היום אהיה רק הגבאי של עלייה לתורה, בלי תוארים, זה חסידי שידן, לא ניכנס לכל אחד עם התואר שמגיע לו וכו' וכו', אבל פשוט כמו שהגבאי אומר, יעמוד הרב יוסף יצחק וילשנסקי, ראש ישיבת צפס, שידבר על עניין של בניין בית המקדש, הרב וילשנסקי. הרב וילשנסקי, בבקשה, לא שומעים אותך.
שומעים?
עכשיו שומעים.
שומעים?
שומעים ורואים.
שומעים?
כן.
אוקיי. אז באמת, כפי שאמרת, אנחנו נתחיל במצוססה של בניין בית המקדש, וסולי מקדש. יש כאן חקירה מעניינת של הרוגות שובר, ונגיע למצווה של בניין בית המקדש. האם המצווה היא שיבנו, העשייה, שיבנו את המקדש, או שיהיה בית המקדש. הנושא גם מובא בכמה מקומות בשיחת של הרבה, שהרבה מזכיר את שתי הצדדים בעיקר, כשבלושן איך שזה מופיע, ברוגות שובר בכמה מקומות, ולפניי איך שזה מופיע בספר הווידה של הרמב"ם, על הרמב"ם, מה שליקטו, אז אם המצווה זו העשייה, או המצווה שיעשה, או שיהיה. אז ייתכן שבעצם זה כפילות לשון, העשייה או המצווה שיעשה זה אותו דבר, אבל המשמעות היא שכן רוצה להזכיר פה איזה 3 נקודות. שאולי צ'אטו עם השאלה היא האם עצם העשייה יש בה מצווה, עצם הלבנות יש בה מצווה, או שבבניין עצמו גם כן אומרים שכל העניין של הבניין זה לא עצם הבנייה, אלא לפעול שיהיה בנוי, שיהיה בית המקדש. אז זאת אומרת לא העשייה עצמה, אלא שיעשה בית המקדש, או שיהיה. דוגמה לשיהיה, אז יש מעניין, יש מהקלויזנברגר, תשובת דברי יציב, שהוא מתפלפל בכל הרוגצ'ובר הזה, הוא מעלה תכף ומיד דוגמה, מה שיש את הדעה של רש"י ועוד, שבעצם הבית המקדש זה לא סיד, יבונה ויגולה וירד מן השמיים כפי שהוא מוכן. אז בעצם לא יהיה פה פעולה שלנו בעשיית המקדש, אלא שיהיה מקדש, ובאז ככה יהיה לנו את המקדש לא עשית. אז הנה יש לנו דוגמה שיכול להיות שירד בית המקדש, אף אחד לא פעל לפי הפירוש הזה, לפי הגישה הזאת, אף אחד לא פעל מצידו, מצד האנשים לבנות את בית המקדש, אבל בפועל יש כאן מקדש קיים, והמצווה לפי הגישה הזאת מתקיימת על ידי ועשו לי מקדש. הוא אפילו ממשיך ומעלה, שיהיה בזוהר יש כמה דעות, אז הוא מעלה סברה לומר, רבי אלעזר וחכמים, שאולי בזה הם חולקים, האם מספיק שיהיה בית המקדש ולכן אפשר שיגלה מן השמיים מוכן, או שחייבים שיהיה בניין בית המקדש בפועל על ידי מישהו, ואז זה חייב להיות שיהיה בזה מעשה ידי אדם. הקורפונים בנוגע לעצם ההוכחה משם, הרי כולנו מכירים ויודעים שהרבי מביא הרבה את התיווחים בעניין הזה, שזה לא יישאר כמחלקת האם יש גם מעשה ידי אדם או לא. הרמב"ם הרי אומר ויבנה מקדש במקיימה, שהרמב"ם פוסק שכן יעשה מקדש. והאם זה יהיה לפי שיטה אחת רק, אז הרבי מסביר שיש בזה את התיווחים, שהשערים שטבעו בארץ הם יקומו, אז זה יהיה החלק של המטו, של המעשה ידי אדם, או שיבנו את המקדש כפי שיודעים אותו, לפי מה שביחזקאל וכולי, ואחר כך ירד מן השמיים וישלבש בתוך זה, או עוד כמה וכמה תיווחים שיש בשיחות של הרבי, אולי אפילו 10 תיווחים אם לא יותר, כל מיני כיוונים. אבל הכל פונים להסביר את הנקודה, האם יש מצווה לעשות את המקדש ולבנות אותו או לא. אז אנחנו בעצם נתעכב ללמוד את ההלכה הראשונה ברמב"ם, שמדברת בהלכות בייס הבחירה, פרק א' הלכה א', ובעיקר נתעכב לסכם את הדברים לפי מה שאנחנו מוצאים בשיחות של הרבי, עם כמה הערות קטנות ולהבהיר את הנקודות. אז הרמב"ם מתחיל בשאלו שלם ירושלים ישלו יאהבויך, וכולנו מכירים את ההסבר של הרבי, שכאן כתוב העניין של שאלו שלם ירושלים, עניין של הוראה, שצריך להיות שאלה בשלום ירושלים. זאת אומרת, זה לא רק עניין של דירשו, להזכיר, להיזכר בעניין של ירושלים, אלא יש כאן הוראה, שאלו בשלום ירושלים, ללמוד את העניינים של הלכות בייס הבחירה, שהרבי עורר, כפי ששמענו קודם, ודיברו על זה, שהרבי עורר שילמדו הלכות בייס הבחירה, והרבי הסביר שזה מבוסס על התנחומה, ואם ככה זה יהיה בניין בייסי בוטל, לא ייתכן שישאירו את המצב של בית המקדש בוטל, אלא צריך להיות שילמדו את ההלכות, ועל ידי קריאתה מעלה אני כאילו בנועוע, והרבי מדגיש עליהם, זה לא סתם זכות כאילו, אלא שיש בזה את העניין של הבניין, ועד כדי שהרבי אומר, שכשלקיים את ועשו לי מקדש, כעת זה על ידי הלימוד, זה אחד הדרכים איך שאנחנו מקיימים את ועשו לי מקדש, וכפי שהרבי ממשיך בזה ומוסיף בזה עוד ועוד, בפרשס משפוטים, בפרשס תרומו, בחלק למד א' כנראה, שהרבי מדבר שם על העניין של בניין בתי כנסת, כפי שנזכיר את זה עוד מעט. הקורפונים, אז השאר שלם ירושלים אומר לנו שצריך ללמוד את הלכות בית הבחירה, ועל ידי זה אנחנו מקיימים את ועשה לי מקדוש. כדאי לציין דבר שפחות מפורסם, שהרבי מדבר בשיחה בפרשת תרומו בחלק חוף א', והרבי שם מעורר למה צריך את כל העריכות הזאת של ויקחו לתרומו עם כל הפרטים ופרטי פרטים שבדבר. לפי המיידה הווה, אלא אומר הרבי שבעצם רוצים להגיד לנו כאן שאנחנו צריכים גם ללמוד ולדעת את העניינים של המשכן. זה לא רק המשכן, זה היה אלא לפי שור, כפי שאנחנו נלמד עוד מעט ברמב"ם. אז לכן אפשר להגיד, זה היה צריך את המשכן, אחר כך אנחנו כבר מתמקדים בבניין וסלומים. אז הרבי אומר, לא, רוצים להגיד לנו שאנחנו צריכים ללמוד ולדעת את ענייני המשכן, ושם הרבי מוסיף, שבעניין של לימוד הלכות בית הבחירה, בעניין של שאל ושלם ירושלים, אם מזכיר את הפסוק שם או לא, אני לא זוכר, אז יש בזה גם ללמוד את העניינים של המשכן. לא רק מה שקשור למקדוש, אלא גם מה שקשור למשכן. אז בעצם אנחנו פה הזכרנו את העניין, איך שזה מתחיל מהמשכן, והרמב"ם באמת מתחיל להגיד את הנושא של הבייס הבחירה, הלכות בייס הבחירה, שמענו קודם הרבי הדגיש את ההדגשה במילים בייס הבחירה, ואומר מצווס עשר לעשות בייס להשם, מוכן ליש מקריבים בוי הקורבנוס. הרמב"ם מגדיר את העניין פה, ואומר לנו את המצווס עשר, שזה מצווס עשר, שזה לא רק פעולה סתם, שצריכים לעשות את זה בשביל מטרה אחרת, שאז אפשר לראות בזה סוג של הכשר מצווה, אלא הוא מדגיש שיש בזה מצווה עשר. עכשיו, מה ההגדרה של אותה מצווה? אז הוא בא ואומר שהמטרה שלה היא, ההגדרה שלה היא לעשות בייס לשם, שזה בעצם מונח במילים של ועשה לי מקדוש, אז הוא מדגיש שיהיה צריך פה לעשות מקום שזה בית לשם, שזה הפירוש המילה מקדוש, בייס קדושו, כפי שרש"י אומר בחומש, והרבי מדגיש שכך צריך לקרוא את הניקוד. אז ושעניינו הוא מוכן ליש מקריבים בו הקורבנס, שהעניין של הבית הזה הוא שיהיה מקום מוכן, שיוכלו להקריב בו את הקורבנס, והרמב"ם ממשיך ואומר, וכי גיני אלף 3 פעמים בשונו, לשם באים בעלייה לרגל במשך 3 פעמים בשונו שנאמר, ועשו לי מקדוש, ושנאמר ועשו לי מקדוש, זה חוזר להגיד איפה כתוב המצווה הזאת, ואז הוא מפרט, הוא כבר נספרש בתורה, המשכן שעושה משה רבינו, והויו לפי שור, שנאמר כי לי ועושם עד אוטו וגמר. אבל אחר כך היה הסדר השלם, שהרמב"ם ממשיך ואומר, כי משנכנסו לאורץ, העמידו המשכן בגילגולה, בעשר שונו, וכובשו וחולקו, ואחר כך ממשיך לשילוי ונאי וגיבין וכו' וכו', עד שהגיעו לבייס הבחירה עמוקים הקבוע בייס ילומי. אנחנו רואים פה ברמב"ם, שהרמב"ם מביא את המקור למצווה, ועשו לי מקדוש ושכנתי בסייחום. יש מפורשים, מובא כבר במקום הכסף משנה, מביא את הסמ"ג, ויש בלכם משנה ועוד, שלומדים שבעצם ועשו לי מקדוש ושכנתי בסייחום מדבר על המשכן. זה היה אז במדבור, ועל זה מדברים, ועשו לי מקדוש ושכנתי בסייחום. למרות שיש פה דיוק, למה לא כתוב הלשון משכן, אבל בפרק הם טוענים שזה המקור לעניין, ואחר כך יש את והוי עמוקים השליף רבי אלוקיכם בשקם שמי שום סוביו את כל אשר הניחם מצווה ועשכם אליסיכם וזבחיכם מה שכתוב בפרשת ישראל, זה המקור לבניין אלומים, לבייס הבחירו, מוקים אשר יבחר, ושם יביאו את הקורבנות. כאילו שיש כאן ציוויים שונים, יש את הציווי של ועשה לי מקדוש, ויש את הציווי בנוגע להלאה. אבל ברמב"ם זה ברור שהרמב"ם לומד, ועשו לי מקדוש, זה הולך על כל המקדוש, ברור שהרבי ככה לומד, ומדגיש את זה פעמים רבות, שזה ועשו לי מקדוש לפי הרמב"ם, זה הציווי על כל הבתי מקדשות, והרי יש בזה גם בגימורה שזה דבר לאלומים, וכדאי לציין, מה שהרמב"ם אומר לנו, בשיחה של תרומה שהזכרתי קודם, ועשו לי כל מוקים שנאמר לי, אין אזוז לאוילום. שבדרך כלל כולם מתעכבים על זה, שואלים איך זה יכול להיות, המצב שנחרב בית המקדש, שהרי כתוב, עשו לי, וכל מקום שנאמר לי, אין אזוז לאוילום, איך יכול להיות נחרב בית המקדש, ויש הרבה פירושים שאומרים קדוש הראשנו, של השייט לא עושית לו, ומקדש של מיילו, כנגד מקדש של מטה וכו', אבל הרב שם מתעכב על ערתרא, שבערתרא הצמח צדק לומד שבעושו לי, הלי הולך גם על הציווי, הציווי הוא לאילום, הציווי גם עכשיו. אם אנחנו לא יכולים לבנות על בית המקדש, אבל בעושו לי מקדש קיים הציווי גם עכשיו, שלכן, זה מה שהרב דיבר בשעתו, כשהוא דיבר את כל השיחה הזאת של שאלו שלם ירושלים שצריך ללמוד ועל די זה לקיים את המצווה, בשיחה ההיא הרב מביא מהצמח צדק את הנקודה הזאת שבזמננו שבונים בתי כנסת, מתבסס על הזייר, בונים בתי כנסת, על די זה מקיימים את המצווה שעושה למקדש בזמננו. הרב מתוך זה גם עובר לעניין של לקבוע מקום בבית, לעשות את הבית מקום שיש בו את מקום של ספרים ושמתפללים בו ולומדים בו וכו' וכו', וזה הנקודה של המקדש בזמננו שמקיימים ועושו למקדש בנוסף ללימוד ובתי כנסת. הרב מסביר איך מבינים את העניין של בית הכנסת, שנכון בית הכנסת שיש שם עניין של מקדש מיד מבחינת השכינה, אבל הרמב"ם הרי מגדיר את העניין של בית המקדש לסמוך להקריב בקורבנס, איפה יש את זה בבית הכנסת, והרב מסביר שהמוכן להקריב בקורבנס הכוונה היא לעבוד את השם. העבודה בזמננו זה התפילות ולימוד התורה וקיום המצוות במקום באופן מיוחד, וזה מה שנותן גם לבתי כנסת, או מה שבן אדם קובע בבית שלו, עניין של סוג של מקדוש, על ידי זה מקיימים את ועושו למקדש. או כל פעם נמשיך הלאה, אז מוכן יש מקריבים בקורבנס, זה מה שהרמב"ם מגדיר את העניין של המצווה ועושו למקדש, שזה בעצם שייך גם מה שכתוב אחר כך ביום משיח וילקחם בלשכן שמי שום וכו', זה הכל מתחיל מאותו מקום של ועושו למקדש. למה הרמב"ם לא לומד משם? אז יש את ההסבר שמופיע בזקלים, כי הרמב"ם לומד שזה סיפור ולאו דווקא ציווי הוראה. אבל כל פונים, מאיפה הפוסק עצמו אומר ועושו למקדש ושוכנתי בסויכום, שבוודאי גם לפי הרמב"ם זה הרי הפירוש הפשוט בפוסק, ועושו למקדש ושוכנתי בסויכום. זאת אומרת, הוא גם בוודאי לומד שהמקדש זה מקום של שורש השכינה, שזה עניין המקדש הזה, שאומרים לך תבנה מקדש ושיהיה ושכנתי בסויכום. והרב מתחיל את השיחה בחלק חופי בפרשת תרומה, יש מה שהרב מתחיל ואומר כך, הפסוק שיש את הציווי על בניין המשכן והמקדש, ועושו לי מקדש, זה באותו פסוק תכף ומיד כתוב שהכוונה והתכלית של הבניין זה שושכנתי בסויכום שתהיה השראת השכינה במשכן ומקדש. ככה הרב אומר פשטס. יש גם בסימן טס הובא בחידוש מביאור עם לחילוס בייס הבחירה, מהמכתב של הרב, שהרב אומר שבוודאי, זה ברור, שהרי כתוב פשטות, ועושו לי מקדש ושכנתי בסויכום, העניין של ושכנתי בסויכום זה עניין של הכוונה והתכלית בבניין שתהיה השראת השכינה במשכן ומקדש. זאת אומרת שהדבר הזה ברור חייב להיות לכל הדעות. תכף נזכיר את הדעות שבעניין, אני מקדים את ההקדמה הזאת. והרב ממשיך באותה שיחה בחלק תזיין, תרומה ד', מעיקרי עבודות בית המקדש היה עבודת הקורבנות. שהרמב"ם אומר שתכלית מצוות בניין המקדש זה לבוא בו יהיה הקרובה ועבור עשרה אשתומית. שהרב מעתיק פה את הלשון מתוך הספר המצוות. מזה מובן, ממשיך הרב שבתוך זה, אז אם ניקח, אם זה עיקר הקורבנות, אז המזבח יש בו מעלה מיוחדת, אבל כל פעם לענייננו, מה שאנחנו מדברים כרגע, שעושו למקדש ושכנתי בסויכום זה בוודאי עניין שחייב להיות פה הנקודה הזאת שמדברים על המקדש במקום של השורש השכינה. יחד עם זאת הרמב"ם אומר מוכן ליאס מקריבים בקורבנס. מאיפה לוקח הרמב"ם שזה מוכן ליאס מקריבים בקורבנס? אז ראיתי מי שכותב שהיות ויש את העניין של הקורבנס, ויש מה שאמרו שמהרגע שהבית המקדוש נבנה, אז כבר לא יהיה שייך בומס וכו' וכו', אז מובן שבעצם המקדוש הוא בשביל זה. אבל הקורבנים, מהשיחות של הרב אפשר לראות אולי יותר מזה, אבל נתחיל להסביר את השיטות, כפי שזה מופיע בחלק י"א, וכמובן מופיע בחידוש ביור עם הליכות בית הבחירה, גם מופיע בחידוש ביור נשס עם פענוחים. הקורבנים שתי הדעות של הרמב"ם ושל הרמב"ן, בנוגע מהו עיקר החפץ והתכלית בבניין בייס המקדוש. שהרמב"ן אומר שבעצם העיקר בבייס המקדוש זה בשביל שיהיה בו את העניין של השכינה. הרמב"ם אומר שמצוות עשר שציוונו לבנס בייס הבחירה לעבודה בו יהיה הקרוב והעבורס האשתומית ואילוב תהיה ההליכה והעלייה לרגל ואומר יסבורך ועשו למקדוש. וממשיך הרמב"ם שזה הכלל כולל מינים רבים שהם המנורה והשולחן והמזבח, וזה לא סום כולו מחלקי המקדוש. כל הכלים הם מחלקי המקדוש והכל יקורא מקדוש, ואומנם יש ציווי מיוחד לכל אחד ואחד מהכלים האלה, אבל זה לא נמנה כמצווה נפרדת, כי זה הכל חלק מהמצוות בניין בית המקדוש. הרמב"ן חולק והרמב"ן טוען אחרת, והרמב"ן אומר שמה שהוא אומר שהם חלקים מחלקי המקדוש, זה לא ככה, הם לא מעכבים, הם מצוות, מקריבים בבית אף על פי שאין להם כלים, לכן הוא טוען שאצלו עשיית הארון והכפרס, לשום שם העדות, תימנה מצווה בפני עצמו. אז אנחנו שומעים פה את המחלקס, האם הכלים הם חלק מהמשכן והמקדוש או לא, הרמב"ם סובר שזה חלק, זה עיקר עניינו של בית המקדוש. מקום שיהיה בו את העבודה, בו יהיה הקרבה והעברת האשתומית, אבל הרמב"ן לא אומר כך, הוא טוען שלא, ולכן הוא גם מונה את האורן כמצווה בפני עצמו. לא כדאי להתעכב כבר עכשיו על כמה פרטים. התחלנו להגיד מצווה עשר לעשות בייס להשם מוכן להקריב בקורבנס, אז הזכרנו את מה בהתחלה הזכרנו את הרוגות שובר, שהרוגות שובר חוקר מה עיקר העניין של המצווה, והרוגות שובר מתעכב על הלשון של הרמב"ם, והרמב"ם תיק את זה כמה וכמה פעמים, שהיות והרמב"ם פה דייק לכתוב את הלשון לעשות בייס להוויה, אז במפורש הוא מדייק לעשות, ולא כותב לבנוס, כי רוצה להסביר לנו שלא עצם הבניין, לא הבנייה זה המצווה, אלא שיהיה פה בית. כל מה שאומרים לנו, לבנות, זה בשביל שיהיה פה בית. לעשות בית להוויה מוכן להקריב בקורבנס. זה הדיוק של הלשון, לעשות. הזכרנו עכשיו את הלושן בספר המצוות, שם כן כתוב שציוונו לבנוס בייס הבחירה לעבודה בייס ברך. שם כן כתוב הלשון לבנוס. כן. וכדאי להתעכב על זה, שבעצם אנחנו צריכים מבינים, בוודאי מתוך מה שהרבא מדבר, שגם אם מקבלים את מה שהרוג שובר אומר, שהתכליס, החפץ, תכליס העיקר, המכוון, תכליס המכוון של בניין המשכן, זה בשביל שיהיה משכן ומקדוש, אז למעשה הרוג שובר נכנס לחלק בין המשכן ומקדוש, אבל הרבא לומד בפשטוס, זה הכל המשך אחד, אז למעשה אבל הפעולה של הבניין זו מצווה. ויש את זה בשיחה של חלק י"א בצורה די מפורשת, ועל זה גם הערה בתוך השיחה חלק י"א, הערה 39 אני חושב, שהרבא מדגיש שבעצם גם לפי הרמב"ם זו מצווה ולא רק הכשר מצווה, כי הרוגות שובר ממשיך ומנסה להדגיש שבמקדוש אפשר להגיד שזה הכשר מצווה ולא עצם המצווה. אף בבייס המקדש המצווה בפני עצמו, ובכל זאת זה הכשר מצווה ולא עצם המצווה. אבל יש כאלה ששואלים באמת, אם זה הכשר מצווה, והרוגצ'ובר אומר שהרמב"ם פוסק שאין בניין בייס המקדש דרך השבס, זה מכיוון שזה סוג של הכשר, כך הוא מסביר. אז אם זה הכשר מצווה, לפי רבי אלעזר, שסובר שמכשירים דוחים את השבס, אז למה לא יכולים לבנות את הבניין בייס המקדש בשבס? כי אם מותר להקריב קורבנס בשבס, וזה הכשר מצווה לעבודה של הקורבנס, לפי רבי אלעזר היה צריך להיות שיוכלו לבנות בשבס. אלא אם כן נאמר שהרוגות אשר רבי אלעזר גם בזה חולק, ולשיטוסי באמת אם זה היה רק מוכן להקריב וקורבנס, אז לא היה שייך, רק לעשות עוד מחלקס. אבל למעשה לפי מה שאנחנו מדברים כרגע, הרוגות שבר עצמו מזכיר את זה גם, והרבי בשיחה מדגיש את זה מאוד, שבעצם יש כאן מצווה, ולכן הרבי מציין באור הזה לא רק הכשר מצווה, יש כאן מצווה, כי זאת אומרת במילים אחרות, נכון שהמצווה היא בשביל התוצאה שלה, המצווה היא בעיקר בשביל המצב שיהיה מקדוש מוכן, אבל הפעולה ועושו כן מקיבלה תוקף של מצווה. ולכן, אז גם רבי אלעזר יסכים, שאם יש לזה עוד מצווה בתוך זה, אז גם אם תרצה לבנות את המקדוש, כי חסר לך מקדוש בשביל העבודה, ואתה רואה בזה שאתה צריך להכין את זה בשביל העבודה, אבל בפעיל הרי אתה מקיים גם מצווה, המצווה הזאת לא דוחה. את המצווה הזאת אתה לא יכול לקיים, ולכן אין בניין בייס המקדש דרך השבס, כך נוכל להסביר ולהבין את העניין. הקורבנים, אז אנחנו מסבירים עכשיו שזה לא הכשר, אלא שיש בזה מצווה, והמצווה היא באמת שיבנו, והמצווה היא שיבנו, וכשיהודי מקיים את המצווה, אז יש לו פה את המעלה, כשיהודי בונה את המקדש, יש לו את המצווה של בניין בייס המקדש. אבל זה לא סותר את העניין שצריך שיהיה המקדש מוכן. שלכן אפשר להבין את העניין שהקהיל חיובין לבנס בייס המקדש לסייד וכולי, במומנום, בגופם וכולי וכולי, ושם מוזכרים אפילו אנשים בתף, שלכאורה תף לא חייבים במצווה, חיוב לדרתי כביטמי, הגמרא אומרת. אלא מה הנקודה? שבעניין הזה שיהיה בייס המקדש, אז כאן כן צריך את ההשתתפות של כולם. ולכן אומרים לנו הקהיל חיובין בשביל שיהיה, ועל דרך כפי שהיה במשכן, ששם הביאו כולם, ועבר אנושים כולם הביאו, אז על דרך זה צריך להיות גם פה, זה גם מופיע באחת השיחות. אבל זה מובן ומודגש יותר כשאנחנו מדגישים שבעצם יש פה את העניין שיהיה בייס המקדש. עכשיו, איך מבינים לפי הרמב"ם את מה שהרי בפשטס צריך להיות העניין של בוסל מקדש שכנתי בסייחום, והרמב"ם מדגיש לנו פה את העניין של המוכן להקריב בקורבנס וכולי, אז אני אקדים קצת את המאוחר, ורוצה להגיד שמתוך השיחה שהזכרתי קודם אפשר להבין. הרבי כאן מתחיל ואומר את המילים, דיקרי עבדת בייס המקדש, זה היה עבדת הקורבנס, והרבי מציין למים הבוסילגני ומכיסלי הרמב"ן, שמופיע לישורסו שכינו במקדוש אלא על ידי קורבנס, או בייס המקדש נמה על ידי קורבן נבחר. זאת אומרת, הרב פה ממשיך ואומר לנו שהעניין של הקורבנס, עיקר השכינה בייס המקדש על ידי הקורבנס. והרמב"ם כותב את זה. כך שנראה לכאורה בפשטס, כך מובן מתוך השיחה, שבעצם העניין הזה שאומרים להדגשה מוכן מקריבים בקורבנס, זה לא פרט שלא מתייחס לעניין של האורן והמשכן. לא מתייחס לעניין של ושוכנתי בסייחום. אלא ליש מקריבים בקורבנס שבזה יש את ושוכנתי בסייחום. הקדוש ברוך הוא רוצה ושכנתי בשיחם לתכלית ומכוון של העניין שבא להגיד לעם ישראל שהקדוש ברוך הוא התרצה וכו' והולך להשרות שכינתו, ואז הוא אומר לנו הוראה איך. אז זה לא רק לעשות בית וכאן הוא ישרה את שכינתו, זה לא רק זה. בית כזה ששם יהיה את הפעולות שהם מביאים את עיקר השכינה. בית לווי מוכן להקריב וקורבנות. אני רואה פה את הרב קלמנסון מולי, ושמתי לב לאחרונה, בסוף הרשימת שיעורים, שיש שם הסבר מסוים, כאילו שיש שני נקודות, ועשו למקדוש, דין נפרד על האור, אני חושב, לפי מה שמגיע מתוך השיחות, לכאורה חושב אחרת. הקורפונים, ועכשיו נחזור שוב להתחלת השיחה, איפה שאמרנו שיש את המחלקס בין הרמב"ם והרמב"ן, ובעצם הרב בא שואל לפרע על הרמב"ן עצמו, הוא שואל, איך הוא כותב שעשיית הארון תימנה מצווה בפני עצמו, ולא נכללת מצוות בניין המקדוש, הרי לפי דעתו הארון הוא עיקר חפץ בבניינו. אז איך הוא עושה את זה כמצווה בפני עצמו? ואז הרב ממשיך הלאה ומסביר לנו שבעצם יש את השני עניינים, כפי שהזכרנו את זה כמה פעמים, אני כרגע אקרא את זה מבפנים, עניינם ותכליתם של המשכן בית המקדש, שני דברים כלליים. א', כלושן הרמב"ן, בית מקדש לשמו, שם יצא בית בני ישראל, עיקר החפץ זה הארון שמשם דיבר מנוחת והשארת השכינה שהייתה בהם וכו'. ואחר כך, וממשיך ועשו למקדש שכנתי בסויכון. וכמו שמוצאים את זה מפורש בנגיע בית המקדש, זה יש מנוחוס ידעת. יש את העניין של העבודה שבהם, שעיקרה זה עבודת הקורבנות ועלייה לרגל עליהם 3 רגלים. וזה המחלוקת של הרמב"ם הרמב"ן, מי משנה אלה זה העיקר בציווי הקדוש ברוך הוא לבנות בית המקדש. ממחלוקתם זו נבע פלוגתם הנ"ל בנוגע לציווי על עשיית הכלים בית המקדש. כבר פה הרב בעצם מדגיש לנו שבוודאי שניהם לומדים את שני הדברים בהדגשה. אלא מה העיקר בציווי הקדוש ברוך הוא. לתכלית הרמב"ם, לדעת הרמב"ם, תכלית המכוון בבית המקדש, זה בשביל להקריב בקורבנות, זה כולל כל עבודת הכהנים וכו' וכו'. מה מצווה בייס הוויה מוכן להיות מקריבים בקורבנות. להדגיש שהציווי הוא לא מוגדר מובל לבניית בית, כי אם לעשות בית להוויה מוכן להיות מקריבים בקורבנות. זה אם אין הבית מוכן להיות מקריבים בקורבנות, לא ינסקיים מהמצווה שעושה למקדש. וכאן יש את ההדגשה על לסיס, אולי מותר להוסיף שבלסיס מוכן גם מתקבל הרעיון, זה לא סתם אתה בונה בית, אתה צריך להגיע למצב שיהיה לך משהו מוכן. קורפונים מתחבר לדבור של הרוגת שובר. זה שבמצווה ססר כותב לראשון לבנויס, זה לא סותר, כי זה בא להדגיש שזה חלק מהמצווה, כפי שאמרנו קודם, וגם משתמש בלשון של הפוסיק, ועשו למקדש, אז זה בעצם מדבר על המייסה בפייל, כפי שהסגרנו שבעצם צריך להיות המייסה. אבל המטרה היא שיהיה התכליס הזה, ולכן במובן בפרשת אמנר ובשולחן והמזבח, כולם מחלקי המקדש וכו' וכו'. אבל הרמב"ן אומר שעיקר המכוון וחפץ במשכן מקדש זה מוקדש לשמי ושכנתי בסייחום, זה ממילא, זה לא, והבית עצמו צריך להיות משכן השרוס השכינה, לא נכללו בזה הציוויים על הכלים, כי עיקרם לעניין הקורבנות העבודה של משכן המקדש. ולכן, אסיר שעורם וכפרס, הם ימנה את זה כמצווה בפני עצמו, וכאן ההדגש מעניין בשיחה של הרבי. אין האורן הקשר מצווה אחרת, כמו המנורה והמזבחות והשולחן. עליו יש ציווי שנמנה בפני עצמו במיוחד, הוא לא נכלל בכלל הציווי ועשו לבייס מוקדש לשמוי, כי האורן והקודשגות שמעיקר החפץ, אז בעצם הבית עצמו גם בלעו אחר בית המקדש. וכאן הוא רוצה להוסיף עיקר החפץ, שלכן יש לו מצווה בפני עצמה. הרב מדגיש שבעצם גם הרמב"ן לומד שיש את העניין של עשו למקדש, בנוגע לכל העניינים, גם בקורבנות וכו' וכו', ומדגיש בעיקר שהמצווה של האורן, לכן בגלל שזה העיקר, לכן נמנית ראשונה, יותר מעולה מכולם. זאת אומרת, הוא לא אומר, יש בזה משהו מרכזי וזה הכל, אלא יש בה את מבטא את הדבר באופן מיוחד, עיקר החפץ שבעניין. אנחנו כבר לכאורה צריכים להתקרב לסיום, עוד יש הרבה, רציתי רק לעורר, ושהיינו, יש עוד הרבה דיוקים שאפשר להתעכב עליהם, אבל רוצה בכל זאת עוד להוסיף, שבעצם לגבי האורן, הרב עצמו, בסימן טס, בחידוש המגורם לבייס הבחירה, שזה מתוך איגרת, הרב עצמו מתעכב שהרמב"ם, כשהוא מדבר על חלקי בייס המקדש, הוא מזכיר את כולם, לא מזכיר את האורן. הוא לומד בעיקרון של הכל חלקי בייס המקדש, כל הכלים, אבל הוא מזכיר אותם, לא מזכיר את האורן. שבעצם מעורר שאלה. אבל בכל אופן, אם על השאלה הזאת אולי אפשר ליישב בכל מיני הסברים, אבל רציתי לראות בכל זאת איפה אפשר לראות את האורן בתוך חלקי המשכן והמקדש. בעצם זה מאוד פשוט. זה לא בא לתרץ למה הרמב"ם לא הזכיר את זה, אבל בעצם זה מאוד פשוט. קודם כל, לפי הדעה שהזוהר הייתה צריכה להיות על הכפורת, אז באמת זה חלק מהעבודה במשכן המקדש. והרבא אומר שהרמב"ן יצטרך לסבור כמו אותה שיטה, באחת ההערות. אבל כל פעם אפילו אם לא. קרס, כשהרבא מסביר בחלק תזין, זה מהעיקרי העבודות של בית המקדש. הקטרס על המזבח. אבל הקרובס הקטרס של יום כיפר זה העבודה מיוחדת. והקרובס הקטרס של יום כיפר זה בתוך קודשי קודשים, שבקודשי קודשים זה המקום המיוחד, שהשכינה באופן מיוחד, ששם יש את האורן והכפרס וכל זה. גם האורן והכפרס מחלקי בית המקדש, איפה שעושים את העבודה. אז גם הם. אולי הרמב"ם לא פירט אותם כל כך, לא הזכיר את זה במפורש, זה כבר אולי, כי זה לא כל כך בולט בו, והוא רצה להביא את הדברים שבולט בהם. אבל כשהרמב"ם אומר שלא מונים את חלקי המקדש, כדברים נפרדים, כי זה העניין של המקדש, אז הרמב"ם קודם כל לא שלל שהעניין של שורש השכינה זה חלק, וזה ברור, אלא זה בעל די עבודה. אז גם זה כבר מסביר לי שיכול להיות האורן, שבו יהיה השורש השכינה, אבל זה לא כדבר עיקרי, כי זה לא עיקר החפץ, עיקר החפץ זה עבודה. אז ממילא גם לפי זה אפשר להבין שלפי הרמב"ם לא צריך להיות מצווה בפני עצמה. זה כבר הסבר, אבל אפשר עוד להוסיף יותר. זה גם את חלקי הדברים של העבודה, שגם קשורים לעבודה. הקורפונים זה לעורר, ובהחלט אפשר להתעכב, אני פה אומר שתי נקודות, שבעצם גם העצם הדבר הזה של השורש השכינה, שזה כאן לפי הרמב"ם, עניין עיקרי שזה בית המקדש, ועיקר העניין זה על די הקורבנס, וגם שגם עבודה יכול להיות, אולי זה גם נקרא חלקי המשכן במקדש. הקורפונים, מה שנוסיף לציין פה, שיש שיחה של הרבא, שהרבא מאוד מדגיש את העניין של שילה בסלומים, למה הרמב"ם צריך לפרט את כולם. הרבא מסביר שהרמב"ם רוצה להגיד לנו שבעצם זה חלק מהמצווה שהיא מתקיימת בצורה מסודרת, ולפי זה יוצא שהפסוקים, הפסוקים לשכני סידר שבוסו שומה, שזה, אז זה שייך לשילוי. הפוסק של, נזכרנו קודם, בניח השם לקחם, ושום תביאו לשיכם זבחיכם, נשריכם, נשייתכם, ודריכם, נשייכם, ושום תביאו את כל הדברים, אז זה בעצם כל אחד מהפסוקים מסביר וממשיך את כל העניין, ופה מתבטא חזק איך שזה הכל המשך אחד של ועושים למקדש, ושצריך ללמוד ולהכיר את כל הפרטים האלה, וזה מחזק את הנקודה שעושים למקדש למצווה שקשורה לכל הבתי מקדשות שהיו לאורך כל הדרך, ונקודה איפה זה מתבטא, העניין הזה של הלאסויס, שזה העיקר זה העניין של הבית המקדש שבונים אותו, כפי שהדגשנו שבפשטוס כן יש מצווה לבנות, אבל המטרה בתוך זה, זה התכליס, שהתוצאה, הנפעל שיהיה בית המקדש. הרב מסביר את זה בזה שני דברים בצורה מאוד מעניינת. הרב מסביר את העניין של שמירת המקדש שמופיע ביחס בית הבחירה. ולא, במקום שכתוב כל העניינים של העבודה בית המקדש. אותו דבר, מה שהרמב"ם ביחס בית הבחירה מדבר על זה שהכהנים היו עוברים עם אבוקות של אור לבדוק כל בוקר את העניין של בית המקדש, אם זה הכל מסודר. הרב מסביר ששניהם עניינם הוא כובד בית המקדש. זה שעברו כל בוקר להסתכל אם זה מסודר, זה לא היה בשביל הכנה לעבודה של אותו יום. פלטרין של מלך צריך להיות מקום מכובד, צריך להיות מסודר, אז היו עוברים לראות אם זה מכובד. שמירס המקדש, פלטרין של מלך, אין ידי מפלטרין שיש לו שמרים, מקום שאין לו שמרים, צריך להיות, כפי שהרבי מסביר, באריכות רבה של עניין שלא יהיה היסח הדעת. אז שני הדברים האלה, זה בעצם עניינים שקשורים לחפצה של בית המקדש. ובמילא אומר הרבי כך.
הרב וישנסקי, סליחה שאני מפריע באמצע.
וזה הדברים האלה קשורים לחפצה של בית המקדש. מה זאת אומרת? איך זה קשור לחפצה של בית המקדש? זה אם אפילו כן, אבל מה זה קשור לבניין בית המקדש? כי הבניין בית המקדש הוא שיהיה בית המקדש מוכן, כפי שאמרנו קודם. ובמילא, בשביל שיהיה הבית המקדש כפי שצריך, אז צריך שהכובד של בית המקדש משהו שקשור לבניין שלו. אז במילא אם זה קשור לבניין של בית המקדש, לכן זה מופיע ביחס בית הבחירה. ועל פי זה הרבי מסביר שגם העניין של ללכת עם האבוקות של אור, שבשבת לא היו הולכים עם האבוקות של אור, רק משתמשים בנרות שנדלקו לפני כן, אף על פי שהם שבוז במקדוש, אבל דבר כזה שהוא קשור עם העניין של הבניין של בית המקדש, החפצה של בית המקדש, המציאות של בית המקדש, הדבר כזה, חכמים לא רצו לעשות אחרת ממה שזה מצד הדרייסה. אז אם בדרייסה אין בניין בית המקדש דרך לעשות שבס, אז גם הפעולות האלה לא התירו אותם לעשות אותם בשבס, וזה מתבטא העניין שאומרים המקום העשוי הוא זה שבעצם בית המקדש עומד כמציאות קיימת, אז גם מה שמוסיף במציאות שלו זה גם עניין של תוספת בעניין של הבניין בית המקדש.
הרב וישנסקי, כמו שאמרת, שהכל צריך להיות מסודר.
לא רק על ידי הלימוד ולא רק על ידי התרומה לבתי כנסת, שהרבי שם מזכיר שבעיקר זה בית הכנסת של 770, באופן מיוחד בית רבינו של בובל, שזה יתר כבר תכף ומיד ממש, יגולה וירד מן השמיים, והרבי מלך המשיח יבנה מקדש במקיימי, כבר התחילו במקיימי, וכל העניינים שיהיו לעיני בוסר הגשמי כפשוטי ממש.
אמן ואמן. היות כמו שהרב וישנסקי עכשיו אמר שזה צריך להיות מסודר, אז נבקש מאלה שצריכים לדבר אחריו, יהיה באופן מסודר, וינסו גם לא רק להסתכל בנושא, בתוכן שמדברים, וגם מזמן לזמן להסתכל על השעון.
זה שלא שומעים אותך, לא מדבר מספיק בקול.
אוקיי, ושומעים אותי. עכשיו יותר טוב. אני מקווה שהרב קלמנסון יוכל להתחיל עכשיו. Take off your mute. הרב קלמנסון, you're still on mute. ב-770 לא נהוג לעשות משברך בין גבר לגבר, אז לא נעשה משברך, רק נעשה יעמוד, ונבקש מהרב קלמנסון, כפי שאמרתי, שנבקש מכל המרצים, שלא רק יסתכלו על התוכן שהם רוצים לדבר, אלא גם מזמן לזמן להסתכל על השעון. היה שכח, and as I said earlier, after Rabbi Kalmanson, the program will start in English. הרב קלמנסון.
שומעים?
שומעים.
אוקיי, נתחיל. אנחנו מתפללים בכל יום את סמר דוד עבדך, מהיר ותצמיח, כי לשעוסך כיוונו כל היום. אז הרבי אומר שהפשט כל היום הוא לא רק שאנחנו מחכים כל היום, אלא שמשיח יכול לעבור בכל היום. הרבי מביא ככה, כמה שהם הגריז, שהפשט הוא שבכל רגע ורגע, משיח יכול לעבור. אותו דבר בי"ג עיקרים, כשאומרים, החכלה בכל יום שיובל, עד החכלה בכל יום, והחכלה בכל יום שיובל. הרבי אומר, יש שאלות על זה, מגמרות שרואים, לכאורה שמשיח לא יכול לעבור בכל יום, אז הרבי מביא מה שהצמח צדק, שאלו אותו, זה אמר פעם, שתשבי, יתרץ, קושיץ והבייס, אז אליהו הנביא יתרץ כמה קושיות האלו. אז נראה, לכאורה, מהם הקושיות, ומה שיכולים לומר בזה. אז הקושיות הם, הקושיה הראשונה היא, שיש גמרא במסכת, ראש השונה דף י"א, שהגמרא אומרת בפירוש שיש מחלקת בין תנועים, רבי אליעזר ורבי ישוע, אחד אומר בניסן נגאלו, בניסן עשידים להיגואל, והשני אומר בתשרי נגאלו. אז רואים לכאורה שמשיח יכול לבוא רק חודש אחד בשנה, ובאמת זה יותר מזה. כשהגצריה בטורי אבן על ראש השונה, שם הוא אומר שכשאומרים בניסן ניגלו זה יום אחד בניסן, זה ליל תזבוב, וכשאומרים בתשרי ניגלו זה ראש השונה. זאת אומרת שיש רק יום אחד במשך כל השנה, לפי הגמרא על הזו שמשיח יכול לבוא. סליחה, זה סותר מה שאנחנו אומרים, אחר כלי בכל יום שיובי, וכלישאוסכו כבינו כל היום. אותו דבר, ישנה הקושיה מהגמרא הידוע בערבין דף מ"ג, שם הגמרא אומרת שמי שהוא נודר בנזר, בנוזיר, שיהיה נזיר ביום שבן דוד בו, אז הגמרא אומרת שכל יום ויום אסור לו לשתות יין, אולי בן דוד בו היום, חוץ משבס. מדוע בשבס הוא כן יכול לשתות יין? כי כדי שמשיח יבוא בשבס, אליהו צריך לבוא לבשר יום אחד מקודם, זאת אומרת, בערב שבס צריך לבשר שמשיח יבוא בשבס. והגמרא אומרת, מובטח להם לישראל שאליהו לא בא בערב שבס. מדוע? מפני התרח. אם אליהו יבוא בערב שבס, נצטרך לעשות לו קבולספונים, ואנשים עסוקים באחרונס שבס, זה יפריע קצת לאחרונס שבס. לכן, מובטח להם לישראל שאליהו לא בוא בערב שבס, אם כן משיח גם כן לא יכול לבוא בשבס. רואים בגמרא זו, עוד פעם שמשיח לא בא ביום אחד בשנה, אלא כל השנה הוא יכול לבוא חוץ מיום אחד, חוץ מיום השבס. אז לכאורה זה סתירה בין הגמרא בראש השונה להגמרא במסכת ערבין דף מ"ג. עוד קושיה ששואלים האחרונים מדברים מזה, ישנו גמרא במסכת תייניס דף י"ז עמוד א', שהגמרא אומרת שרבי אומר שבעצם הכהנים היה צריך להיות אסור להם לשתות יין כל השנה. מדוע? כן ששוסו יין אי אפשר לא לעשות עבודה, וכיוון שמהר יבונה בייס המקדוש, אנחנו מקווים שכל יום יבונה בייס המקדוש, הכהן יצטרך לעבוד, הוא יש שיכור, לכן אסור להם לשתות יין. אלא מה אומר רבי? תקונוסום קלקולוסם תקונוסי, זאת אומרת, רש"י מסביר, כיוון שעברו כל כך הרבה שנים שמשיח עדיין לא בא, לכן לא חוששים לזה, ולכן הגמרא אומרת, הכהנים עכשיו שותים יין. אבל מה רואים הגמרא לזו, שבעצם העניין של בן דוד בו, שיבונה בייס המקדוש יכול להיות כל הימים של כל השנה, כי רבי אומר שמצד הדין היה צריך להיות אסור לשתות יין כל השנה זאת אומרת, כל הימים. איך זה מתאים עם הגמרא שמשיח בא רק יום אחד בתשרי או יום אחד בניסן. מצד שלישי יש לנו עוד גמרות שמוכח שמשיח יכול לבוא כל יום. ישנו, זאת אומרת, הגמרא בתייניס רואים כל יום, אותו דבר, הגמרא הידוע בסנהדרין דף צדיק חס עמוד א', שהגמרא אומרת, שרבי יהושע בן לוי שאל את משיח עצמו, האם עושה כוסימה, ומשיח השיב לו, היום, אחר כך אליהו הסביר לרבי יהושע בן לוי, שהפשט היום, אם בכליס ישמעו, זאת אומרת, שאליהו, שמשיח בעצמו אומר, שהוא יכול לבוא בכל יום, היום, כל יום ויום אומר, אם בכליס ישמעו, איך זה מתאים, עם הגמרא שאומרת רק בתשרי ובניסן, ובעצם יש פה עוד כמה קושיות, נגיד את זה בקיצור כי הזמן קצר, ונראה מה לכאורה יכולים להגיד בזה פשט פשוט. על הגמרא בסנהדרין יש קושיה שהמרשו שואל, מה פשט אליהו שמשיח אומר, היום אם בכליס ישמעו? הרי ראינו שקודם שמשיח צריך לבוא, יבוא אליהו יום קודם, אז אם היום, אם אתמול אליהו לא בא, לא יכול להיות שמשיח בא היום, מקסימום אליהו יבוא היום ויגיד שמשיח יבוא מחר, איך אמר משיח היום אם בכליס ישמעו? מרשו שואל, הרי אם אליהו לא בא אתמול, לא יכול להיות היום, אז היה צריך להשיב מחר, כל יום הוא יכול לבוא מחר, ואליהו יבוא היום. אבל אם אליהו לא בא, הוא לא יכול לבוא היום. זה הקושיה של המרשו. אותו דבר יש קושיה גדולה לגימורה בטייניס שראינו, מה פשט שרש"י אומר? אז אוקיי, זה פשט שרש"י שאר הראשונים לא אומרים ככה, אבל מה פשט שרבי אומר, תקונוסי קלקולוסי? מדוע לא הכהן לא חושש לשתות יין? אולי יבון המקדש היום תקף ומיד, כי מכיוון שלא בא עד עכשיו, אז לא חוששים לזה. מה הפשט? הרי זה בטח שפעם אחת במשך השיט אלפי שני, מוכח שמשיח יבוא. יבוא פעם אחת, מפורש בתורה, בנביאים ובכתובים. אז אם הוא לא בא עד עכשיו, לכן לא חוששים שיבוא, אבל אנחנו בטוחים, אמס למיתי שהוא כן יבוא פעם, אולי זה יהיה היום, הקושיה יותר חזקה. נגיד שמזמן בייס המקדש, עד 2000 שנה, אז בראשית 2000 שנה, היו עוד 2000 שנה שיכול לבוא בכל יום, לא יודעים איזה יום. כל זמן שמתארך הגלות, נשאר פחות זמן שיכול לבוא. אז האפשרות שיבוא נעשית הרבה יותר חזקה, כי יש עכשיו רק קצת זמן שהוא יבוא בתוך הזמן הזה. אז איפכם מסתברא, מה אומר רבי? תקונוסי קלקולוסי, כמי שלא בא עד עכשיו, לכן לא חוששים, להפך, כמי שלא בא עד עכשיו, מה נשאר עכשיו? הרבה זמן פחות, צריך לחשוש יותר שיבוא אולי בכל יום. אותו דבר צריך להבין, זה קושיה ידוע שהרבי מדבר על זה, על הגימור בערבין. מה הפשט של ליאור לא יבוא מפני התרח? מדברים שהיהודים הם בגלות, גלות מר ונורא. אם משיח יכול לבוא בשבס, ונצטרך שאליהו יבוא ערב שבת, ואז יהיה קצת אי נעימות משום התרח. אבל הכי נעדיף חס ושלום שיבוא, לכן יבוא ביום ראשון, לא ביום שבס, נהיה עוד יום בגלות. להיות עוד יום בגלות זה גרוע 1000 פעמים ו1000 פעמים מהתיכה הלזו, היא הנעימות של החונס ערב שבס. אז מה הפשט, איזה הבטחה היא שהוא לא יבוא בערב שבס? כולם מסכימים ורוצים ומתפללים שיבוא בערב שבס, מוכנים על התיכה הקטנה הזו, העיקר שיבוא יום קודם. ישנו עוד קושיה, שהמפרשים שואלים לחירה, הסוגיה בתענית, והסוגיה בערבין זה סטרטי דססכה. בערבין כתוב שיכול לבוא כל יום, חוץ משבס. מה אמרנו במסכת טייניס? שאסור לשתות יין כל הימים, גם שבס. הרי הגמרא אמרה שבשבס הוא לא יכול לבוא בערבין. אותו דבר קושיה זה על הגמרא בסנהדרין, בסדיק חס. איך אמר מושיח? היום אם בקהיליס תשמור, כל הימים, הגמרא אומרת שבשבס, גם אם בקהיליס תשמור לא יכול לבוא, כיוון שאליהו לא בא בערב שבס. בקיצור, היה לנו פה 3 סתירות בש"ס, פעם אומרים חידש, יום אחד בשנה, ניסני תשרי, פעם אומרים כל השעמים חוץ משבס, ופעם אומרים כל הימים, כל השנה גם בשבס. עוד היה לנו סתירה, הגמרא אומרת בערבין, שהוא לא בא בשבס, אבל כל הימים כן חוששים שיבוא. מה אמרה הגמרא במסכת טיינית? ועוד סתירה, הגמרא אמרה, סוף סוף, רבי אומר, שלא חוששים, הכהנים יכולים לשתות יין, תקונוסי קלקולוסי, מדוע בטייניס הכהנים יכולים לשתות יין, לא חוששים שיבוא. ומדוע במסכת ערבין אומרים שהנזיר חייב להישמר מהיין וכל דיני נזירות כל יום. הרי אמרנו במסכת טייניס, רבי אומר תקונוסי קלקולוסי, ולכן הכהנים שותים יין עכשיו. מדוע הנזיר אסור לו לשתות יין? אז אחד מגדל האחרונים עומד על קצת מהקושות ששאלנו, זה שגסרי בתורי אבן בראש השונה, ואותו דבר הוא מדבר במסכת טייניס, אפילו זין בגבור עשרי. מה אומר השגסרי? הוא אומר, תירוץ פשוט, הוא אומר, יש בגימורה 2 אופנים איך משיח יבוא, בעית או בחישנה, זוכו החישנה יכול לבוא מוקדם, יש מצב שאם לא זכו, יש יום אחד שכבר קבוע ועומד בעיטה. אז אומר השגסריה, הבעיטו, על זה אומרים ניסן תשרי. זה יום אחד שהקדוש ברוך הוא קבע בעולמו, שאותו יום אי אפשר שאותו יום יגיע ולא משיח לא יבוא. לא זכו מקודם, הוא יבוא באותו יום, זה ניסן תשרי. מה שכן, אם זוכו, אומר השגסריה, הוא יכול לבוא בכל יום, זה תלוי בזוכו, עושים תשובה, זוכו היום, הוא יבוא היום, זכו למחר, יבוא מחר. זה המהלך של השגסריה, שיש שני דרגות, ובזה הוא מתרץ, הסתירה מראש השונה שאומרים יום בשנה, והסתירבין ובתייניס אומרים כל יום. אבל הבעיה היא שהתירוץ הזה מתרץ רק שני סוגיות, הסתירה מערבין, למסכת תיינית, ערבין אומרים כל יום חוץ משבס, בתייניס אומרים כל הימים. משיח עצמו אמר, הימים כלס ישמעו, נשארת הסתירה, כל הימים, הרי אמרנו בערבין שהוא לא יכול לבוא בשבס. איך מתרצים התירוץ על קושיה הזו? אז לכן התירוץ פשוט הוא ככה. יש לנו שיחה מהרבי, שהרבי מסביר, יש גמרא במסכת שבועס, דף י"ג, ואומרת מחלוקת רבי וחכמים. חכמים אומרים, יום כיפור מכפר רק לשובים. רבי אומר, יום כיפור מכפר לשובים שאינם שובים, מצומי של יום מכפר. ההלכה היא כמו חכמים, הרמב"ם פותח, שיום כיפור מכפר רק לשובים. שואל הרבי, הרמב"ם עצמו אומר, עיצומי של יום, עצמי של יום מכפר. הוא פוסק כמו חכמים שצורך תשובה, והוא אומר שעיצומי של יום, איך זה הולך ביחד? תרתי דססרי. מסביר הרבי שבעצם, הרמב"ם סובר, הפשט הוא שכולם סוברים שעיצומי של יום כיפור מכפר. הכפור של יום כיפור זה עצם היום. אלא מה, הרבי סובר עצם היום מכפר בלי שום תנאים, גם לשאינם שובים. מה סוברים חכמים? יש תנאי שמתי עיצומי של יום מכפר, רק אם האדם הוא לכל הפוחס במצב של שובים. זאת אומרת, האדם צריך לעשות תשובה קטנה, הרב רשם מסביר שביום כיפר, או שלנו כל האנשים עושים תשובה קלוליס, זה לא התשובה שמכפר זה בעצם, התשובה בעצמה אין בכוחה לכפר, עיצומי של יום מכפר, אבל יש תנאי כדי לזכות, והעיצומי של יום צורך שהגברי יהיה במצב של שווי. עכשיו נבוא לעניין של משיח, לכאורה בעצם, השגס הרי אמר, וכל הלימודים שיש שני אופנים, בעצם יש 3 אופנים איך משיח יבוא, ונסביר. יש מצב, המצב הקיצוני, בעיטה הוא בא גם בלי תשובה לפי השיטות. בסנהדרין צדיק זין עמוד בייס, רש"י אומר, שמואל סובר, רבי ישוע סובר, גם בלי תשובה כלל. זה עיצומי של יום שמכפר, זה הדרגה של בעיטו. יש הדרגה של זוכו, שעושים תשובה חזקה כזו, שהתשובה עצמה מביאה את המשיח. מפתחתנו גלינו מעצינו, עושים תשובה בהכרח שיבוא מצד התשובה. זה הדרגה השנייה. יש דרגה אמצעית, זה נקרא הדרגה שמשיח יכול לעבור משום שיש עיצומי של יום בצירוף השובים. מסביר. יש עוד קושיה ידוע שכולם שואלים, אנחנו רואים שהראשונים וגם במדרושים יש הרבה קיצים שאמרו על ביאת משיח. עוברו הקיצים ומשיח עדיין לא בא. כולם שואלים איך זה. תראה סמס, ברוח הקדש אמרו הקיצים הראשונים, הגאינים, הרמב"ם, רש"י, רבי אברהם אבן-עזרא, איך זה שלא בא? אז לכאורה הפשט הוא פשוט. שהקיצים האלו שהיו כמה פעמים, זה קיצים כאלו, זה לא היה הקץ של בעיטה, וזה לא היה הקץ של זוכו, שזוכו לא צריך לזמן קץ, כל יום אם זכו הוא בו, אבל יש בכמה וכמה זמנים, יש זמנים שנקראים עץ חצון, קץ, שבאותו זמן, גם אם לא נהיה זכו ממש, אבל לא נהיה המצב שלא שווים, זה בדיוק כמו יום כיפור. היום כיפור מכפר, זה זמן של קץ, אבל מתי מועיל הזמן הזה, כשישראל במצב של תשובה קטנה לכל הפוך, זה במצב של שובים. הקיצים האלו הם עברו לא משום שהקץ לא היה קץ, הזמן היה קץ, הבעיה הייתה שהתנאי של שובין, המקצת שובין שהיה צריך כדי שהאיס רוצה יועיל, זה היה חסר. לכן עברו הקיצים, אבל כל הקיצים הם אסלאמיתיים, היו קיצים. היסוד הזה בעצם כתוב בפירוש, בזה החודש. דף צדיק עמוד א', שם כתוב שבכל דור ודור יש קיצים, יש קץ, הזוהר אומר, אבל הקץ הוא אם ישראל יעשו תשובה. או אם ממש היסוד שאמרנו, מה פשט אם זה תשובה, מדוע צורך הקץ? הפשט הוא כפי שאמרנו, זה בדיוק כמו כפי שהרבי הסביר ביום כיפור לחכמים. זה קץ בכל דור ודור, אומר אז זה החודש, אבל בתנאי שיהיה משהו איזה הזוזה שובים. זה הדרגה האמצעית. עכשיו נראה איך כל הסוגיות מתורצות. הסוגיה שאומרת שמשיח יבוא פעם בשנה, ניסן או תשרי, שם מדובר על בעיתו, כפי שאמר השגס אריה, בעיתו, בלי תשובה, יום קבוע, הוא יבוא בכל אופן, וזה רק פעם, יום אחד בשנה. הדרגה של זוכו, זה דרגה שהוא בא, זוכו בעצם תשובה גמורה, זה בלי קיצים, זה כל יום ויום. ודרגה זו היא גם בשבס. מדוע היא גם בשבס? מה הבעיה שלא יכול לבוא בשבת? כי אליהו צריך לעבור מקודם, להגיד שמחר יבוא משיח. אם זה דרגה של זוכו, שהתשובה בעצמה מביאה את המשיח, לא יכול להיות שאליהו יבוא. מדוע? אם עשינו היום תשובה, אז הוא צריך לבוא היום. הרי הסיבה היא החטאים, התשובה גמורה, צריך, אלו מה, אליהו יבוא היום ויגיד שמחר יעשו תשובה, אז אליהו יכריח את הבחירה, אם היום אנחנו לא עשינו תשובה, מחר נעשה תשובה גמורה, אז מה יגיד אליהו? יגיד בנבואה שמחר כל ישראל יעשו בתשובה, אז הוא מהנבואה מכריח את הבחירה, איך זה יכול להיות? אז זה בטח שהדרגה של היום, אם בקליס ישמעו, שזה הפשט שיכול לעבור בכל יום, זה דרגה שלא צריך אליהו. זה מתרץ הקושה של המרשו, בסנהדרין הצדיק ח' כשאליהו אמר, היום בקליס ישמעו, לא צריך אליהו. היום בקליס ישמעו, הדרגה של זוכו, הכי גדולה זוכו. התשובה בעצמה מביאה משיח, שם לא צריך אליהו, יכול לבוא כל יום, ויכול לבוא גם שבס, כי מה שאין שם, הבעיה של אליהו, אין הבעיה שלא יכול לבוא בשבס. כל הסיבה שהגמרא אמרה בערב, שהוא כן לא יכול לבוא בשבס, כי צורך אליהו בערב שבס, אבל הדרגה של היום בקליס ישמעו, לא צריך אליהו, מתורץ הקושה של המרשו, ולכן יכול לבוא בכל יום. הגימורה בסטייניס גם כן שאמרה שאסור לשתות יין כל יום, מדוע כל יום, גם שבס, כי שם החשש, מה החשש במסכת סטייניס? שאולי יבונה בייס המקדוש, אומר הרבי, יבונה בייס המקדוש, והכן אסור לו לשתות יין, כשכהן שותה יין צריך לחכות, אם זה רביעית, כדי הילוך מיל, 18 דקות, או מקסימום הרבי אומר 24 דקות, פחות שנייה. איך אפשר שב-20 דקות ייבונה בייס המקדוש והכל יהיה מוכן, וכל הבעיה תהיה שהכהן הוא לא יכול לעשות עבודה. חייבים להגיד שהחשש הזה הוא לא חשש של בעיתו, כי הרבי מסביר בכמה שיחות שאם זה בעיתו, זה הולך בדרך הטבע. מתי יכול להיות ניסים גאלו, שהסברנו שברבע שעה ייבונה בייס המקדוש, זה יכול להיות רק בייס המקדוש שירד מלמעלה, כמי שהרב שרשנסקי הביא מקודם. אם בייס המקדוש צריכים לבנות בדרך הטבע, זה לוקח הרבה זמן, הכהן יוכל כבר להיות וויסגניכטר, בלי היין, ימים על ימים. החשש לאסור על הכהן לשתות יין יכול להיות רק שיהיה זכו ניסים, ובייס המקדוש ירד ממקומו, שכבר נמצא למעלה ברגע אחד. חשש כזה, זה נקרא, הימים בקליס ישמעו. אז לא צריך שאליהו יבוא, יכול להיות כל הימים. מה הבעיה שלא יכול לבוא בשבס? משום אליהו, אבל פה מדובר על החשש, והחשש הכי שיובי בדרגה של הימי וכנס ישמעו בלי אליהו, זה לא יכול להיות גם בשבס, לכן בתענית אמרו כל הימים. מה תרצה הגמרא? שחשש כזה, רבי אומר לא חוששים. מה, שאלנו, מה לא חוששים? בטח הוא שיבוא פעם. מה פשט אתה לא חושש? התירוץ פשוט. רבי אומר שכדי לזכות לדרגה הכי גבוהה של זוכו, הרי הדורות הקודמים הם צדיקים יותר גדולים מאיתנו, אך שדור ירידס הדרס, זה הפשט מה שרש"י אומר. עברו כל כך כמה שנים, אם צדיקים גדולים כל כך ולא זכו לדרגה זו, אז רבי אומר, הכהן על פי דין, זה נגיד, זה יכול להיות, בטח יכול להיות, אבל המילסד לשכיחה, לא חוששים לזה. לכן בפועל הכהן יכול לשתות. מדוע יכול לשתות? כי החשש של הקיצים והחשש של בעיתו, אין שם ניסים. כל החשש זה רק הדרגה הכי גדולה של זוכו. הדרגה החשש הזו הוא כל יום ויום, אבל זה מילסד לשכיחה, לא חוששים. מה אומרת הגמרא במסכת עירובין? שהנוזר יכול לשתות בשבס, ולא כל הימים, אבל שבת יכול לשתות. מדוע כל הימים הוא לא יכול לשתות? משום שצריך לחשוש, אולי יבוא משיח בדרכו של קץ, אולי בדיוק היום הזה, זה הקץ בדור הזה, ואז הוא יבוא, אבל במקרה כזה צריך שאליהו יבוא מקודם. מדוע לא אומרים לו שלא ישתה יין, גם בשבס, שאולי יהיה הדרגה של זוכו, כפי שאמרנו, הימי בכנס ישמעו, ואז לא צריך אליהו, אז זה כבר התירוץ פשוט, כי הגמרא סומכת על הגמרא בתייניס, שרבי כבר פסק, תקנוסי קלקולוסי, לא חוששים לחשש כזה. זה בדיוק כמו שאמרנו בתייניס, שהכהנים יכולים לשתות יין, הנוזיר גם כן יכול לשתות יין, משום החשש שבמסכת תייניס, אם החשש הוא שיבוא כל יום גם בשבס, משום הדרגה של זוכו, שעד לא צריך אליהו, על זה אמר הרבי שלא חוששים, תקונוסי קלקולוסי. מה נשאר לחשוש? אולי יבוא הדרגה השנייה או השלישית, שאז הדרגה השלישית אולי יהיה איתו, או אולי יהיה המצב של קץ, שהזוהר אומר שקיים בכל דור ודור, בקץ הזה זה לא זוכו, יכול אליהו, צריך אליהו שיבוא מקודם. אז אומרת הגמרא, כל הימים אסור, אבל בשבס מותר. אז ראינו בקיצור שכל הקושיות, אגיד הסיכום, דברים פשוטים, אם נזכה שאליהו, בטח שאליהו יבוא, אולי יתרץ כפי שראינו, זה דברים פשוטים. אמרנו, יש 3 סתירות בש"ס. כל יום, כל השבוע, לא יום השבס, הוא יום אחד בשנה. אמרנו ש3 דרגות בביאת משיח. זוכו, אז לא צריך אליהו, ואז זה כל יום, כי אין שום בעיה. הזוכו בעצמו מביא אותו. אחישנו, זה פעם בשנה. עכשיו יש אופן אמצעי, יכול לעבור. קיצים הרבה, שרוב הראשונים והזוהר אומר כל דור ודור, אבל קיצים כאלו צריכים תנאי, שהיהודים יהיו במצב של שובים קצת על כל פנים. דרגה לזו, יש אליהו. דרגה זו, אי אפשר שיבוא בשבס, כי צריך אליהו מקודם. דרגה כזו כן חוששים. דרגה של בעיתו כן צריך לחשוש. אבל החשש של יבוא כל יום, הדרגה של זוכו, שזה החומרה הכי גדולה, אם חוששים לזה, אסור כל יום לשתות, אבל על זה יש הכולה, שרבי אמר במסכת תענית, תקונוסי קלקולוסי, לא חוששים לזה, לכן הכהנים שותים יין, לכן הנוזר שותה יין בשבס, כי הוא לא חושש לדרגה כזו, אבל הוא חושש לדרגה השנייה, ששם צריך אליהו, ושם לא חושש בשבס, כי אליהו, עכשיו נתרץ גם הקושה הפשוטה שאלנו, כל היהודים יסכימו שיבוא בכבוד, שיבוא בערב שבס, נמחול את התירוץ פשוט, כיוון שהדרגה שאליהו צריך לבוא, שהגמרא מדברת מסכת עירובין, זה לא דרגה של זוכו, אם זה זוכו ממש, הוא בא בלי אליהו היום מיד. מתי זה הדרגה שיבוא מחר? זה דרגה של קץ, הדרגה האמצעית, או הדרגה השלישית. אז שם הפשט הוא, כשהגמרא אומרת שמקובל בישראל שהוא לא יבוא, זה לא הפשט שאם יש ברירה שיבוא יום מאוחר או מוקדם, הקדוש ברוך הוא דוחה אותו, חס וחלילה שידחה אותו ביום שאנחנו נסבול עוד פעם בגולוס. הפשט הוא, כיוון שזה קץ שנקבע על הקדוש ברוך הוא, הרי כיוון שהקדוש ברוך הוא טבע וחסד, אז מלכתחילה הוא לא יעשה קץ כזה בשבס, כדי שאז נצטרך קצת לסבול ערב שבס, הוא יעשה את הקץ ביום חמישי או ביום רביעי. ככה במקום עצמא, הרי בחיר הקהיל יוכל, הקץ שזה זמן איס רוצן, הקדוש ברוך הוא קובע אותו. אז זה הפשט בגימורה. מובטח לנו מישראל שהקדוש ברוך הוא כל כך אוהב אותנו, שלא יעשה גם קצת אי-נעימות. מה יעשה? אם יהיה שאלה, שבס או יום ראשון, בטח שיעשה, יעשה יום חמישי. הקדוש ברוך הוא כאילו יעשה יום חמישי, אבל לא יעשה ביום השבת, כדי לא לגרום לנו אי-נעימות. אגמור, הזמן קצר, אגמור רק במילה אחת שהרב ישנסקי דיבר, זה...
בבקשה לגמור.
מה?
בבקשה לגמור.
כן, אני גומר, זה פחות מרגע. אבות של השבר שלי שאמר, מה פשט בתפילה, אומרים, רוצים לפרנך כל יום, שבואו בייס המקדוש, ושכל כנים בשר סכו. מה שייך ושכל כנים בשר סכו ליבונה בייס המקדוש? אז הוא אמר הפשט הוא ככה, אנחנו מבקשים שיבונה הפשט לא שנבנה, שנזכה שיבונה שבייס המקדוש ירד מלמיילו, הדרגה של זוכו. אבל אם כי יש שאלה, אנחנו רוצים גם כן לקיים המצווה ועשו למקדוש, אומרים בשכל כנה ושכל שכל, אנחנו נקיים את המצווה, כל עסק ותעשה לו כאילו יקרובה לו, בשכל כנה של הבנייה בתורה שכל. יהיה רוצים שנזכה שיבוא בפעיל ממש בנביס המקדוש במהרב ימינו ממש.
אמן אמן, ישכח הרב קלמנסון, היום אין לנו שום שאלות, כבר כולנו עשינו תשובה כמו שהרב אמר, בייס המקדש כבר מוכן, רק צריך לרדת ולהתגלות.
כן, בשיחות הרבי אומר שאנחנו היום במצב של זו, אבל על זה צריך עוד שיעור אחר. אתה אמרת שהזמן קצר, אז אי אפשר להסביר את הכל את זה.
אנחנו רוצים שיעורים עכשיו אנחנו רוצים לשמוע דרך חדשים ותתצא, ואם לא, I will give over the gabos to my good friend Eliezer Gurkov, and we will continue for the few seconds, a nanosecond, in English. Yashkeach Rabbi Wilshanski, Yashkeach Rabbi Kalmanson, and we shift over to English.
Yashkeach Rabbi Zusha. The strategy was that as we get to the end of the day in Eretz Yisrael, and it comes to the end of the period of the day of Lahachyesam B'Ra'av, and the Chassidim in Eretz Yisrael are going to start getting their chayas from Mazon Gashmi, so then this entire project, which is all about forgetting the fast and getting the chayas directly, as Sidis explains in Eratera and Parshas Maseh, through the fast, so it ends in Eretz Yisrael. So we're moving to Chutz La'aretz, and therefore we're moving to the Safa HaMeduberes Khan, to English. Ayashikeach Rabbi Kalmanson, literally as you explain everything, kafter v'ferach, everything falling into place, we're mamish l'mayla min azman, but I have only one question, because the Rebbe says that tishbi yitaretz kushas v'abayis, we have to wait till Mashiach comes before we can understand how Mashiach can come on Shabbos. But now Rav Kalmanson explained it to us, so Kanira of Kalmanson is the Tishbi, the Mahalchin in Yemesa Mashiach. Elomai, I think there's one knetch that Tishbi still has to explain. One thing didn't sit right with me. Everything was Mamish Hatam Gan Eden, but to say that Yidden should be able to do tshuv is a milsad leishchichi, I think we need Tishbi to come and give us a little more emek in that one area. But maybe Rav Kalmanson just ran out of time because Rav Zusha didn't give him any more time. So I'm going to ask that Rabbi Heschel Greenburg, who is our next presenter, who is a Aisha Talmid Chacham, a scholar in all areas of Torah, who has a mechaber sfarim of more than 100 sfarim and probably thousands of articles. He has a weekly television show. The world knows about Rabbi Heschel Greenburg, and he is a Yid that was lept mit Mashiach. And he'll be able to fit everything he needs to say, not just in Pachas Mirega, but Rega Kimemre. Rega Kimemre means as long as it takes to say the word Rega. So I hand it over to Rabbi Heschel, and we look forward to listening to all these wonderful, beautiful insights that you will share.
Yashakayach, and I'm going to speak on the Rambam, Hilchas Beis Abchira, Perik Zayin, Halacha Vav. We also l'chol adam leisha b'chol hazara. No one's allowed to sit in the azara. Ve'ein yeshiva b'azara elo malchi beis David bilvad. Only malchi beis David are allowed to sit in the azara. And he brings a pasuk shenemar v'yavei hamelech David v'yeshev l'fnei Hashem. And then he concludes v'hasanhedrin shehoye yeshem b'lishkas hagazis. So l'chayra we see that they were able to sit there. The Lishkas Hagazis was divided into two parts, and the Sanhedrin sat in the part that was Chayil, that was not part of the Azara. What's the reason why no one can sit in the Azara? So the Pashtus, the Perik Shvi of Hilchos Beis Abchira, is about the mitzvah of Learn-a-thon, Yiras HaMikdash. And the halacha before and the halacha after is about Yiras HaMikdash. And Be'emes, you don't have to be medayik from the Rambam here. And then Sefer HaMitzvahs, the Rambam makes it very clear. The Rambam makes it very clear that it's based on Mikdashi Tira'u. The Chinuch usually follows the Rambam, says the same thing. She'ein roi klal l'sheves ba'azara kim l'malch beis David mishum kved malchus. But he says this in the mitzvah of Yiras HaMikdash. And the Mabit in Kiryas Sefer says the same thing, that it's a mitzvah Yiras HaMikdash, which is a mitzvah sesam and atera. So the mitzvah sesam and atera dictates that you're not allowed to sit in the azara. But that raises the question: how could Malchi Beis David sit in the azara? It's a stira to the Mikdashi Terot. How could Kavod HaMalchus be deicha mitzvah sesam and atera? The Mishnah Melech brings heichachas that this is minatera, it's not midirabanan. The question becomes even stronger. We know that when we say the Birchas Hamazon in the Bracha Bein Yerushalayim, we don't mention Malchus Shemayim. So the Rabbeinu Yena and the Rosh and the Alter Rebbe Shulchan Aruch Sim Kupeches bring the reason because it's not proper. Once you mention Malchus Beis David, it's not proper to mention Malchus Shemayim. It's not a covet to compare them, to equate them. The Bais Ha'Mikdash is the place of Gili Shechina. It's the place of the Eibish's Malchus is Begoli. So here you're giving covet LaMalchus Beis David as if you're equating them. So Be'emes, Rashi has a few steers in Rashi. What the reason for this halacha? The reason why you can't sit Bazara, so the Rashi in Yuma, Daf Chafhei and Daf Samachtes, says it's because it's based on a pasuk Lamed L'Shares Ha'imdim Sham Beveis Hashem. But then why Malchus Beis David is allowed? So then there's another Rashi in Sanhedrin Daf Kuf Aleph. Rashi says Gemiri. So Halacha L'Meishim, the Gemara says Gemiri. Te'en Yeshiva Ba'azara Elo L'Malchus Beis Yehuda. And Rashi says Halacha L'Meishim Sinai V'Loi Mikra. So it's a steer of Rashi which we won't go into. Maybe later, if we'll have time, we can go into that. That's the Mishnah Melech Shaila on Rashi. But Rashi and Saita says a third thing. Daf Mem, Rashi says, She'ein Kavod Shemayim B'kach. It's not Kavod. Afilu Malachi Asharis Ein Lehem Yeshiva. T'chsiv Ein Dem Mimalei. So then why is Malchus Beis David, why is it different? So Rashi says there, Shecholach Lehem HaMakim Kavod Lahari Shemalchus Shleima. So I'm not going to go into answering the three different reasons Rashi gives, but one thing is clear, that the Rambam holds that it's midaraisa, that you're not allowed to sit in the azara. So the question is, why in Malchi Beis David an exception to that rule? There's a Minchas Chinuch who says that the Gabi is something else. The Gemara says that even though you can't sit ba'azara, but you could sit in Harabayis, even though Harabayis also has Kedusha. That the din of Ein Yeshvim Ba'azara does not apply to Harabayis. So the Minchas Chinuch says, why not? Harabayis is also, the din of Mikdashi Tero applies to Harabayis. You're not allowed to spit, you're not allowed to do things that you're not allowed to do in the Azara. So the Minchas Chinuch is Mechadish that the dinim of Yiras HaMikdash are midaraisa, einu chanami, but they were nimsa l'chachamim, that the chachamim would determine what is considered yira and where it applies and how it applies. So be'emes, the same thing you could say legabe Malchus Beis David, although he doesn't apply it to Malchi Beis David, but it's the same thing applies there also, that the chachamim decided that Yiras HaMikdash should apply to everyone, except for Malchi Beis David, which should cover HaMalchus. It's a little daichik. We want to find a more glatt way of answering this question. There's a sefer Hilchas Mashiach by Rabbi Heller of Crown Heights. So he says that from the lashon of the Rambam Hilchas Malachim, where the Rambam says the same halacha that you can't sit azara except for Malchi Beis David, that from there you can be medayik that it's not a heter. It's not a heter that Malchi Beis David are an exception to the rule. No, fakert, he has to sit there. Mishameira Malchus. And I don't understand how that really answers the question, how it fully answers the question. Because that goof is the question. How could Kavod Malchus be deicha the mitzvah of Yiras HaMikdash? It's not just that it's deicha, you're saying it's a inyan chiyuvi, but how do we get around a mitzvah derais unless you say there was nimsa l'chachamim, as the Minchas Chinuch says. Another question. The Rambam, we know a klal, the Rebbe always uses this klal, that whenever the Rambam repeats something, he says it in one halacha, then he says it in another halacha. That means that there are two dinim. So the Rambam says this halacha, the En Yeshiva L'Malchei Bazar Elo L'Malchei Beis David, he says it in two places. He says it in Hilchas Beis Abchira, which we just quoted, and he also says it in Hilchas Malachim. If it's based on Kavod HaMalchus, then it belongs in Hilchas Malachim. It doesn't belong in Hilchas Beis Abchira. Why would he have it in both places? From this, it's mashma that the din that Malchi Beis David are allowed to sit ba'azara is not just a din in Hilchas Malachim, it's also a din in Hilchas Beis Abchira. So let me explain what that's based on. It's based on the Rebbe's Sicha. It's printed in Chedushim Biyurim, the Hilchas Beis Abchira, Siman Beis. I'm going to just quote a few pieces from it. The Rambam in Hilchas Malachim brings the Gemara that there's three mitzvahs that Yidden were given when they entered Eretz Yisrael. One is Minui Melech, and one is Achrasas Amalek, destroying Amalek, and the third is Binyan Beis Abchira. So wherever the Rambam mentions, when he mentions the mitzvah Binyan Beis Ha'Mikdash, for example, a mitzvahs, and Sefer mitzvahs Esechaf. So there the Rambam says, Shetzivanu Lasis Beis Aveda, and he brings Hu Amri Yisal of Asli Migdash, and the Rambam is Meisif, Uloshen Sifri, Shalish mitzvahs nistavu Yisrael beis knisas la'aretz limnas lahem melech livin lahem beis abchira b'lichazar shalom malek. Why does the Rambam have to bring in the other two mitzvahs when he's talking about the mitzvah of beis abchira? And also the Gemara itself. Why does the Gemara emphasize shalish mitzvahs? You can just count it. You'll see, as the Gemara asks, minyan olamali. Why do we have to give you the number? It's clear. You read the Gemara. There are three different mitzvahs. So the Rebbe explains like this, that these three mitzvahs are tluya zu b'zu. Even though they're three separate mitzvahs, but each mitzvah is a prat in one of the other mitzvahs. Not to go through the whole arichas of that sicha, but the Rebbe is saying over there, and put it in the context that we're discussing, that the mitzvah of Binyan Beis Abchira is strengthened by the mitzvah of Minui Melech, which comes before it. That means the Minui Melech contributes to and enhances the mitzvah of Binyan Beis Abchira. That they're not just independent mitzvahs, they're interdependent mitzvahs, that each mitzvah is connected to the other mitzvah. And the Rebbe has it in a few different efanim. In one of the ha'aras, the Rebbe says, the Zman Chiyav Hachrasa Zara Shalom Malek Ula'acha Minim Melech So he says over there, not just the kiyum of the mitzvah binya beis habchira, it comes after the mitzvah minim melech, but shleimus b'hachepza the beis habchira kasher hunasa la'acha minim melech u'melchemes hamalek. It's the shleimus of the chepza of the mitzvah. So what do we see from this? That the mitzvah's minim melech is a chelik in the chepza of the binya beis hamikdash. And when they were memaned the melech David, so that was kiveya, that strengthened the whole concept of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. So from this we see that Malchi Beis David are not just people that we want to give covet, and we say their covet is Deicha Yiras Hamikdash, or the Chachamim decided that we're going to make an exception over here because it was Nimsel Chachamim. The whole gather of the Bais Hamikdash depends on Minui Melech. The Minui Melech is connected to the Binya Beis Hamikdash. There's a famous Hamakna. Hamakna explains the Gemara in Kedushin, the Melech Shemachal al Kvei, ain't Kvei Machal. Why is it ain't Kvei Machal? So he says, because the Torah says, same Tasim Alecha Melech. You have a chiyuv, every minute you have a chiyuv to appoint a Melech. So he was Meichel, okay, he was Meichel, but the next second you have a chiyuv to be Mamana him again. So according to the Mahamakna, the chiyuv of Minui Melech is a constant one. So when David HaMelech, or one of the Malchi Beis David, comes into the Beis HaMikdash, we have a chiyuv to be memana him as a Melech. And the Minui Melech we just saw is what makes the Beis HaMikdash complete. It contributes and strengthens the gather of the Beis HaMikdash. But then it goes even deeper like this when we talk about Malchi Beis David. The Rebbe, it's also in the Sefer Hilchos Beis HaBchira, Chiddushim with Biyurim Hilchos Beis HaBchira, Sicha Yudalid. It's taken from Likutei Sichos Chelik Lamed Vav. The Rebbe explains that the Bechira of David is not an Inyan Tzedadi in the Bechira of Yerushalayim. It's Negeya to the Etzem HaBchira of Yerushalayim. Bechira of Yerushalayim Nefeles Ayidei HaBchira b'David. And the Rebbe explains that in order for it to be a Bechira Nitzchis in a Makom Gashmi, which is B'Teva, a thing that's Nifsad, so the Eibishter had to be Becher Yerushalayim through the Bechira of David HaMelech, because the Bechira b'Malchus Beis David who Bechira Nitzchis. And he brings the Rambam, Hamalchus Hilai Lebanav Ad Eilam. So it's because of David HaMelech, the Bechira of David, that the Beis HaMikdash has an inyan of Nitzchis. The Rebbe is talking about Yerushalayim, but Taisvus and Zvach and Daf Samach says Yerushalayim le'niskacha ela b'shvil habayis. That if there's no kedusha in the Beis HaMikdash, there's no kedusha in the Yerushalayim either. So that means the Malchi Beis David gave the Nitzchias to Yerushalayim and to the Beis HaMikdash. Could be, it's based on what the Gemara in Zvach and Daf Chavdal, it says that David HaMelech was Mekadosh the Ritzpah. Later on in Zvachim it says Shlomo HaMelech was Mekadosh. The Rambam brings that also in his Beis HaBchira. Rambam brings both. What did David HaMelech do? David HaMelech is the one, through his Kedusha, gave the Nitzchias to the place of the Beis HaMikdash. So now we can understand that when Malchi Beis David would sit down at the Beis HaMikdash, they were not just given a heter to sit down, we're giving them covered. They were actually strengthening the Beis HaMikdash. And we could go a step further. They were Mekayim the mitzvah of Asli Migdash. By them sitting down, that was a kiyum of the mitzvah of Asli Migdash. And this is also based on the Sikha of the Rebbe about why in Masechta Midas, which is only about the Midas and the Tzura of the Beis HaMikdash, it starts off with the Shmiras HaMikdash. Shmiras HaMikdash is not negate to the binyan of the Beis HaMikdash. So the Rebbe says, yes, it is. As Rabbi Wilshanski mentioned before, it's negate to the covet of the Bais HaMikdash. It's the covet of the Bais HaMikdash was created through the Shmira. And because of that, through the Shmira, they were Mekayim the mitzvah of Asli Migdash. So I would think that's even a Kal V'chemer, Madach, Shmiras HaMikdash, which is not something that the Bais Ha'Mikdash is holy. The Kedusha of the Bais Ha'Mikdash is not holy in Shmiras HaMikdash. It's the covet of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and yet the Rebbe says that that's included in the V'yosli Mikdash. Alachas Kama B'Kama L'Cheira, that the Malchi Beis David sitting down, which is the Minui Melech and the B'chiras HaMelech, which gives the Bais Ha'Mikdash its mitzias, its status, and even its nitzchias, that is certainly a kiyum of Asli Mikdash. So it's not only not a stira to Yiras HaMikdash, that is the kiyum of Asli Mikdash, by having the Malchi Beis David sit down to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. And Be'emes, the Nekuda that Malchi Beis David contribute to the Bais Ha'Mikdash, I saw in the wonderful sefer, Ma'is HaMashiach Halacha from Rabbi Gerlitsky. It's a sefer nifla, 2 chalakim, waiting for the 3rd chalik. So there he brings from Ravelvel Brisker, the Griz. I couldn't find the sefer in the original, but he says the Nekuda, and he explains the tefillah, and we bring it about David HaMelech. Why is David HaMelech included in Yerushalayim? It's talking about the Bais Ha'Mikdash, because the Bais Ha'Mikdash is totally in the Bechira of David HaMelech. So that Nekuda is something that was said by the Rebbe Brisker, but it fits in better according to the Nusach of the Alter Rebbe. They say that the Shechina could dwell in Yerushalayim through the Bais Ha'Mikdash. It doesn't have to be the Bais Ha'Mikdash of the Beis Elamim, the Beis Abchira. It could be the Mishkan, it could be Mishkan Shilai. But when he was Beicher and David HaMelech, Chisi David Abdcha Meheira B'Seicha Tachin, then Uvnei Yosef Bekar B'Yameina Binyan Eilam. That gave the Beis Ha'Mikdash Binyan Eilam, and it only fits into the Alter Rebbe's Nusach, where David, the Chisi David goes before the words of V'nei Yosef Bekar B'Yameina. And it could be, maybe this is Al Derech HaDrush, when it says V'chisei David Abdcha Meheira B'Seicha Tachin, the Pashas Chisei means the inyan of Malchus. But here if we take it Kipshute, literally, Chisei means his chair to sit down, B'Seicha, not L'Seicha, B'Seicha, when you put his chair in the Bais Ha'Mikdash, this is Al Derech HaTzachos, Al Derech HaDrush, but there's a little shtickle emes to it, that is what gives the Bais Ha'Mikdash its nitzchias. There's a lot of more arichos we can go into this, but we'll leave it over here. There are other speakers, and the Eibusha should help that we should see immediately. But I just want to add one more point that I think is very important. I gave 2 drachim. One is that Mini Melech is what contributes to the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and another one is the Bechiras HaMelech contributes to the nitzchias of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. So when Mashiach comes and all the Malchi Beis David are back here, the question will be, who's going to sit there? And I have a svara to think that only Mashiach will be allowed to sit, because Mashiach, him building the Bais Ha'Mikdash, whichever way it comes out, the Mashiach builds it, he's the one who gives the Bais Ha'Mikdash the nitzchias. David HaMelech already gave nitzchias. David HaMelech gave the nitzchias to the Makim HaMikdash, Bechiras HaMakim. But the Bais Ha'Mikdash itself was destroyed. Who will give nitzchias to the Bais Ha'Mikdash? It will come through Mashiach, because Mashiach will bring into the world the inyan of Tchias HaMesim, the nitzchias to the neshamas, and Mashiach himself is connected to Yechida. Yechida is something that has no hefsek. So the Eibusha should help. We should see whichever way it is. We won't complain if other Malchi Beis David will sit. The main thing is we should see the Isgalus of Malkeinu, Shechenu, and we should also be coming to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Take Mayad Mamish.
Amen. Agresi Yeshikeach Rabbi Greenburg. So I think if I heard you correctly, it means that when we'll have the schus of standing by the Rebbe's Fabrengen, then there will no longer be benches and seats for the Ziknei Anash and for the Mechubadei Anash. Everybody will be like the Tmimim were by the Fabrengens until now, where there will be standing room only. Is that correct?
Let him come.
I wonder if anything has been done, any research has been done to determine if the Fabrengens will happen in the Bais Ha'Mikdash or maybe on the Arabayis, but elsewhere, and if there'll be a concept of yeshiva for anybody who's not Malchei Beis David.
Actually, the Rebbe spoke about everyone going into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So that's a separate sugya which needs hesber. We'll leave it for others.
Okay, that maybe is good for Mashiach, but I wonder if it's good for the rest of us. Could we all fit into the Kodesh HaKadoshim It is l'mayla min hamakim, but will we be welcome? Well, one thing I could say for sure is, Rabbi Heschel, you are l'mayla min hazman. It's brought in Chassidus that Bein Hashmashis is l'mayla min hazman. It's both Yom and Laila, and we're far from Bein Hashmashis. So Yasher Koyach for delivering such a fascinating shiur on the Inyan of Mashiach. We're going to move forward at this point with a shiur that was actually pre-recorded by Rabbi Avrohom Gerlitsky. We don't need to introduce Rabbi Avrohom Yitzhok Baruch. Everybody knows him. He is the Ram in Olei Torah in the Beis Medrash, and he's also the Mechaber of Yemei Mashiach Halacha that Rabbi Greenburg mentioned a few moments earlier. I'm not sure if many people know this, but Rabbi Gerlitsky was among the few Tmimim that started the Anachas Tmimim, and the Rebbe said to Rabbi Zalman Gurari in Yechidus, "Keiner kocht sich nit in de Sichos achutz di ein Gerlitsky zazun." So we'll have the opportunity now to hear from Rabbi Yitzhok Baruch Gerlitsky in a pre-recorded presentation on the subject of Mashiach. So we'll ask the administrators who are working in the background to please put on the tape.
In the famous Sichel, the Sichos Chelik Chav Zayin, Parshas B'Chokaisai, the Rebbe explains Shitas HaRambam in Yemei HaMashiach that there will be two periods. There'll be two tkufas. The first tkufa, there'll be the Anhaga al Pi Teva. This is what the Rambam writes: Ein bein el mazel Yemei HaMashiach el v'shibet malchis levad. Then there will be another tkufa when there won't be Anhaga al Pi Teva, there'll be Anhaga shel Nes. This is an akudah that the Rebbe spoke many, many times. And with this, he said, he answered Kashis in the Rambam, which Mefarshim asked. In one place, he paskins Ein min mezel el Yemei Mashiach, and from other places, it seems like he paskins that it'll be Hanaga shel Pi Teva. And the Rebbe answered that teretz is that depends. The first kufa will be one way, al pi teva, and the second kufa will be another way. The Rebbe also explains that we have to understand about as Yemei HaMashiach is an inyan, which is Eilam Kimin Hagei Nayeg. Everything will come back, all the Torah, all mitzvahs, and everything. But nevertheless, Eilam Kimin Nayeg. What is why do we have to say that there'll be another tkufa where there minhag shel will not be anymore? Also, what is that reason which will cause such a big chiddush that the world will go over from teva to l'mayla derech teva? What's going to cause it? And the Rebbe is required that the Rambam wrote in the Igeres Trias HaMesim. That's what he's explained in Sefer Hayad. That La'asad Lave, he explained with that pasuk where it says, the God is the Avim Kebis. And something like it, that a wolf will live with a sheep. So the Rambam writes it not literally, it means it's a mushal that Goyim, Yidden, Goyim are compared to a Ze'ev, and Yidden are compared to a Kevish, that they will live in peace. But there, so the Rambam writes in his letter that's what I wrote in Sefer Hayad, that it's not literally, it's a mashal, it's not for sure, he writes. It's not for sure. It could be, it'll happen literally. And the Rebbe asked, what does that mean? What does that mean? And if he holds that it's derech mashal, what does it mean that it could happen literally? So the Rebbe explains, according to the Gemara in Sanhedrin, Daf Tzadik Ches, there's a contradiction in Psukim. In Daniel it says Mashiach will come with Anan Ishmaya, the clouds of heaven. And then there's another pasuk in Zechariah that Mashiach will come Ani v'reichel achamei, a poor man riding on a donkey. How does this come together? So the Gemara answers, Zachu, if Yidden were Zeicha, there'll be an Anishmaya. Loi Zachu, if they weren't Zeicha, it'll come as Ani Reicha Lachaber. From this we understand the same thing is the Negeya al Inyanim of Mashiach. That if the Yidden will be in a matzah of Zachu, everything will be totally in a different way, it'll be Ba'ifin Shalnes. Why in Sefer Hayad does he write Ein Bein Tamoshel and Ella Shibet Malchus and everything about the Teva? So the Rebbe explains because Sefer Hayad is a Sefer Halachas. There he paskins that it'll be everything b'derech HaTeva. Why? Because halacha has to be halacha, a clear halacha. And he writes how it's supposed to be mitzvah Torah without the anhaga, special anhaga of Klal Yisroel. The anhaga of Inani Shemaya, that is depends on if zachu or not. But this you can't say al pi halacha because hakabedei shemayim chutz miyir shemayim. That depends on the yid. He only writes in Sefer Hayad the way it's derech halacha, the way it's mukhref to be. But of course, it's possible if Yidden will be zachu, it'll be totally different. And that is what the Rambam means in his Igres, Tchias HaMeisim, that it's not for sure, because it's possible to be zachu, then it'll be Be'efan Acher, that right away will be another business. And according to this, he explains, we understand very well why there has to be a second kufa, Yemei Mashiach, even lahalacha from the Rambam, because obviously when Mashiach will come, like the Rambam writes, no one will be bothering them. That will disturb them and learning Torah properly. On the contrary, the Yidden will be occupied totally with learning Torah, with learning Chachmas HaTorah. And he says that Eisik Elam even will be Odasas Hashem to know the Eibishter. And he says, you Yisroel Chachamim G'deilim through their learning and studies in L'das Hashem till Umal Ha'aretz De'as Abaye Kamayim Le'yam B'chas. So we understand that once the Yidden will be in such a matzav that they will be occupied only in the studying of Torah and to know L'das Hashem. Of course, this will be an Inyan of Zachu. And as the Gemara says, once there's Zachu, there'll be another Tkufa. Then we will start Dan Haga Shalamayim Derech HaTorah. And we understand, according to this also, how could the Rambam say that one of the Yud Gimel Ikrim that the Rambam himself writes is the Tchias HaMeisim. Tchias HaMeisim is an Hagen Nissus, not an Hagen Piteva. So how could we say there'll be when there'll definitely be Tchias HaMeisim? The Rebbe answers, according to what we said, is good. First, there'll be the first Kufa Eilim Kenogah. Then the first Kufa will bring the Zachu. And then we'll start on Haga of Yemei Mashiach, Shaloi Al Pi Teva, and Taka the second Kufa, then will come Tchias HaMeisim. Shalamayim Derech HaTorah. And like I said before, the Rebbe answers a lot of questions, splitters, which there are in the Rambam. With this Nekuda that there are two Kufas, Yemei Mashiach to the azara. Throughout the years, a lot of people asked, but even though we could answer Shitz Rambam, but this still contradicts the Gemara. The Gemara says clearly that Shmuel, who learns Ein Ben Elam argues on Rabbi Yechanan. Rabbi Yechanan says, Kol Anisvim Nisnabu B'Yemei HaMashiach. Elam Haba Ayin Le'Rasa L'Kim Z'Vasecha. which means he says all the great nevuas about Nisim and the flies, that goes on Yemei Mashiach. Because Elam Haba, which comes after Yemei Mashiach, Ayin Le'yatz, even the Diyim don't even know the scar what's going to be there. And the Gemara says clearly in several places, Uplige. According to what the Rebbe explained, that there's two tkufas, even late the Rambam, late Shmuel. What's the kasha? We could say that Ein Ben Elmazah only applies to the first kufa, and the second kufa comes Rabbi Yechiel, and he says that all the nevuah, means the second kufa. For instance, the Gemara in Psachim says as follows. The Gemara fragt the kasha. It's a Gemara in Psachim, Samaches Amid Aleph, and in Sanhedrin also. Rav Chizda asked Astir. It says in one pasuk, "V'chafra halvana uveisha chama ki malach Hashem tzvos," that in the future, la'asad lave, the chama and halvana will be embarrassed because they will not light anymore. There's another pasuk that la'asad lave, haya era halvana, we say in Kiddush Levana, era chama, ve'era chama shivasayim ka'era beiker. Shibas Hayam, which means that on the contrary, the Eir Halvana is going to be so light like the Chama, and the Chama is going to come much, much greater. How does this not contradict the pasuk of they'll be embarrassed, they won't light at all? So the Gemara answers Leikasha. Kan Yemei Mashiach, Kan Le'elam Haba. Yemei Mashiach will be the Chafra Alvana, in other words, there'll be, no, the Bais Mashiach will be, it'll be tremendous light. Just versteht the pasuk, the Chafra goes on, there will be, the Eibishter alone will light, will be lichtig, and we won't need whatsoever the Chama and Levon. Fragt the Gemara with Shmuel, who says that Ein Ben Amazah El Yemei Mashiach, Ella Shibud Kolyas Bulvat. How could you say that the pasuk b'chafra alvana b'chafra alvana? How could you say the pasuk of Haya alvana k'achama shivasayim goes on Yemei Mashiach? Shmuel says that'll be Hanhagas Hateva. The difference will only be Shibud Malchus. What are you going to answer according to Shmuel? The Gemara answers like this. The Elam both go on Elam Haba. But in Elam Haba Gufa depends where. The Machna Shchina, there's going to be a Machna Shchina there. The Shchina is going to be big deal. So there, Taka, the Chama, and the Levana won't light it up. And then it goes to Pasuk B'Chafra. However, in Machna Tzadikim, Dr. Gemara, there will not be the Indian, the Gilu, so much like in Machna Shchina. There it'll be the Eir Halvana, Eir Chama, Eir Chama Shivasayim v'chol. In the Shaila, so we have to understand, according to the Rebbe's Ufto, you could answer the same tenets. That the Chafra will be La'asid Lave, that the Eibishter will illuminate, and there won't be any necessity in the Chama and Levana. The pasuk that says that it'll be goes on the second kufa. Second kufa, the Chayat commandment, Nes. Is that the Reg sein an Hagenisses. That verstehen, and this is a which a lot of people ask throughout the years, that L'chayra, the Rebbe's Beer Taka answers the Rambam. But how does it fit with the Gemara when the Gemara comes out clearly that there's no way how to say this, they're the same shita? As I just asked. We could say, L'chayra, we could answer a very simple vote. The whole Yisayid that the Rebbe has, that there must be two tkufas, only goes according to the Shittas Rambam. Because the Rambam is the one who holds like this. Elam Haba is neshamis without gufim. Elam Haba, which is the ultimate schar, is neshamis without gufim. That's what the Rambam writes, not the truth. Tchias HaMeisim, which is neshama beguf, that's not Elam Haba. That is part of Yemei Mashiach. So, b'meila, we have a starker ayah. How could you say that the entire Yemei Mashiach will be the Derech HaTeva? What about Tchias HaMeisim, which the Rambam, according to his Shitta, it's part of Yemei Mashiach. This forces us, like the Rambam, that we must say there's two truths. But there's another Shitta, let's say the Ramban and the Ravid, they learn, no. Elam Haba is Elam Atchiyah. They learn that the Elam Haba will be the Shamesh Begufim. That is Tchias HaMeisim. That's how they learn. And the Ravid, the Ramban, Kiyadur. According to them, the Baal that Tchias HaMeisim is not part of Yemei Mashiach, but rather part of Elam Haba. We could say the Pashtus, Yemei Mashiach, according to Shmuel, is Elam Kiminhagei Nayek always. There's no raya, there's no hechra to say that there's going to be a second kufa. Tchias HaMeisim, that's not part of Yemei Mashiach. And actually, the Rebbe says in Chelik of Zion, but there's also in Chelik Tzfas, page 14, 418, the Rebbe says like this. Same raya he brings, like the Rambam, he says, Halacha zu is only according to the Rambam in Perek Ches from Hilchos Shuvah that Elam Haba is the shamis without gufim. Ashenkin Elam Atchiyah is part of Yemei Mashiach. Ashenkin das Ramban. Another day is that Elam Haba is Elam Atchiyah. Tchias HaMeisim will be by Elam Haba. So you have no raya to say that Tchias HaMeisim will be that the Yemei Mashiach will be two truths. Very clear. According to this, we could say like this. There are many svarim from the Gedolei Yisroel. Let's say there's a statement which is called Abba Turei Evan. B'chabez Rabbi Lezer Keach. He was mamish like the big Gedolei Yisroel. So he writes that the machlekes between the Rambam and the Ravid, whether Elam Haba will be Tchias at Gufim or not, he said so all machlekes among Tanoim, Mairoim, in Medrash, Zoya, Parashas, told us. Also, in the back of the Rambam, there's Tziyunei Maran. He writes that the Rambam Shitta, the way he explains that Tchias HaMeisim is part of Yemei Mashiach and Elam Haba is Neshamis B'li Gufim, says also a Fedish in Zoya. Then there's another sefer from the Radziner that he writes that what the Rambam writes, and the Rambam argues on him. So he says it's also Befurish and Zoya. The Rambam says, and other Tanoim argue, they hold like the Ravid. But that these two shittas are in Zayar, it brings 2 days. One is like the Rambam, one is like the Ravid. According to this, we could say like this. The Gemara holds like the day of Tchias HaMeisim is Elam Haba like the Ramban and like the Ravid. Therefore, the Gemara accepts the words of Shmuel, Shibut Malchus, that's the entire Yemei Mashiach. That's why the Gemara has to say, you plead it. Because according to this Shitta, there's no such a thing. Two tkufas Yemei Mashiach, as I said before. If Shmuel says, Ein Bein Mazel Yemei Mashiach, it means the entire Yemei Mashiach. So, according to the Gemara Shitta, you have to say you plead it with Rabbi Yechiel, because Yemei Mashiach has nothing to do with that period. You can't answer the tenets of Levana here. It depends whether this goes on Oslo is going to second too. Because according to the Shitta of the Gemara, like Shmuel, it's constantly B'derech HaTeva. However, the Rambam, Yesh Leimar, that he passes like the Deis in Zayar, which hold that Tchias HaMeisim will be part of Yemei Mashiach. Elam Haba will be Neshamis without Gufim. If that's the case, then of course we must say there's 2 Gufim in Yemei Mashiach Atzmei. The first Gufim, the second Gufim, Hagan Nisis, which is there will be Tchias HaMeisim. So Mele, there's no kasha, it contradicts the Gemara. Because the Gemara goes like one shit of Tanoim, and the Rambam passes like a shit. Interesting, there's a lot of svarim that bring that the Rambam's mekayres on certain dinim are taken from the Zayah. There's a sefer Eir HaMeir from Rabbi Shapiro. Everyone heard about him. He brings in similar with all of different things. There's a Kuntis Haranam Azar. They bring a lot of mekayres. The Rebbe Long mentions it in the Sikkus Kei Gimel, page 6, 7, 8. So the Mela, I think we could say that the Rambam accepted the day in Zayar, like I said before, that Chias HaMeisim is part of Yemais HaMashiach. The Mela, there's no steer. So I just want to add just one word, and I'm finishing, that everyone knows that the Rambam's Shitta is that mitzvahs b'teilis l'asad lavei does not mean l'asad lavei later when Mashiach will come after Chias HaMeisim. The Rambam clearly teaches becoming famous Bishnayis. Mitzvah b'teilis l'asad lavei means that mitzvahs, when a person le'aleinu is dead, there's no mitzvahs applied. L'ameisim chavshu. It doesn't go on l'asad lavei mamish. L'asad lavei means when the Rashba says the same thing, which the good is that people are not mitzvah to make sure that Mason aren't ever. Let's say you're allowed to bury him with Kalayim because Mason is bottom and mitzvahs, and so on. We find that Gedalim have a tziva and ktanim, leisachidom, you're not allowed to make them do aveda. I would think maybe a Mason is also like that. Kamash Malon, mitzvah Gedalim is that no, they're different. There's a whole parsha by itself. The Ritva didn't like this pshat, and he told the Rashba also, like I said, and he says, I asked him a lot of kashas, and he answered me, but I don't accept it. It's not. But nevertheless, this is the shita of the Rambam, the shita of Rashba, and other Rishonim. Which means that according to the Rambam, once Mashiach comes and there'll be Chias HaMeisim, there definitely be mitzvahs just like Bisman said. The Rambam also writes that like the Sadach HaChamim, the Bais Mashiach, Ella, they should be able to do Avedas Hashem, mitzvahs, Torah, and so on. So they'll be zeichet to the schar of l'asad lavei. L'asad lavei, which means the schar, elo schar. So the Mele, I want to say that the Rambam Shittase, who learns that Chias HaMeisim is part of Yemais HaMashiach, so he has to learn that there's mitzvahs, there's no mitzvah tailors, because being that Yemais HaMashiach, and the whole Yemais HaMashiach has the right to lay nisavu ella, they should have schar le'ilma. Schar could only be if there's mitzvahs and there's pchida and so on. So that's why he holds this Torah mitzvahs l'asad lavei. Same thing, the Rashba also is exactly the same shita. That's why the Rashba also learns that mitzvahs b'teiles is not l'asad lavei, but rather it means when the person is maced. Like I said before, the Rashba says the same thing like the Rashba. However, according to the other shittas, that Chias HaMeisim is not part of Yemais HaMashiach. They learn kipshuta like that. The Rebbe says in Tanya, a mitzvah tells l'asad lavei goes la'achar Chias HaMeisim. So they wish to helfen zu sein gehapru yam melu sosen of simcha kim shenitche es soll sicher sein to the Geula mitzvah shlema malkeinu b'nashenu v'hu yigadleinu.
Asher Kayach. I know that we are not thanking Rabbi Gerlitsky in person. It was pre-recorded, but it was still a wonderful shiur, and Asher Kayach for pre-recording it. The Frierdiker Rebbe says in a Sicha in Tofresh Tzadik Tes that Adki Yavoi Shiloi, so he points out that Yavoi is B'Gematria Echad, and he says the way to bring Mashiach is dafka through Achdus of Al Yidin Zusammen. So how wonderful it is that on Shivasar B'Tammuz, the Divrei Kvushin of this day is Ba'achdus throughout the entire world. So now we have the opportunity to hear from Buenos Aires. We have one of the one of the foremost mashpim in the Lubavitch yeshiva system today, Rabbi Asher Farkash, who by now has already mentored and taught thousands of Talmidim throughout the world who lean on him and turn to him for support, for inspiration, for explanations, for insight. And we have the opportunity to hear from Rabbi Farkash. So please go ahead, Rabbi Farkash, and share with us your thoughts.
No, Maltoch in Parshas Pinchas Eliyahu. So we're going to speak a little bit about Eliyahu HaNavi, Pinchas Eliyahu. First of all, should I give you Zeiche to see it Beini Baso, Sai Pinchas Eliyahu, and through him to see Mashiach ben David, his galus of Mashiach Tzidkenu taken from Yad Mamish. So the Rebbe spoke in Shabbos Parshas Bolok Tavshin Nun Aleph. The Rebbe mentioned, he spoke about the inyan of Pinchas Eliyahu, and also in Shabbos Parshas Pinchas. So the Rebbe said, B'kitzur, that like the Gemara says that Pinchas, that before Mashiach comes, Eliyahu HaNavi is supposed to come. So the Rebbe mentioned the Lashon HaGemara, Kvar Bo Me'esmoil, that Eliyahu came yesterday, and he already was Machris. That many times the Rebbe mentioned that signain. Eliyahu Bo Me'esmoil, that inyan, that Mashiach, in order Mashiach should come, so before that, Eliyahu HaNavi is supposed to come. So it happened, he came in Tveria. And the next week in Pinchas Nun Aleph, the Rebbe also brings over there a little more ariches. Even the Rebbe says about what it says, the creation, the beginning of the creation, it says that the Eibishter created the world. So Ruchai Shal Moshiach was already in the world. Bereshit Bara Elikim Veruach Elikim Merachefes Al Pnei Amoyim. So Veruach Elikim Merachefes Ruchai Shal Moshiach. So the Rebbe says in the Sikh in the order over there, so since Ruchai Shal Mashiach is since from the beginning of the creation, so we must say that Eliyahu HaNavi is also there before that. And then through and based on that, the Rebbe answers the famous question that all the Mefarshim asked, the question about why do we say Pinchas Eliyahu? We should have said Eliyahu Ze Pinchas. Pinchas was first, and Eliyahu came later in Melachim. So why do we say Pinchas Eliyahu? Say there should be Eliyahu Ze Pinchas. I'll take a famous question, which the Rebbe speaks about it in many places. The Rebbe says that Al Pi Pshutei, it's not even a question, because Al Pi Pshutei, the Lashon is sometimes Pinchas Eliyahu, sometimes Eliyahu Ze Pinchas, depends. If we speak about Pinchas, we say Pinchas Eliyahu. We speak about Eliyahu, say Eliyahu Ze Pinchas. But nevertheless, the Rebbe brings that question in that Sikh, and the Rebbe answers that this is the Moker, Al Kopanim, that Eliyahu was even before that. Since Ruchai Shel Moshiach is from the beginning of the creation, the Ruchai Shel Moshiach, and before Ruchai Shel Moshiach, there must be the inyan of Eliyahu HaNavi. So the Meile, we have Eliyahu HaNavi before Ruchai Shel Moshiach. So the Meile Eliyahu was always there. And then he was mislabish into Pinchas. So that's why Pinchas Eliyahu. So the question is, what's Pshat? And the Rebbe says Eliyahu came already. What's Pshat? Eliyahu came the Esmail. What's it of the Geder? What's it of the Avon in the Minyan? And more than ACS was very interesting. Those who remember Tavshin Nun Aleph, in the beginning of Tavshin Nun Aleph, Tishrei, it's also Mugedik Esiche. The Rebbe spoke to the Shluchim, and it was the kinos of Machne Yisroel in the beginning of Tavshin Nun Aleph, Rav Tishrei, or Zayin Tishrei. So there was then the Rebbe spoke to the Shluchim, and there was Merik ACS, and it's also Mugedik in the Siche. The Rebbe mentioned, the Rebbe spoke about that Mashiach is going to come today, v'chule. And the Rebbe says, Avrohom Eliyahu HaNavi, you should be mevaser HaGeula. So the Rebbe says that every day Eliyahu HaNavi is coming to Tveria, and he says that Mashiach is coming. Yeah, every day Mashiach comes, Eliyahu HaNavi comes, and he says Mashiach is coming, and the Rebbe said over there also that those, who are kochzach, die was kochen sich in Achakele, b'chol yom sheyove, they also hear the Eliyahu HaNavi coming every day and saying Mashiach is coming tomorrow, especially those who say the capital of Matzasi David Avdi, that was the Rebbe's capital that year. Yeah, those who say the capital of Matzasi David Avdi, so they already have Eliyahu HaNavi. It was very interesting that expression, that Lashon, and what does it mean, Take? How do we explain that Inyan, that Eliyahu HaNavi is already here, and he already is saying, those are the Shloche Pratis, we're speaking this shir in a day, that the shir Tilim, today is also the Matzasi David Avdi, Yud Ches. Yeah, we say that in the Tilim, capital Peites. So what's the Asbara in that Inyan? So we're speaking about Eliyahu HaNavi, and what's the exactly the idea, the point of Eliyahu HaNavi coming before a Moshiach comes, and how do we explain it for people Anoshim Ke'erkeinu? What's the whole point of Eliyahu HaNavi? So a little bit in Aces of Chassidus. So we find so one of the there's a Gishmak Teire, which the Rebbe always kocht sich in it. Yeah, the Rebbe always brings it in many Fabrengens, even also in that Fabrengen of Golok and Pinchas. Golok, I'm sure you have Nun Aleph. The Rebbe mentions the famous Meir Einayim B'Shem Baal Shem Tov, one of the most famous Baal Shem Tovs, which the Rebbe kocht sich in them in all the Siches of Mashiach, which is maybe we can say the Chidush of Chassidus, the Chiddush of the Baal Shem Tov about Inyan HaMashiach, which the Rebbe always mentioned that the Meir Einayim says B'Shem Baal Shem Tov. What does the Meir Einayim say? The Baal Shem Tov says that Moshiach is in everyone. There's the Nitzutz Moshiach, the Keimas HaMashiach, which every Yid has in himself, and the Avodah is to be, what's our Avodah? The Avodah is to be Metakin. Yeah, the Chelek, Keimas HaMashiach, which each one has in himself, and through that will be Zoiche, the Kodem Mamesh, that whenever this is going to be happen B'Shleimus, we'll have the Gilei HaMashiach. Is alle Wesen, as the Rebbe has gekocht in them Meirinayim, B'Shem Baal Shem Tov. But you look inside the Meirinayim, so people, most of the Chassidim know the Meirinayim from the Rebbe's Siches. Die gefährlich, also the Rebbe tut mechaner gewinnt. Aber when we have a bring and the Rebbe said, the test, there was a bring and the Rebbe says, the Lubavitcher Bocher, Techet Mimim, and he says, well, how does he know that Avrohom Avinu was Nodiv, the Maimonides, the Gufei Benafshei, because it says in Chassidus, B'Shem Sefer Aboyer, Oiches Tzadikim, B'Shem Sefer Aboyer, something like that. Yeah, so the Rebbe said that came on the Gesang Sefer Aboyer, that came on the Gesang Oiches Tzadikim. Aber Rebbe ist, as steht in Chassidus. As I steht in Chassidus, Oiches Tzadikim, B'Shem Sefer Aboyer. Al Kolponim, so people know it says in Chassidus, the Rebbe Siches, Meir Einayim, B'Shem Baal Shem Tov. But if you open up the Meir Einayim, you look inside, it's very interesting. And he explains over there, bringing the Torah of the Baal Shem Tov. So he explains what's the inyan of Eliyahu HaNavi coming before Mashiach. Yeah, so he says a meridike word. He says, "Hina aneichi shaleach lachem es Eliyahu HaNavi. Lifnei bo yom Hashem hagodol v'hanoida." So fragt dort in der Nachem Chernobyl, fragt what's the pshat? Why does it say Beloshen Hoive? The Yiddish should have been saying Beloshen Asid. Yeah, Hine aneichi Heshlach. Loshen Sheileach, Loshen Heive is constantly sending. What's the pshat? Hine aneichi Sheileach lachem es Eliyahu HaNavi. So he brings over there America words. He says, what's the inyan of Eliyahu HaNavi? Eliyahu HaNavi, it's Yodua, it says in Zohar, it's brought down in Chassidus Chabad also, that Eliyahu HaNavi, how did he become a Kohen? A Kohen is something you have to have in Yerusha. You don't become a Kohen, you don't get a present of becoming a Kohen. What's pshat? Inan in Noisen lo Brisi Sholem, and lo Yulazaro, Achor, Bris Kiuna Salem. How did Eliyahu HaNavi get the inyan of Kiuna? So the Zohar brings that Nodov Avihu, they were the Koyanim, and Nodov Avihu, they had Mesiras Nefesh. Yeah, they were going into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and they brought Ketayr Zora. So we know the Rachaim HaKodesh says, that the Nodov Avihu, they had a Meridike Tzimoin, Dveikus, and Islavus, Dveikus, Arevus, Mesikus, Neshikus, the famous Rachaim, which is brought down in many places of Chassidus, and they had a Meridike Kleis HaNefesh, which was the union of the Neshome, the Mesiras HaNeshome. But the Guf stayed down here because they were lacking that union of bringing down the Inyanim in the Guf. And Eliyahu HaNavi, which he was Mesa Gufay, so he was metaking the Chet of Nodov Avihu. That union is also brought down in Hemshech Haim Beis, and the Maimer of Pinchas, in Chelik Beis, in Hemshech Haim Beis, Pinchas ben Elazar, the Rebbe Nishmas Eden brings also the whole Arichus about Pinchas being metaking the union of Nodov Avihu. So he was mashlim their union. So Mimele comes out that Pinchas had the same idea of Nodov Avihu. What is Nodov Avihu? Nodov Avihu, they had the Dveikus, Harevus, Mesikus, Neshikus, the Islavus and Kleis HaNefesh, Eish Zara. But they were lacking, there was a very high madrege, but they were lacking that union of bringing it down into this world, into the Guf. And Pinchas, through his Mesiras Nefesh, Begufei, and all the nisim that happened to him, so Mimele, he was metakim mashlim the Aveda Nodov Avihu. So what does it mean in Aveda Bepoyel? In Aveda Bepoyel, it means that Eliyahu HaNavi, which is Pinchas, and he has in him the union of Nodov Avihu. In Aveda, that's the Aveda of Islavus, the Aveda of the Rotzui, the Dveikus and the Rotzui, the Islavus and Avedas Hashem. In Lashon of Chassidus Chabad, it's the union of Milamato Lemailo. The way the Rebbe explains it in Likutei Siches, Elik Yudches, the famous Siche of Pinchas and the Haftarah. The Rebbe connects the Haftarah of Yirmiyahu and Pinchas, which in the Chutz La'aretz you read Pinchas and the Haftarah this week. So the Rebbe explains Barichos that all Nekudah. That Eliyahu HaNavi, al derech zeh Pinchas, their Aveda was not like Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu's inyan is hamshach l'maylo l'mato. Eliyahu, al derech zeh Pinchas, their Aveda is mitzad haguf, and Sham is the ban, which their Aveda is azichuch l'mato l'maylo, and Memele, so they brought out by Yidden the Teikef HaKoch, HaIslavus, l'mato l'maylo, the brem von Yidden zu Gettlichkeit. So going back now to the Meirenaim over there, so he says in Parshas Pinchas, so he says that that's the nekude of coming Eliyahu before Mashiach. The inyan of Mashiach is the Isgalus HaYechide. The inyan of Mashiach is, which is the Mashiach which is in everyone, the inyan of Isgalus HaYechide. We heard many times of the Rebbe. When the Rebbe brought the Meirinaim, the Rebbe would always explain that the inyan of being metakin Chelek HaMashiach by each Yid is the inyan of the being Megala the Yechide Shabenefesh. The famous Sicha the Rebbe spoke in Simchas Torah, Tavshin Memvov, the Rebbe was over there with the famous Siche, Simchas Torah Memvov, which was Shliach, the Esa Keches HaNefesh, Begimatri and Moshiach, that what's the inyan of Moshiach, the Yechidesh of the Nefesh, and the Iskashvus to the Nasi Adoir, V'chulek. So B'meile, the inyan of Gilui HaMoshiach is the Isgalus of Yechidesh of the Nefesh. This is the Geula Pratis. But this is the Yichud V'Peil. But there has to be a Achone for it. Al derech, every time in Avedas Hashem, before you come to davening, the inyan of davening is the inyan Geula b'chol yom, like the Mital Rebbe writes in Siddur. The inyan of Avedas Hatfile is the inyan Geula b'chol yom, because davening is bringing the yichud of Yesei the Malchus, the yichud of Hashem's Tzfas Ha'tiftoch, which you bring in Megala, you bring Moshiach in your life. That's the inyan of and the Achonelet Tefillah, which is the Seirus. And the Dveikus, the Tzimoin, the Islavus, the Aloas Man, the Achone was Davzain, that's the Eliyahu HaNavi. So based on that, he says, that's the Nekude. Hine Oneichi Shaleach Lochem es Eliyahu HaNavi. Not Loshen Osid, it's Loshen Heve. The Bechol Yem V'Yem, the Eivishter is sending to each Yid Eliyahu HaNavi. That is Seirus, that Achone, that Bren, that Tzimoin, was by Yidin is Faran, Achuke. Or at Simon as a villa from Golus that he wants to get out of the Golus, that is the union of Shaleach Lochem. That is the Eliyahu HaNavi, Asher Benafshe. And then after you have that Allah's man, that Achone, then that you zeiche to be Megala the Moshiach Asher Bekiyuba, which this is the Gila Moshiach, the Baal Shem Tov said. So that's what the Meirenaim says. The Rebbe kocht sich in der Meirenaim, und man darf gucken dann zu sehen, die ganze Arum in Arum. Der Chagav, Maimon Amuzger mentioning that Meirenaim of Shema Baal Shem Tov. So the Rebbe said in a Fabrengen, Yutes Kislev, Toshin Yutes, that doch Yodua, as das, was sie gesagt geworden, Teras HaBaal Shem Tov, das Chassidus HaKlolis, and Chassidus Chabad, is al derech the chiluk between Mishnah and Gemara, Chassidus HaKlolis, Teras HaBaal Shem Tov is al derech the inyan of Mishnayos, which is everything you read in Bekitzu, Benekude, and Chassidus Chabad, it's the Gemara which explains Barichus, the Nekudas of the Mishnah. So the Rebbe said in that Farbrengen that Yeshleimal, that in Tanya, Igeres HaKedesh Simen Daled, Igeres HaKedesh Simen Daled in Tanya, without the Rebbe starts, Ein Yisroel Nigolim Elo B'tshuva, Shenemel, Shoveo B'tzdoko. And over there, the Alter Rebbe explains that the inyan of Tefillah is the Geula B'nefesh, and the Alter Rebbe explains Barichus, that every time by davening, you me'ered your neshama, so you go out of your golus, and this is the Geula B'nefesh. So the Rebbe said in that Sikha that this is the Pirush of Teras HaBaal Shem Tov. The Maayon, which is Chassidus HaKlolis, says it in 2 words, Bekitzu, So b'meile lost and Teras Chassidus Chabad, it's brought out in Barichus. So b'meile, that is the inyan of Eliyahu HaNavi, like speaking about Eliyahu HaNavi, like Achone to Gilei Moshiach. So b'meile, back to that nekude. So when the Rebbe says, and that Sikhe, Bolok Nun Aleph, or like we said before, Tishrei, Zayin Tishrei, I think, Nun Aleph. The Rebbe says that every day Eliyahu HaNavi is coming, the Bil was could be based on that Meirenai, which is the Hergish that HaChosid has, learning the Rebbe stated, like the Rebbe said over there, you say the capital, it means you mekusha to the Rebbe, and you're learning the Rebbe Siches, and you're learning in Yonigul Moshiach. That is a kind of Eliyahu HaNavi, which is Ma'era Bayu, the Tzimoin, the Rotzui, the Tzimoin, the yearning, wanting to go out of Golus. And then the Bepoyel Mamish is the Takamilep Moshiach Bepoyel, that you're bringing it down into a Poyel Mamish, and in Yonim Machshove, Dibur Umaise. But das is the Yichud Bepoyel, but das is the bringen the Geule in Poyel Mamish, but das is Leb Moshiach Bepoyel Mamish. Another nekude, which is very interesting about speaking about that nekude of Eliyahu HaNavi Achone to Mashiach, is also was mit dem kemen verstehen ich dem Wort. So there is a sich of the Friedrich Rebbe. That the Friedrich Rebbe says a story. I think it's Acher Shel Pesach. I think Acher Shel Pesach Tovshin Dalet. So the Friedrich Rebbe says there a whole story about the Alter Rebbe. Meeting with Rabbi Yosef Kolbo, and he says over there, Rabbi Yosef Kolbo then wasn't a Chassid, he was wasn't from the Chassidim, and then they were meeting together, and the Alter Rebbe was arguing with him in Yonim, and then Rabbi Yosef Kolbo mentioned something about the Baal Shem Tov. Hat gesagt, etwas a scharfe Wort wegen Baal Shem Tov. And the Alter Rebbe told him, where's the Baal Shem Tov? You should know the Gilui Baal Shem Tov is hecher than Gilui Eliyahu. So Rabbi Yosef Kolbo was in Ganzen, his Baal, how do you say such things? How do you mezalzel, called Eliyahu HaNavi, v'chulei. So the Alter Rebbe told him, some Mefurishe Gemara. The Alter Rebbe told him the Gemara in Ksuves, Rabbi Yosef Kolbo was a Goyen, he didn't know which Gemara, and the Alter Rebbe told him, the Gemara in Ksuves over there says the story of Yeshua ben Levi. And Yeshua ben Levi wanted to go into Gan Eden, and Eliyahu HaNavi was wie sagt man, Meshamish given. And he was saying, Machli Eliyahu, kamei panu mokim lebali voy. He was saying, give place to Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, which means that Eliyahu HaNavi was Meshamish bali voy. And the Alter Rebbe said, who is bali voy? Bali voy is a neshama which is mekasher neshamas mitalikus, which this is the inyan of Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov is the inyan of bali voy miloshin yilove ishi elai, which is mekasher neshamas mitalikus. Eilaves mitalikus. What does
Rabbi Asher, you're still muted. And it's not like the Me'arganim muted you because you're over time. You still have a few minutes, like a few seconds. Now you're not muted.
So Eliyahu HaNavi was Meshamish Baal Livoy. So you see the Baal Livoy goes on the Baal Shem Tov. He is the Apam Yelove Ishi Elai, by him is Faranding from Israbus, was an Rebbe, Atzadik is a Mechaber Welt mit Alikus, and Eliyahu HaNavi is Meshamish the Baal Shem Tov. Yeah, so what's the pshat in that Maise? Lechiyede also, based on that Meirenaim, can explain that Nekude. Giloya Baal Shem Tov is Giloya Moshiach, Giloya Yechide. That's the name of Baal Shem Tov. Yeah, like the Rebbe explains in Inyan Shel Teres Achsidus. Yeah, and the Eliyahu HaNavi, which is Achone for the Baal Shem Tov, he's like the Meshamish, he's the Achone, he's the last man. Is the Me'era, bringt Aroi dem Tzimoid. This is the Achone for the Giloya Moshiach. Al derech also you can explain another story which Chassidim say. Yeah, one of the famous stories which Chassidim say about the Mital Rebbe and the Tzemach Tzedek. There's a story about when the Mital Rebbe was Mekabel in his Siyus, and he started saying Chassidus Ba'arichus. Yeah, part of the story the Rebbe said once by Fabrengen also. Yeah, that the Mital Rebbe was saying Chassidus Ba'arichus, and he finished one Maimer, started another Maimer. Yeah, and the Tzemach Tzedek wasn't there by the Maimer. Wasn't there, and Rabbi Isaac Homler became very spileless in running to the Tzemach Tzedek, Asigisa Chalikus. Yeah, the Rebbe said once part of that story in one of the Fabrengens. So, but there's another part of that story which Chassidim say that the Mital Rebbe said, I think, to Rabbi Isaac Homler, if I'm not mistaken, why is he not coming? It's about the Tzemach Tzedek. Why is he not coming to hear it Chassidus? Yeah, and he said, was sucht er? Sucht Gilui Eliyahu, sucht, said something else. I don't remember now. Yeah. Da ist doch voran Gilui HaYechide, was ist das Sache von Gilui Eliyahu. Al derech zeh Chassidim say a story about Levi Jacobson Barditchever. Yeah, there's also a story of Chassidim say that about the famous Chasene, the Shlovena Chasene. Yeah, so Levi Jacobson Barditchever, mentioned that he went with the Alter Rebbe and he showed him one of his Chassidim and he said that this Chassid is Gilui Eliyahu. And the other, so the Alter Rebbe showed him Rabbi Yomi Kletzker was davening. Yeah, and he told them, this Chassid is now davening and he's made by his mayor the Yechide Sheben Nefesh, and he's I don't know the Lashon exactly, which is Be'ein Areich to the Gilui Eliyahu of your Chassid. What's that pshat in the Inyan? So again, so it's the same idea. Yeah, the Inyan of Chassidus is Gilui HaYechide. The Inyan of Chassidus is Pnimis HaTeire, which is Galus HaYechide, which is the Gilui HaMoshiach. But that's the Gilui HaBaal Shem Tov. And Eliyahu HaNavi is the Achone. Eliyahu HaNavi is the Me'era. Is the Mevaser HaGeule. Is the Me'era of the Inyan HaGeule. Das ist the Nekude von Eliyahu HaNavi. The part is the Meshamesh. He is the one which is preparing for the Gilui HaMoshiach. Yeah, that's why he's the Meshamesh of Baal Livoi. Al derech zeh, the Rebbe also said in a Sicha of Yud Beis Tammuz, Tavshin Yud Aleph. Yeah, Ameridike Sicha. But the Rebbe over there speaks about what happened Yud Shvat. Yud Beis Tammuz, Tavshin Yud Aleph. The Rebbe said that Yud Shvat by the Fabrengen, famous Yud Shvat Agodl, but the Rebbe was Mekabel in the Siyas. And the Rebbe over there said about but we saw by speaking about the Friedrich Rebbe that he had all the Gimel Mafteches. That even though the Gemara says that only one Mafteach you're getting, Eliyahu HaNavi was able to get only one Mafteach. Yeah, but by the Tzaddikim we saw they had all the Gimel Mafteches and all in the same Yechides. Sai Kshomim, Sai Parnoses, Sai Chayed, everything they had in the. So the Rebbe had gefragt, dass sie gewonnen a ganze Student. Yeah, Student was, wie kommt das in the Mezalz del Eliyahu HaNavi? The Rebbe was smiling. The Rebbe said, "As I steer with the Gemara, das hat nicht gehabt." So the Rebbe was explaining in that Fabrengen what's the pshat, what's the word in the Fabrengen. So the word of the Fabrengen is that two things. One nekude is that Eliyahu HaNavi, since he was using it l'girius, not lemal yusuf, so then it wasn't b'shleimus that beetle to the Eibishter the way it's supposed to. It explains over that the Eliyahu HaNavi was only beget a shliach, but not mamish, the actual the Eibishter himself. Mashenken, we speak about a Rebbe, which a Rebbe is asus u'meus melubish begu, which is not beget a shliach even. It's keilu the yad the Eibishter himself. He is having the gimel mafteches. Ameridike sicher, Ameridike isis over there of his kashrus, but the Rebbe bringt always, which also over there in that sicher, the Rebbe also mentions this nekude that Eliyahu HaNavi is the meshamesh of the tzaddikim. Here the same idea yeah, which that's the inyan of Eliyahu HaNavi. Al Koponim, yeah. So standing in Zman, we're holding now in Bashgoche Protis, yeah, which we're standing in Sunday, Parshas Pinchas, yeah, learning the Chitas today of Pinchas, Eliyahu, Hine Anechi Neisen Loyes Brisi Sholem, yeah, we also loyal Levon of Achov Briski und Aselam, so we should take Bizeiche. So the inyan from the Gilui from Eliyahu HaNavi, which already came yesterday, like the Rebbe said in the Siche, Bomi Esmei, and he was already Mevasser di Geula, he was Me'era about the Tzimoin, und der Rotzui und der Dveikus und der Gaguim to the Gila Moshiach, the Meile Kemesh and Seiche sein Bepeil Mamish, like the Rebbe said, and the famous Siche of Tovshim and Dalet also, the Parshas Pinchas, yeah, darf man sehen als Heint, yeah, Heint Mamish, soll man Seiche sein zu die Geula Schleime, take from Yad Mamish, und soll schon sein, Be'enei Bosso, the Mato Masodot Fochim.
Amen, amen. Und Yehavchu Yami Melul, soll sein the Pnimius from the Yom Tzayim, as a Yom Ratzain, Geula Yesh Leimer al derech Drash, or maybe as Rabbi Greenburg said earlier, al derech Hatzachos, that the Gemara says, a Simen of HaSheita, Ezeu Sheita, Hayetze Yechidi Balayla. So Emitzer was led into Rebbe's Chassidus, and he brings out his own Yechida, as Rabbi Asher just explained so nicely, but still by him is Begeder Laila, the Cheshkas HaGolus is still strong, and he doesn't feel Nishti Eliyahu, and Nishti Yechida, so maybe that's a Pchina Sheita. Now, moving to our next presenter, Rav Braun is the Rav of the Bezdin in Crown Heights. He's also a Rav to Yidden internationally through his website of the Halacha and through his Halacha to go, askarav.com v'chulu. Rav Braun is also the Mechaber of a Sefer B'hu Yigalenu that was written both in English and in Hebrew shortly after the Istalkos and Gimel Tammuz. And Hayes mit Yetzkeret Hayetze Yechidi Balayla, Ula Yeshlemer also, that Hayetze Yechidi, the one who thinks that as geblieben allein, we were left alone without the Rebbe because Balayla we are in the Cheshkas Hagalus of post Gimel Tammuz, is also a shtus. Eichet Hasheita. So I know that Braun kocht sich sehr stark in Leben mit Mashiach, so I'd like to ask Rab Braun to share with us his thoughts. Yeah, Shekeach Rab Braun.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
You can be seen and you can be heard.
Okay, Mitzvah Shem zal ken herren and zen the Rebbe, we should be able to hear and see the Torah Chadasha.
Amen.
Much more important than all the shiurim that we're having right now, but this is hachana. So one of the things that the Rebbe kocht sich lat in Limud Yana Gul Mashiach is a particular area of Yana Gul Mashiach, which is Hilchas al Mashiach, to discover what the halachas will be like when Mashiach comes. So in addition to learning about the coming of Mashiach and about Geula and about Bais Ha'Mikdash, which is relevant now in the 3 weeks, particularly, is another whole angle, which is how many halachas will be different based on the circumstances when Mashiach comes. And often it happened that at a Fabrengen, the Rebbe mentioned a chakira, a halachic question, a query. What will happen if Mashiach comes? How will this be different? For example, the Rebbe once was by Fabrengen, and the Rebbe said, if Mashiach is going to come right now, we're all going to be transported to Eretz Yisrael. What do we do now with the halacha of bracha achrona? If you're moving in the middle of a meal, there's halacha of shini makom. There's halachas what happens when a person changes his location. Do you make a bracha achrona? Do you make a bracha rishona? Machlokes in the Gemara. What happens if we're all on the same cloud? If we're all part of the same meal? So that was one question that the Rebbe raised. And there are many such kind of questions that the Rebbe raised, and there's also svarim dedicated to that. I believe one of the presenters before was Rav Gerlitsky, and he wrote actually a couple of svarim on this topic too. At that time, when the Rebbe made the shturim of learning Yana Gul Mashiach, we put together a list of those shilas, of Hilchas al Mashiach, chkiras, of things, how they'll be different when Mashiach comes from a halachic point of view. Since then, there was a bacher that actually used to put out a publication every single week, and he expanded upon it. And of course, there's room to expand upon it even more, because this is all going to be in the Gela Maisa very, very soon. A relevant topic is that the Rebbe tells us about learning Hilchas Beis Abchira, and in Aleph, the Rebbe says that the learning of Hilchas Beis Abchira this year, Tafshin and Aleph, has to be different on two levels. On one level, it has to be different because we're not learning only because we want to negate the Churban. We're learning because we're already standing on the threshold of Geula, so we're learning because we desire and anticipate Geula, so it's not getting rid of the negative, but looking forward to the positive. Another Nekudah said that that was the primary Nekudah that we're learning now, it's already Halacha L'maisa. We're not only learning Hilchas Bais Ha'Mikdash, because that helps us build a Bais Ha'Mikdash, because Negei L'maisa to know how to build a Bais Ha'Mikdash. So now that we're standing on Safa Gula on the threshold of Gula, it's Negei to know a lot of halachas as they are negated during the time of Golus, and all the halachas that we learned about the 3 weeks and the 9 days and the week of Tisha B'Av, which is questionable how that applies this year. And Tisha B'Av will be Hilchas Galusa. The same way we look now at Hilchas Mashiach and we say, well, it's just not really that practical. So Mitzvah Shem, Hilchas Mashiach will become the practical thing, and all these halachas will be the non-practical academic research topics of how we did things during the time of Golus. So I'm just going to run through a few interesting topics. Starting from today is Shavasa B'Tammuz Nitcha. We know that Lasad Lavei, all the fast days will be turned into a Sasan V'Simcha Yom Tov. So the question right away is, what becomes the Yom Tov? Does Shavasa B'Tammuz become the Yom Tov, or does Chai Tammuz become the Yom Tov? And likewise, when it comes to Tisha B'Av Nitcha, are we going to celebrate Tisha B'Av? It's going to be a Yom Tov. Or are we going to celebrate Asidi B'Av? Is it Psapel Shevertel that they said? I don't remember who it was, a particular tzaddik. There were 2 Polish tzaddikim, and one of them told the other one that Mashiach will come, Shavasa B'Tammuz will be the first day Yom Tov, and Tisha B'Av will be the last day Yom Tov. And he said, in between will be Chol Hamoed. So the other one told him, Nei Nish Tazoi. No, inaccurate. Tisha B'Av will be the first day Yom Tov. Shavasa B'Tammuz will be the last day. In between will be Chol Hamoed. Be that as it may, but the actual Yom Tov Mamish will be Shavasa B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. That's an extra vert that will get some extra bonus mileage of days in between, whichever system we take. Shavasa B'Tammuz itself will be a Yom Tov. So much so that the Rebbe writes also in the Sicha Nun Aleph. It's a Chiddush Gadol L'Din. I don't know the makar for this. The Rebbe talks about the Bonus of Yom Tovim, and the Rebbe explains how this week's Parshas Pinchas is connected with Mashiach on so many levels. Talks about dividing Eretz Yisrael, v'chulu. Among other things, the Rebbe mentions that it talks about Karbanos of Yom Tov, which includes also the Yom Tovim of Lasad Lavei, of the fast days, which will be transformed to Yom Tov, which will have special Karbanos. I don't know of any halachas about Karbanos to bring a Shavasa B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. Obviously, there's the daily Karbanos, but the Yom Tov Karbanos, that was a big chiddush, it seems to say in the Sicha. And if somebody knows a source for this, or what's the space on, I would love to hear that. Back to what we were talking about. So the actual Yom Tov Shavasa B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, there's actually a chakira and person can talk about this. There's some sefer, there's an Achal Eshkel, a whole shaila whether it's actually Tisha B'Av or Asidi B'Av. And it seems like the consensus, and this is what it seems like from the Rebbe Sichos too, that it's actually Asidi B'Av is going to be the Yom Tov and not Tisha B'Av. Pretty clear in the Rebbe Sichos. As I mentioned, some sefer says this also, the Yetiv Lev writes it in a sefer. So if that's the case, the same thing will apply to Shavasa B'Tammuz too. That the Yom Tov is going to be today, Chai Tammuz, and not yesterday, Shavasa B'Tammuz. I'm sure we'll be merry and celebrate on Shabbos Tisha B'Av, because it's a great day. But the actual real Yom Tov, the day of Yom Tov, will be, Erev Yom Tov will already say L'chaim also. But the actual Yom Tov will be on Asidi B'Av on Sunday. And likewise, today, Sunday, Chai Tammuz. And in this case, it's actually even more than on Tisha B'Av. Because Tisha B'Av, the fast is connected with the actual day itself. Shavasa B'Tammuz, the Tudavan writes, the fast is connected with the month. We picked a specific day. The day we're doing is Shavasa. But it's not linked dafka with Shavasa. And as he explains, there were times, in time of Bayeshei, it could be they fasted any day dafka in the month of Tammuz, which is also connected with the famous shaila that there's other calculations that tell us that the breaching of the wall was not necessarily Shavasa B'Tammuz, it was Tisha B'Tammuz. And there could be distinction between the first Bais Ha'Mikdash and the second Bais Ha'Mikdash. There's also opinions that these calculations were off. The Yidden were mixed up, and they mixed up their calculations. But one of the explanations for that is that Test Tammuz is a day. It doesn't have to be Shavasa B'Tammuz. So if when it comes to Tisha B'Av, which is linked with the actual day of Tisha B'Av, we say that this year the Yom Tov is pushed off and the Yom Tov is Asidi B'Av, certainly Shavasa B'Tammuz, which is not linked with the actual day of Shavasa necessarily, will be fast Shavasa unless it's on Shabbos. So certainly the Yom Tov is going to be today, so get ready to celebrate the Yom Tov very soon, in Mitzvah Hashem, before this whole Zoom is already over. Which connects us with another topic that the Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, in a kvius like this year, wanted to push off Tisha B'Av, and he said that once it's pushed off, it should be pushed off completely. What he meant, the Pashut Pshat in the Gemara, is that we just don't have to fast. Of course, there's a Chassidish Pshat, the saying of the Rebbe Marash, and another Svarim that if it's pushed off, that gives us the koyach to push it off completely, meaning to bring Mashiach. So the obvious question is asked, he said this about Tisha B'Av, why didn't he say it about Shavasa B'Tammuz? Shavasa B'Tammuz is 3 weeks before Tisha B'Av, and if Tisha B'Av is on Shabbos, Shavasa B'Tammuz is on Shabbos. So there's a number of answers to that question. The Rebbe himself answers in 2 different places. One pashta answer is that the time of Rebbe, the Makadosh HaChedesh Al Pi Ariyah. And the fact that Tisha B'Av is on Shabbos doesn't necessarily mean Shabbos Tammuz is on Shabbos. There's really not necessarily an association. Tammuz days could have 29 days, as we learned today in Hilchos Kiddush HaChidush, in today's Rambam. Another answer is that Bizman Rebbe Lav Dafke, they were mechuyev to fast Shabbos Tammuz, because that was a time where Ratzu Misana, Ratzu Ein Misana. Rebbe is telling us a Chiddush that even Tisha B'Av will be pushed off. It could be pushed off completely in a year like this. But there's a Chiddush of Pshat, which was brought in Sfarim that Rebbe is Beis David. Rebbe is one of the candidates for Mashiach. Imin Chayek Udena Beinu HaKadosh. The Rebbe tells us about this Gemara that Rebbe was a person that by him there was no churban whatsoever. He's like Rashbi, that the whole churban didn't apply to him. And therefore he was telling us he was margish, the Inin of Tisha B'Av, how there's really no Inin of churban, no Inin of Golus. The Mela, same thing applies to Shabbos Tammuz, not on the same level, and that's what it says about Tisha B'Av. But certainly we have the koyach of Rebbe this year to push it off completely, make him to a Yom Tov. Moving on from this topic to another topic, it's very hard to know a lot of different halachas how they're going to be during the Ma'aseh Mashiach. And if you would have to write a Shulchan Aruch for the Ma'aseh Mashiach, there's a number of difficulties attached to that. First of all, the Beis Yosef Karo took a system, Beis Yosef, that he took the Rif, the Rosh, and the Rambam, and he followed the majority view. But there is no Rif and Rosh for Hilchos Mashiach, there's only Rambam. Only the Rambam tells us the halachas of Lasad Lavi. So we don't know a Hachra L'Maisa. There's no Shulchan Aruch and there's no Ramah. The Ramah incorporated all the shittas of Chachmei Ashkenaz. So when a person comes and asks us a shaila, what's going to happen during the Ma'aseh Mashiach, it's very hard for a Rav today to give a psak if there's no Achra. And there are many issues that were not even touched on and nobody spoke about it. To give an example, I was once sitting with a group of Talmidim Esifta, and there was a presenter that spoke to the Talmidim and asked them, if Mashiach comes right now, what's going to change right now? So there was a whole discussion, what's the next thing we're going to do differently? What he brought up was that since there's machlekes b'shamai and b'silul, if your kelim have to rest on Shabbos or not, shvisas kelim. So b'shamai holds all your kelim have to rest on Shabbos. And since that Arizal tells us that Lasad Lavi halacha will be like b'shamai, which means the entire Shulchan Aruch has to be rewritten completely. Everything has to go like b'shamai. So the kids over there in the school said that Krishma, we're going to say next Krishma, we're going to have to say Krishma laying down by night instead of sitting straight, because according to B'Shamai, B'Shach means you have to actually physically lay down. Now, Rizal tells us that the Mishnah in Pirkei is called Machlekes Shel L'Shem Shamayim Sefer L'Eskayim. That an example of Machlekes which is L'Shem Shamayim is Hillel and Shamayim. That's a Machlekes which will be lasting. Frek da Rizal. What do you mean lasting? We already made decisions like this Hillel and Machlekes is over. There's no more Machlekes. So that Rizal, no, because it's going to be a stage. We still maintain the Machlekes because now we do like this Hillel, and we do like B'Shamai. The Rebbe asks on that further, and the Rebbe says, so there's still no machlekes. I mean, now we do Hillel, Lasad Levi we do like B'Shamai. And therefore, the Rebbe is mechadish that there'll be a later stage, Lasad Levi will do like Shammai and Hillel simultaneously together, which that's only possible if you look at it from the Rebbe's perspective. Nimnan, Maimonides, everything is possible at the same time. We can do Shammai and Hillel together. And then we're up to the stage before, we're following like B'Shamai. So B'Shamai says, Shvisas Kelim on Shabbos, you can't have your Kelim working for you. So therefore, we'll have to turn off, it's Friday today, we'll have to turn off all our air conditioners. Kind of air conditioners running on Shabbos. Now, according to B'Shamai, how do you bench licht on Friday? If your candles are burning throughout Shabbos, most of us don't even think about this because we follow Basil right now. So B'Shamai says you have to be mafker, you make your candles hefker, because otherwise your candles can't be. So maybe we could make our air conditioners hefker too, but that might be an expensive thing to make hefker. So that's one thing, example where we follow B'Shamai, things will change differently. So this leads us to many different questions, how we'll do things Lasad Levi. He's Yidin at Yisroel, a tremendous Talmud Chacham, known with the nickname Bumi, Rabbi Avrohom Gerlitsky, and he asked a question once that how will Kedushin be Lasad Levi? His question was that it says that Lasad Levi, all delicacies, Kol Madana Mitzvim Ka'afar, all delicacies will be like dust, which there's two explanations about that Rebbe spoke about them too. Dust means it'll be plentiful, or dust means like something which doesn't serve any needs, because we don't need any delicacies, we just don't need it. We're busy with serving Hashem. So if you want to be Mekadosh someone Lasad Levi, Mekadosh Isha, and you have to take something which has value, nothing has value when Mashiach comes. So you don't have a Shava Pruta. That was the question that he raised. But really, if you think about it, the question is even stronger, because we're going to follow B'Shamai. So we don't need a Shava Pruta. According to B'Shamai, it needs to be, if I remember correctly, my Gemara days needs to be a dinner, which is much more than a pruta. So first we have to ask a question about all the Kedushins that we did Bizman Hazeh, which we're done with a pruta. According to Vasil, we have to redo all the Kedushim. That's one question. The second question, how do we do Kedushin in a time when when nothing has any value? I don't know if there's any answer to that question in our posting, because the posting will address this question. One possible answer is Machlokes Rishonim, if the din of Sheva Pruta is based on the value or the weight. The Rambam, we just learned the Rambam last week in Hilchos Shkolim, tells us that it has to do with the weight of Kshitas Rambam. So if it's the weight of a Pruta, or if we'll follow Bishami, the weight of a dinner, so who cares if it has no value? It has the actual weight of silver that you have to have, or copper, whatever it is. That's a possibility. So that's one thing which we'll have to rewrite our Shulchan Aruch and work that out. The other thing is that Chassidus were told many times that Lasad Lavi, there won't be any Gzeiros Isyagim, there won't be any decrees. Any fences that Chazal made will not apply Lasad Lavi. So that means a lot of the halachas, take for example Muktzah. Not necessarily will be an Isra of Muktzah, because there won't be any Gzeiros Isyagim. Often the Rebbe spoke about it, sometimes the Rebbe said it one way, sometimes the Rebbe said another way, B'negeiah to Simchas Beis HaShevet. That was one of the examples that Rebbe spoke about, that you're not allowed to use the chol, the flute, that they did for the in Simchas Beis HaShevet and the Bais Ha'Mikdash. They didn't do it on Shabbos and on Yom Tov, but Lasad Lavi, maybe they will be able to use it on Shabbos and Yom Tov, because it's only a gzeira not to play with a flute on Shabbos and Yom Tov. Shemi Yisakin Kli Shir, because you might fix the musical instrument, and maybe that doesn't apply Lasad Lavi. Sometimes the Rebbe said it one way, sometimes a different way. The same thing with regarding to blowing shofar on Hoshana Shachalis b'Shabbos. So sometimes the Rebbe said, no, Lasad Lavi, and we in the Bais Ha'Mikdash will be able to blow shofar. Sometimes the Rebbe spoke a bit slightly differently about places which are outside of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Will it be a Gzeira Shem Yav, and it will not be a Gzeira, but we'll have to rewrite all of this, because there won't be any of these Gzeiras, which leads to another topic. Part of the not having Gzeiras Lasad Lavi, there's things that were done because of Eis Lasas Lashem Eferu Teresecha, because we have to sometimes do in order to protect Torah. So we're allowed to do even things which are not necessarily straight. One of the examples that we know is that why was Torah Shebal Peh written? Why was it Biksav? Because Eis Lasas Lashem Eferu, really you're not allowed to write down Torah Shebal Peh. But the reason we have our Torah Shebal Peh, our Mishnayos and Gemara and Svarim all written down, because otherwise people are going to forget that Torah, because people started forgetting. Which leads to a question that Rebbe asked us once by Fabrengen, and there's a long discussion about this. There's Rayis Lakan. What are we going to do with all our Svarim, Lasad Lavi? Lasad Lavi, there won't be any Shikha, and there won't be this concept of Eis Las Lashem Eferu Teresecha. So we're going to have to take all our Mamarim Melukot and all our Likutei Sichos and Igros Kodesh and Rabbi Yehuda, Chasam Sofer and Ktsas and Sivis and Shulchan Aruch and Rambam, and all our entire library, and put into Gniza. What are we going to do? It won't exist anymore. There won't be anything of Sifrei Torah Shebal Peh. Again, it's not something which we have a very clear answer one way or another, but something to consider what will happen Lasad Lavi. Someone asked me a question, occasionally I got one of these questions you mentioned, asked the Rav. So I got a question and asked the Rav, are we allowed to make in the Bais Ha'Mikdash heated floors in the Bais Ha'Mikdash? It's a very common today, commonly done in Chashra buildings, people that have money for this. So you have underground heating, and I guess the floors are heated, so the person wanted to know. So you can argue it's a research academic question. I don't have to answer it, but we do believe the Hilchos Mashiach is much more relevant than any other questions that we have, because that's going to be Negei L'Maisa. So I don't know if I'm the one that can take a stand about such a very serious topic. It has very strong relevance for us right now that we're learning Hilchos Beis HaBchira. So it leads, I'll just say what the issues are. The issues are, number one, are you allowed to make changes to the structure of the Bais Ha'Mikdash? We have a concept called Hakel B'Ksav, and everything about the Bais Ha'Mikdash has to be the way it was written. It was a Megillah Bais Ha'Mikdash, which David HaMelech received, going back from Yeshua, generation, Moshe, Yeshua, all the way came to David HaMelech. It was given over, Chazal tell us, Ba'amida. It was a special Megillah that had to be given over while standing, so it's a very chashuv Megillah. It's a Megillah which is Nitenes Li Darish. It's like Torah, you could give drashas from the Megillah. It's not like Stam rules. It's mamish like Torah. You could have Papashas, and means you could do, you give them Midrash HaTorah and drashas. And this Megillah lays down the foundation of how the Bais Ha'Mikdash is supposed to be. Some Sof asked an obvious question: if there's a Megillah that tells us how the Bais Ha'Mikdash is supposed to be, so how could it be the Mishkan is one way, by Shlishi another way, by Sheni different way, by Shlishi a third way? And one of the answers is because that was part of what the Eibshter told Moshe, the Chen Tasul Adoidus. All of that was included in the original rule. They could do things differently, each Bais Ha'Mikdash according to its needs. But the question is, but other some changes you can't make. The Gemara has a whole discussion how they're allowed to make a mechitza during Simchas Beis HaShevet, which is where we learned the whole idea of mechitza from. Hakel b'ksav, you're not allowed to make any changes. The Moshe finds from there must be mechitzas of deraisa, because because of taruvas, they actually went and make changes. And the Gemara asked the question of hakel b'ksav, must be it was an in deraisa. Either way, so the question of here is as follows: a number of questions. Under the Bais Ha'Mikdash, the Harabai is supposed to be hollow, we know. That's what it says, because of Tumah. We also know there's not the same Kedusha in the Bais Ha'Mikdash as the Mechilos, as the tunnels underneath. Under the floor might not be the same as tunnels. Hakel B'Ksav, the rule of Hakel B'Ksav, some people say doesn't apply to Harabayas, some people say doesn't apply to the ground, some people say doesn't apply to the tunnels. Strengthening the Bais Ha'Mikdash is not included in Hakel B'Ksav, it seems like from the Rambam. So is this considered something which is for the beauty and strengthening the Bais Ha'Mikdash? And there's another aspect of the question that there's a lot of persons that maintain that even in the Bais HaKnesses and the Bais HaMedrash, you now necessarily do heating in a shul. And nowadays it's very common, people do air conditioning, heating, all of that. But the earlier person had a hard time with this issue because you're tampering with the Kedushas Bais HaKnesses. I don't know how they manage in a cold or hot shul, but the earlier person can talk a lot about this. So even if in the Bais HaMedrash, we followed the lenient positions, but who says in the Bais Ha'Mikdash we're able to do that? And maybe we'll still be the same tradition where the Kohanim walking barefoot on the floors and getting cold, and they had a special doctor. Okay, they won't get sick necessarily because that won't happen unless it's loving. And I'll finish with one more final question, just to give us a taste of all these kind of things that will happen unless it's loving. There's a question, I was asked this question too, but it's a question brought before our generation. The Medrash tells us that Lasad Lavai, the trees will grow on the same day that we plant them. If trees grow on the same day that we plant them, the obvious question is, what do you mean? What's the purpose of that? Is halacha of arla? You can't have benefit from the tree for 3 years. So what are you going to do with all those fruits for the first 3 years? Stam baltashis. So in the Gemara in Shabbos, it just says that the trees will bear fruit every single day. It doesn't say it will be on the day that you actually planted. But the Torah Kohanim and the Medrash Tachum says it's going to be on the day that you planted. So what will be the point of that? So one answer is, there was a chief rabbin at Yisroel called Rabbi Herzog, and he said, what do you mean? You can make it Hegdish. Hegdish has no din arla. So it'll be a lot of profit. Hegdish will have so much apples and oranges and grapes, because everybody will make it Hegdish, and there'll be a te'elis in that. Another te'elis that's given is that we're talking about trees that were originally barren trees, and now they were replanted, and now they'll grow fruit again. Now that's the Har Tzvi's question also, chief rabbi in Yerushalayim. That leads to machlokes Rabbi Yechiel Kalmanson, how you count your arla. If you replant it if you take a tree that was not able to give fruit, do you count those years when it was a barren tree, when it was an ilim srak for the arla, or do you start only counting from the new calculation when you replanted it now? Other people say, over here, that is it's not exactly, doesn't fit in with this medrash, but it fits in with the idea of the Chal Blessed Love, that all those trees that were planted before Mashiach came are part of arla. So I guess only the day when Mashiach comes, today, Mitzvah Hashem, so all the trees that were planted today, since they were planted before Bais Mashiach, and we found that when Mashiach came, when we came to Yisroel, they're part of arla. I saw some people suggesting an answer, which in my opinion is totally inconsistent with halacha. I think this answer doesn't work. That Ibn Ezra says that the reason for arla is because there's poison in the fruit, and therefore, Lasad Lava, there won't be any poison, there won't be the rules of arla. Or a similar answer, the reason of arla al-pi kabbalah is because of tikkun for chetei sadas, according to the Medrash. And Lasad Lava, you won't need a tikkun for chetei sadas, because all the avedas will be fixed, rectified. So therefore, the one halacha of arla will apply. You can't obviously say that halacha won't apply Lasad Lava based on some other reasons that we find for a mitzvah. The mitzvah obviously retains a standard Lasad Lava, even if it doesn't have the idea of the poison in the fruit for the first 3 years or the tikkun of chetei sadas. The mitzvah still applies. Some people have suggested a very creative answer. There's a famous shitta which the Radvaz brings, the whole machlokas, what happened in Yisroel. There's witnesses about the alshach and the arizal. What to do with eggplant? Some people did eat the eggplant, didn't eat the eggplant, or the whole machlokas was about is the erlan eggplant. I don't know the gashmiya status of eggplant, the yamenu ela, but the discussion that Radvaz talks about it, there was a shitta of the Marash Ger Meisen. And he maintained that any tree that produces fruit in the very first year is patah from arla. And there's a lot of things that are based on that. A lot of other fruits that they question if it has halachas of arla or not. So Bezai is a very pashut answer. These trees, the day you plant them, already are producing fruit. So therefore, it doesn't have the din of arla. The problem, of course, with that answer is because the reason why these trees are patah from arla is because we don't consider them a tree. We consider them a vegetable. And that's why those opinions say we should make all of them hadama. Over here, the pshat is, no, it's going to be a tree. It'll be a nest that it can produce fruit right away. So you can't use the answer that since it produces fruit right away, it doesn't have the mitzvah of arla. You could argue that since the etzem can't produce fruit, it only mitzvah the nest is part of arla. That you could technically argue. I will add one more thing, that even arguably that that all the fruit will have no te'elis, and we'll actually throw out all the fruit because they're all arla. It doesn't mean we actually have to have the fruit. The Maral tells us that the idea is that the fruit lasad lava will be such trees that they could produce fruit every day. Or the way the Rebbe explains on Kutas Sichas that the Chiddush, why do you need to have fruit being produced every day? So the Rebbe on Kutas Sichas tells us that the mile of lasad lava, there won't be any separation between ruchnis and gashmis. There's no such thing. If you plant it, right away it has to grow. That's why there'll be trees producing bread and surtuks and kapatas, because the whole ruchnis gerol will change, affect the gashmis gerol. So it doesn't mean we actually have to have those fruit. And there's a levish to help in. Like I said, a lot of these things need clarification. There are sikhs that indicate one way or another about some of these things. There will be a bezdin that will sit together, lasad lava, and will decide these things. I'm not sure who's going to be on that bezdin. But the Rebbe tells us the reason, one of the interesting things the Rebbe tells us in the Sikh and Aleph, the reason why lasad lava will be halachic Bais Shammai, you can't make any changes in the Torah, because bezdin will get together. The same way bezdin in the past made a hachra, and they ruled that the halacha is like Basil, so now they'll get together, and since we'll be smarter when Moshiach comes, because they will be full of the knowledge of Hashem. The whole reason which we don't pass like Bais Shammai was machada the tzfei, they were smarter. But Basil had the mile of bittul, and the world couldn't exactly follow Bais Shammai's clever approach. Lasad lava, everybody will become smarter, the bezdin will become smarter too, they'll review all the halachas, and based on the klal ha'Torah, they'll follow Bais Shammai. So we're looking forward to the bezdin of lasad lava with the klal halacha. Meanwhile, we have to chaparai and learn the things that we have to know, the basics that we have to know. But we will have Mitzvah Shem Moshe Aaron and Maayon. We'll have Moshe Rabbeinu with us and Aaron HaKohen with us, and the Rebbe will be with us, and they'll tell us exactly how to do the things that we need to know, the basics that we need to know. But we need to do a bit of learning now. We want to prepare for that. So may that take place. Take it from Yad Mamish now Mamish.
I've often wondered if the system of purchasing karbanis that the Gemara describes in the old days, that you had to take a piece of cheres and it was written on it which karban, and you had to bring it to this gizbar and that gizbar, if perhaps in the Bais Ha'Mikdash HaShlishi everything will be computerized. So is a computerization of the system a change in the Bais Ha'Mikdash, or is it different? Or is it part of the system and not part of the house? What do you say to Brian?
So the pashtus, that's this din of having the separate shofars and tags is just a system thing. It's not something which is halakha l'mishach Sinai. It's not part of the building of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and I can't see why there should be a problem. That actually, one example interesting that Rebbe mentions that we're going to use lasad lava technology is about being medir when Kiddush HaChedesh is. So the Rebbe says we're going to use technological systems, and therefore there won't be a chashash of kilkul. I mean, unless someone's going to the technology, probably will have such good technology that it can't be hacked, and therefore that will affect the Kiddush HaChedesh. I assume the same will be about the Karbanos too, but we're looking forward. We'll see Mitzvah Hashem.
So those who have a chayas and hilchos Mashiach, so I would like to put out there the information for everyone to know that Rabbi Berel puts out a periodical every 30 days before Yom Tov with the halachas of Yom Tov, and he includes in them also hilchos Mashiach that is relevant to the Yom Tov. So Agresia Shekayach Rabbi Berel, we stand right now between two Chassidish Rabbanim. And the Rebbe tzach sehr stark gekocht that the Rabbanim sollen paskenen that Mashiach soll schon kommen. So I don't know if this Heirah from the Rebbe is still valid today and relevant today, but if it is, we have two Chassidish Rabbanim right on the screen right now. And if we can just find a third, then maybe we can have a bezdin and we can make up sakdin. That's a Shen Yongekum in the Zeit and Mashiach soll schon kommen. Rabbi Berel mentioned that there was a question about whether the breaching of the walls around the Yerushalayim for Bais Rishon happened on Tes Tammuz or Yud Zayin Tammuz, and the Gemara says in the Yerushalmi Kilkul Cheshbeinis Yeshkan. So we have also a Kilkul Cheshbeinis today. We were going to be finished by 2:00, but Baruch Hashem, we had so many rich presentations that it's already almost 2:00 or past 2:00, and we still have many wonderful presentations. The Rebbe explains that the whole inyan of Tammuz is that we are revealing that anything that used to seem as if it was a negative is really b'pnimius, a powerful positive. So now we're discovering the kilkul cheshbeinis in the most positive way, the way the Alter Rebbe used to cheat on the clock when he would learn with his chavrusa, Rabbi Avrohom the Malach, so that he could learn a little bit longer. So we have the opportunity now to introduce Rabbi Berel Bell. He's the Rav of the Kehillah Banash in Montreal and the Chaver of the Bezdin of the city of Montreal, who will share with us also in Yanim about Mashiach.
Before Rabbi Bell starts, just to comment Rabbi Gurkov, we have 3 people on the screen over here, and all 3 could be mitzvah to the psak, that Mashiach should come right away, and B'Pasha, such a psak is legitimate even according to Zoom. We could have a Moisef Tlasa. Based on what we just now said, we can use technological advancements. So we're not like 3 sitting together, but we'll all 3 see each other over here on the Zoom. So we'll definitely be mitzvah to the psak. It's like a psak b'ksav. We're all mitzvah, right?
Amen. Take it from me, Admam.
If Rabbi Braun gives me smicha to bring me up to that madrega that I could be mitzvah, then I'm mitzvah too.
Amen.
Rabbi Gurkov once wanted the Rebbe asked from one of the poskim, the Rebbe said, "Was hebt him auf the hand?" They didn't want to paskin. Who might have paskin? Ich mach mit sein des Damnus. Okay. In trying to figure out what to speak about for this Maimonides, so when the Rebbe spoke about learning in Yonah Mashiach and Gulas, the Rebbe gave out the Dvar Malchus that Tudalts did an amazing job of putting into the hands of everybody. And the fact is, the 4 sichas of the Rebbe about the Rambam, which this itself that the Rebbe chose about learning Yonah Mashiach and Gula, when the Rebbe spoke about what to learn, so the Rebbe gave a whole reshima from Teresh B'Ksav, Teresh B'Peh, with Zayar, with ganze reshima. Look at the sichas, see the rein. Okay, among the look at the sichas, there's all different sorts of sichas. Those are all pichsidis. We know pichsidis. You from Gila Atzmus, Gila Lukus, the Likud of Mashiach. Meanwhile, what the Rebbe gave to learn, sichas and nigla. And the sichas Rambam, 4 sichas Rambam. And the Rebbe gave out year Tavshin and Aleph, as we know, and since the Rebbe gave it out, they prepared another contrast right away of other sichas to give out, and it sat on the Rebbe's desk for approximately 9 months, and Gimel Shvat, Nun Beis, the Rebbe said, Mohir, the Rebbe said to give it out. But this whole long time period where it was devoted to the Dvar Malchus, these 4 sichas, the chavivas of these 4 sichas is something which should, something which hafachba to look in more deeply. Now, am I able to share my screen over here, by the way? You gave me this ability here? Yeah, it looks like you did. So you have over here, so we know from Parshas Balak, excuse me, this is not where I want to be. The Rebbe spoke about the Indian of learning Yonah Mashiach and Gula. The Rebbe spoke in Sazri Matzeder on Aleph, it's a Sagula to bring Mashiach. And then the Rebbe spoke in Parshas Balak, not only a Sagula, but the Iker is to live with the Yonah Mashiach. That you should be so full in your mind with Yonah Mashiach and Gula that it should go down even to in your heart, and it should affect your Maisa B'Peil in such a way that your Machshavah Dei Maisa B'Peil Amasim Leimrim Lezman Miyuchad Zeh Sheim De Masaf Gula. And we should be able to Mashiach. So the shaila is when you're learning in Yonah Nigla, and some of the sichas are very, very technical. How's that helping you exactly to live with Yonah Mashiach and Gula? So in thinking into this, I think I have one approach to this, and it requires filling in some blanks which the Rebbe addressed indirectly and not necessarily directly in the Nigla part of it. So I'll try to address this, and what I'll do is really in 2 parts. First, I'll make sort of a summary of what I think is the main thrust of the Nakuda of the Dvar Malchus, and it's primarily the 2 of the 4 sichas, one a Perek Yud Aleph and one a Perek Yud Beis, and the general inyan, in a certain way, the Rebbe even said it, the Hemshech one to the other, and to make a summary of what the Rebbe said there, and then to reflect a little bit on some of the things that Rebbe didn't address directly, and to try to apply it and how it is that this affects the way that we feel and the way that we act. Okay, so I'll start with the Gemara. The Rebbe asks, Stiris in the Rambam, and the Nakuda that we're going to really be dwelling on is the psak of the Rambam, which goes through both Parakim, Perek Yud Aleph and Perek Yud Beis, that the Rambam paskins like Shmuel, there ain't bein elam azel l'meis Mashiach lo shibud malchus bilvat, that there don't have to be miracles in the days of Mashiach. And as the Rambam put it, that he doesn't have to show, in Perek Yud Aleph, Halacha Gimel, he doesn't have to show Eisus U'Meifsim, and it doesn't have to be machadish dvarim ba'elam. And this psak is in a way revolutionary compared to the way most people, without learning the Rambam, would think about Mashiach. When they think about Mashiach, they think about all the miraculous aspects of Mashiach. And the Rambam actually Kiviyach got himself in trouble by saying so forcefully this idea. It's as if he's Chas v'Shalom be careful Tchias HaMesim. The Rambam brought to get a Tchias HaMesim to explain himself. But what is the importance of Paskin like Shmuel, and where does it come from up in Nigla? So there's really two questions. There's one question: how can he Paskin like that? How is he able to do it, and to make sure he's not contradicting himself, the Rambam? And there's another question: is that why did he dafka Paskin like that? What forced the Rambam to Paskin like that? So just in general, the general say that in Yonim, we have Elam Hazed, the way it is, the Arja shows which way time is going. Then you have Yemesa Mashiach. And then you have Elam Haba. Not to go into the whole Machlekes, what exactly is Elam Haba, Machlekes, Rambam, the Ramban, but certainly it comes after Yemesa Mashiach. Lengthy the Rishima from the Rebbe about Elam Haba in general speaks about Tchias HaMesim. But in any case, we have Yemesa Mashiach and we have Elam Haba. The question is, when the Nevi'im, when you have in the books of Navi, so you have different Nevuas that seem to indicate miracles. So what is that talking about? Is that talking about Yemesa Mashiach, or is that talking about Elam Haba? And from the Pashat reading in the Gemara Brachas Lamed Dalet, and the same sugya brought in the Gemara Shabbos and Gemara Pesachim, it looks like it's a machlekes of Rabbi Yechiel and Shmuel, because Shmuel says that there's no miracles in Yemesa Mashiach. Ein bein Elam Hazel in Yemesa Mashiach Ela Shibat Malchus Bavad. So there's no miracles in Yemesa Mashiach. All the Nevi'im are talking about miracles. So that's later. Either that, or it's talking about Yemesa Mashiach, and it's only a mashal v'chida. That the Rambam brings in the beginning of Perek Yud Beis, V'gor Zevim Keves, is a mashal. It's a mashal. As the Rebbe asked in the Sicha on Perek Yud Beis, it's from B'chukei Chav Zayin, so the third Sicha in the Malchus. There's certain things that you just cannot learn as a mashal. It's just not possible to learn as a mashal. Okay, so Shmuel could say that goes on a later Tekufa. Doesn't go on now. It goes on Elam Haba. It's talking about Elam Haba. Where Omer Rav Chiya bar Abba, Omer Rabbi Yechiel says in the name of Rabbi Yechiel that all the Nevi'im are talking about Yemesa Mashiach, implying that there'll be miracles in Yemesa Mashiach. What's with Elam Haba? It's completely beyond the description of the Navi. It's completely beyond the Nevi'im. So that's basically what the Gemara says. That, I have to get this picture out of the way here. What are the Nevi'im talking about? So according to Shmuel, there's no miracles in Yemesa Mashiach. So according to Omer Rav Chiya, Omer Rabbi Yechiel, that the Nevi'im are talking about Yemesa Mashiach. What's with Elam Haba? The Nevi'im couldn't even talk about that. It's beyond the Nevi'im. No eye was able to see into that. Shmuel can learn either the ones that are talking about Yemesa Mashiach and learn the mashal. The ones that are not learning a mashal, he can say that it talks about later. Fine. Shmuel is also believing in Tchias HaMesim. Okay, so it comes at a later time. It's after Yemesa Mashiach. That's Bapashtas, the Gemara in Brachas. That's the Pashta reading of Gemara. Brachas is brought in many places, as we said. The problem is that in one place, the Rambam paskins, not just one place, a few places, we see that sometimes the Rambam paskins like Shmuel, and sometimes the Rambam paskins like Rabbi Yechiel. And it looks like from the Gemara that they disagree with each other. So how can he paskin like both? So this is, in the words of the Rebbe, so the Rebbe said, we'll be inside, in Mashkoz of Ramish, Mesa Mashiach, Elam Kimin Hagen Neig, L'chayru Mishum Shasei, Shem Ben Olam Bezel Mesa Mashiach, Bashem Malchus Babar, who could diver Shmuel Begemara. See, Paskins like Shmuel, but Ekshim Lechem Mishnah, many of them, Mefarshim ask the same question, is that says L'chayru Divra Rambam. The Rambam, although he's paskining like Shmuel, but we see two other places, you're going to show that he paskins like Rabbi Yechiel. Place number one. So this Gemara over here is a big Gemara. This is the Gemara with Brachas we just mentioned. So the Nevi'im are talking about Yemesa Mashiach, Upliga de Shmuel, and that they and the portion of the Taich of Pliga de Shmuel, the way all the Mefarshim learn, and even the way the Rebbe learns And although it doesn't come out 100% clear in the conclusion of the Dvar Malchus, I didn't see the Rebbe address it directly here. There are other places where the Rebbe does address it. Over here, you have in the Shulei Agilian, the Pirush of the Shalad, we'll mention later. But the Pashta Pshat, even the way the Rebbe learns it, it's a problem because Pliga de Shmuel means that Rabbi Yechiel and Shmuel disagree with each other. Dom Shmuel, and Ben Elam Azel, Mr. Mashiach, Lashim Malchus Bavat. But Rambam Pesach and Hilchas Tshuva, Kereb Chia Barabba, the Polygal Shmuel. The Rambam and Hilchas Tshuva, passing Rabbi Chia Barabba, Rabbi Yechiel. Amr Chacham, Kol Nevim, Kol Nibel, and Mr. Mashiach, Leilam Abba, and Leros, and Lakim Zlosach. So it's a problem. It's a steer in the Rambam. So that's question number one. There's a question number two, that the Mishnah in Shabbos, Samach Gimel and Perek Bameh Isha, is talking about going out with Tachshitim. So what's with weapons? This person walks outside wearing a weapon. It's not called a Tachshit. He's going over the Israelites. Rabbi Eliezer ain't a Tachshitim. So no, the Tachshitim, the person wearing the weapon as a Tachshit. The Chacham disagree with Rabbi Eliezer, and they say there's not a Tachshit. It's something which is a shameful thing. That swords will be beaten into plowshares. In parentheses, Rashi says. So if they were tachshitim, why lost it love? They're going to destroy them. So it must be they're not tachshitim. So the shaila is, what does this have to do with the previous opinions of the Rabbi Yechiel and Shmuel? What does it have to do? So the Chachamim say, which implies a miraculous transformation of the world, like Rabbi Chia Barabba. What does Rabbi Eliezer hold? So Rabbi Eliezer, there's two Girsoyos in the Gemara, whether he agrees with Shmuel or he disagrees with Shmuel. Yeah? But everybody agrees. Yeah? But Gemara Nechlokul, the day Achas, there's Ikdom. According to one opinion, the Rabbi Eliezer also disagrees with Shmuel, and he agrees with Rabbi Chia Barabba that there'll be a miraculous transformation. Mashiach and B'meila, the swords will be beaten into plowshares. That's everybody. According to another opinion, Rabbi Eliezer, Paschal's like Shmuel. But everybody agrees. According to Rachamim, they passing against Shmuel. According to Rachamim, since they'll say there will be a miraculous transformation of the world and all the klizai and all the weapons become bottled, so that means there's miracles Mesa Mashiach. So therefore, passing like Chia Barabba, Rabbi Yechiel. But I'm a Pesach das Chachamim shall divarakolim same kishmu. So we see in Hilchos Malachim that Rambam, not only just passings like Shmuel, it's his foundation for many controversial statements that the Ravid says you're going against the Gemara. What's going on here? We'll discuss in a second how radical a transformation this requires and how you look at the Gemaras. But the Rambam paskins like Shmuel. But then, as the Lechem Mishnah points out, many Meforshim point out that, but other places doesn't paskin like Shmuel. And it comes out from the Gemara. Pashta Pshat is that the way he's paskining is according to the opinion. It disagrees with Shmuel. So it comes Hilchos Malachim paskin like Shmuel. He does mention also in Hilchos Tshuva, also in one place they paskin like Shmuel. Okay, but but the problem, you have a steer. So there are many different approaches. We don't have time to go into all the answers, different Mefarshim. Lechem Mishnah himself brings an answer and he says it's not a good answer. Just mention a third problem here, because we're all going to go together. So here the Rambam mentions Ein Ben Elam Zel Missing Mashiach in Perek Yud Beis Nolchas Malachim. Perek Yud Aleph Halacha Gimel. The Rambam mentioned the same idea basically. Ayala Daitach Shmelch Mashiach Torah Glas. They say Meisim Machadish Tavorim Ba'elam Machayim Meisim. Ein Od Avarkach. It's not true. Mashiach, don't think Mashiach. The Rambam Perek Yud Aleph is speaking about how President Mashiach or not in the Halacha Dalit. He said Melech mit Beis David and so on. All the different Yilchem Melchamas Hashem, Yaakov Kol Yisroel, and so on. So, but before getting to that, does Mashiach have to make miracles? And the Rambam says, no, it's not true. What's the Rambam's proof? The Rambam's proof is Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva, Chacham Golden Chacham Mishnah. Kiva was a big Chacham. Okay, the Kesef Mishnah says he doesn't know exactly what that means. How could it be carrying the Kalim? What does it exactly mean? Okay, another discussion. And Rabbi Akiva said that he was Melech HaMashiach. V'dimahu b'kol chachmei deira shu Melech HaMashiach. And him and his entire generation, all the Chacham generation, thought that he was Melech HaMashiach. Ad shenereg b'aveinos, until he was killed as a result of sins. V'kivan shenereg neid elem sheini. Once he was killed, then it was known he wasn't really Mashiach. And the Chacham didn't ask him for any sign. So, kind of Ben Sheil, without the Rambam, you'd look at this story, and you have Rabbi Akiva said that he was Melech Mashiach. What happened? He was killed, so he wasn't Mashiach. So therefore, maybe the problem was they didn't ask him for Eisa Meifsis. Another way of learning the Gemara. The Rambam learns the opposite. But one could easily learn this Gemara, and the Rav Taka learns like that, and he has ways of supporting it too, from other sources, is that fakert. That was the problem, that he didn't do an Eisa Meifis, and he has to show an Eisa Meifis, and he didn't, and therefore he wasn't Mashiach. Okay, so Rabbi Akiva made a mistake, so there's such a thing. That's the way that I would learn. But according to the Rambam, not only Rabbi Akiva didn't make a mistake, it's a yesod for determining a number of things based on the story of Rabbi Akiva. First of all, the Rambam paskins clearly that Mashiach does not have to show a Eisa Meifis and not to be Machadish Tvorim Ba'elam. Number one. And number two, what Pasha says, the Mefarshim point out, this is the source that from where the Rambam derives the two stages in the revelation of Mashiach, that there's Cheskas, Shehu Mashiach, that there's a Chazaka, that somebody is Mashiach, Al Derech HaChazaka. You have a person, after a DNA test, a person finds out after many years that they got switched in the hospital, that they thought this were their parents, they find that they have different parents. Okay? So the chazaki is, until you find out something, prove the shayla whether it's DNA acceptable in halacha or not, there's already svarim written on the status of DNA in halacha. But what would be a good proof or not, we're not going into now, but is there such a thing as having a chazaka? Niskol, and our chazakas, the Gemara says, so if there's a chazaka, this is a ben, and this is a aim, a mother with a son, whatever the case is, and it's a royes, so how do you know? Maybe they were switched at birth. How can you put them to death? No. Niskolim ala chazakas. The chazak, until it's broken, has a halachic power. So therefore, the Rabbi Akiva didn't just say, the Rebbe brings in an order that he's Cheskas Shul Mashiach. He said he's Mashiach. There's no such thing as Cheskas Mashiach. The chazak is the Mashiach. You don't say Cheskas Mami. It's your mother. It's your father. The chazak is like that. The chazak is that this is the way it is. Is there such a thing that can break a chazak? Yeah. One of the things that can happen. Nereg b'aveinos. So therefore, he was Cheskas Shul Mashiach. And the Rambam learns that Rabbi Akiva didn't make a mistake. And to the extent that he used the Rabbi Akiva as a yesod for building both of these dinim, that Mashiach doesn't have to show a miracle, and there's two stages of Bias Mashiach. That's the way the Rambam learns the story. The parish to read Lashon Rambam, being the whole Kol Chach Medeira Shom Melech HaMashiach. So it wasn't just Rabbi Akiva, Kol Chach Medeira. We meld in Mefarshim point, what kind of a Kol Chach Medeira? So it's clear it wasn't Kol Chach Medeira. The Rebbe Na'ara deals with the different ways to learn what did the Rambam mean. I mean, Ruba Kikule, because it's clear that there were those that disagreed and said he wasn't Mashiach, as the Rebbe points out from the Gemara. And you have Yerushalmi, you have the Medrash, those who disagree with the Rabbi Akiva. The Rabbi Takapaskins like that. Okay, so, but even that there were other Chachmedere that agreed he's Mashiach. So the emphasis, you look in Medrash, the Kesef Mishnah brings down the Medrash, Neicha Rabbah. Not sure why he brings down Neicha Rabbah on Yerushalmi. It's the same sugya, I think, verbatim in both places. But in any case, so it says over there that Bar Kochba had 200,000 soldiers that had parts of their finger cut off. Part of their finger cut off. Why? Because he wanted to show their bravery and they would be able to stand in battle. And it said that the Sholchalei Chachamim, the Chachamim said, how long are you going to keep making people balim mumin by cutting off their fingers? So he answered, how am I going to test if they have the bravery? So he said, have them ride a horse and uproot a cedar tree while they're riding a horse. So he said, okay, good idea. So that's the way he tested it. That was the entrance exam to get him Bar Kochba's army. So he had 200,000 soldiers with the cut off the fingers, and he had 200,000 soldiers that were able to uproot a tree with them riding a horse. But we see that the Chachmedere, we see there from the Yerushalmi and from the Medrash, that they sent to Bar Kochba. They were going along with him. They were strengthening his army. They were helping him get soldiers, giving guidelines how to get soldiers. But Kol Chachmedere. Perhaps because it was in B'kuch Nefesh, everybody went along with it. We see nobody objected. The other Mefarshim point out, it says in the Gemara that he ruled for 2.5 years. If they were against him and they didn't hold him with Mashiach, how did they let it go on for 2.5 years before they tested him? In any case, what happened? So the Rabbit says, I know who Malcolm Mashiach. He said, I know Malcolm Mashiach, that he said, I am Melech HaMashiach. And then the Chachamim went to test him. Merech v'dayin olay. Merech lashon reach, v'rich yiras Hashem. It says in Pasuk in Yeshayahu Yud Aleph. So can he judge? V'dayin lashon din. Can he judge with the sense of smell? Whole discussion of what exactly that means. But can he judge in a supernatural way, which is basically a type of us? And he wasn't able to do so. And since he wasn't able to do so, they concluded he wasn't Mashiach. Katlu, they killed him. So it comes out from the Rambam, Nereg Bavenes, it comes out that the Buenos Aires killed him. And it comes out from the Rebbe, they killed him because he said he was Mashiach. But the Rebbe goes into Naharis about how could they kill him, what exactly did he do wrong. Another issue. But we see a machlekes over here, the Rambam and the Rebbe clearly holds that he has to show a Esum Mephis. And the Rambam lumps that together, so to speak, together with Mechadish Tvorim Beilim, with miracles. So that's a big problem. So the Rebbe solves, without going into all the different discussions of Mefarshim, so the Rebbe solves the problem as follows. And the Rebbe says that there are 2 stages. The Rebbe points out that everybody believes in Tchias HaMesim. So what do you mean that there's no Tchias, there's no miracles in Yemei Mashiach? What could be a bigger nest than Tchias HaMesim? The Rebbe points out that there are 2 stages in Yemei Mashiach. So the Rebbe Mechadish points out that the Shalach Kodesh mentions a similar idea, not exactly the same the way the Rebbe brings it, but there are 2 different stages. There's one stage, stage number 1, what Shmuel is talking about. Then there's a second stage, which happens later on, which there are miracles. There are Aces, Mesim, Tchias HaMesim, all different things are happening in the different stages. So therefore comes out that it's no problem for the Rambam to paskin like Shmuel and paskin like those that disagree with Shmuel, because Shmuel is talking about the first stage. And the other ones, Shmuel doesn't really have to disagree with them because he's talking about the second stage. Shmuel doesn't disagree with all the miracles that speaks about a Navi. And the way the Rebbe touches it up, there's 2 different categories of Psukim and Navi. There's Psukim and Navi that are talking about Mashiach, the person Mashiach, and there are other ones that are talking purely about Yemei Mashiach without the person Mashiach. So because Mashiach himself, the person, is clearly talking about the first stage, which was the Raya from Rabbi Akiva, the Rama Paskins like Rabbi Akiva, that in the first stage you don't need to do miracles. So therefore, all of the psukim that have to do with Mashiach, the person, so the Rambam learns that there are mashal v'chidas. Therefore, Gor Zevim Keves, which is in the same nevuah of Yeshayahu Perek Yud Aleph, so that has to do with Mashiach, because that's the category of psukim that do with Mashiach, has to do with Mashiach, the person. So therefore, it's b'derech hatevis. He has to touch it up as it's a mashal. Other psukim that have to do with Yemei Mashiach b'chas, who has to say that's a mashal? There's no problem. The Rambam learned that kipshuta. So therefore, the Rambam paskins that eventually in the second stage there'll be no more weapons taka, and there'll be taka miracles. So therefore, paskins like the Chachamim, the Yachayev Chatas for going outside with weapons, because eventually they're going to become bottled. And the Rambam also has no problem saying the Nevi'im were talking about Yemei Mashiach and Eilam Haba, which is after a later stage that the Nevi'im didn't talk about. That is the biur of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe points out that as far as the halacha is concerned, it's only important the first stage. And the way the Rebbe teaches it, there's 2 explanations the Rebbe gives. One is the straightforward explanation, so to speak, and the other Rebbe says by Emek Yezer. And I'd like to dwell on the Emek Yezer, but I have to understand the Pashto one first. The Rebbe says there are 2 different ways Mashiach can come. He can come in a way of Be'ita and a way of Achishana. When the Mashiach comes in a way of Be'ita, he comes without miracles. Zochu, lezochu, if we don't have a special schus, which certainly we all have that schus, and should come right away in a way of Achishana. Achishana has to do with time and the way the Rebbe teaches, and many of them are farshim, but also has to do with the way in which he comes. That it comes in a miraculous way, not in a natural way, not only in a natural way. So you have So the Rambam can't paskin that the Yidden are going to have a zochu and everything's going to come right away in the first stage. If we're zochu, so as soon as Mashiach comes, we have all the miracles, and then Bais Ha'Mikdash comes down right now, today, this second, without anything in between. Starts right away with miracles. For that, you need zochu. But the Rambam can't paskin like that in the halacha sefer that there's going to for sure be a zochu. So he paskins the minimum. That's the first pirush the Rebbe gives. And the halacha has to follow the minimum. So the minimum Mashiach will come away Eloi Zochu. So it's going to start off with Yemesa Mashiach, and be no more Shibud Malchus. We'll be able to keep Torah mitzvahs without any interference, and that goes on until it comes to the second stage. Then the Rebbe says, it's not just that the Rambam is passing the minimum. The Rambam chose to write about the first stage, because even in a way of Zochu, even if if 1 and 2 come at the same time, the essence of what Mashiach is about, Al Pi Allah, is the first. The second stage, all the, for lack of a better word, the fancy things, the miracles, the Gshmake, L'mayli Miderech HaTeva, Seviv Kol Ha'omim, Gili Atzmus. Gili Atzmus dafke down here Lamata. But all the things which are higher than Seder Ishtalshus belong to the second stage, which in people's mind is the main thing about Mashiach. The way that Rebbe says, no, but Emek, even if that comes right away, that's not what Mashiach is all about. That's schar. That's reward. When you do Shleimus Torah mitzvahs, which is the main nekuda, what Mashiach is all about, so that's the first stage. Even if it goes straight into the second stage, and stage 1 and 2 come at the same time chronologically, but Ba'emek, the ikir of what Mashiach is all about, the Shleimus Torah mitzvahs dira b'tachtenim, which Al Pechsidus, the Gilei Atzvus dafke, not l'mayla miderech ishtat, that in Shtalshlus, within Teva, the Gilei from Mayla Teva, the Gilei Atzvus. Many Maimonides from the Rebbe, at the Tzavibs, culmination a certain way, in the way it is Al Pechsidus, but you see in Nigla, the ikir of Shleimus Torah mitzvahs. And that is really what I think is sort of the soul, the nekuda, of what things are all about. So obviously, this is something which leads a person to live their life in a different way. And it's not like if you write, we want Mashiach now 1,000 times, so then you learn Mashiach. And what does your writing it 1,000 times have to do with it exactly? But since the essence of what Mashiach about is doing Ratzon HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shleimus Torah mitzvahs, that's what Mashiach is all about. Even when all the miracles are happening, that's what Mashiach is all about. And that's why the Rambam chose to write about it. Okay? So that's why, if it comes in a way of Be'ita, so then you'll have Yemesa Mashiach, B'derech HaTeva, and then later on you'll have the second stage, the resurrection of the dead. But Be'emek Yesa, that's the Ikir, Mashiach is the first stage, even if they both come chronologically at the same time. Now, the question we're left with, so up till now was basically a chazara and a summary of what the Rebbe says in the Brahma. There are two things which the Rebbe does not address directly. The Gemara, if you remember, said that Rabbi Chia bar Abba and Rabbi Yechiel disagreed with each other. Pliga d'Shmuel. So what exactly does it mean, Pliga d'Shmuel? I mean, they disagree. According to this explanation of the Rebbe, they don't disagree. They're just talking about two different time periods. And that the Rebbe quotes in Shula Gillian over here from the Marsha, V'af Sha'amar Pliga d'Shmuel. This is in the Sikha, the third Sikha, the one from Chav Zayin, Bechukaisei. So this is the Rebbe's quoting the Shallah. Yesh lam the Pliga Ratzlam yesh chiluk. Ki kol echad medaber inyan acher. Pliga doesn't mean they have a machlekes. They're talking about two different things. Okay, so talking about two different stages. Well, Pliga d'Shmuel. Shmuel's only talking about this first stage. He's talking about the second stage, or the first and the second stage. However you want to learn that. Over here, that's a way of learning Pliga d'Shmuel. Later on, the Rebbe uses the expression Pliga d'Shmuel in the standard way, the way all the Mefarshim learn it. But this would be a way of solving problem Pliga d'Shmuel. It's not so much al pi pshat, but the Rebbe brings it down in the Sofis and Chelot Yudalit, Parshas Nitzavim and Lukot Sichas. The Rebbe brings this down. Lagabe, another part of that same sugya, and the Rebbe applies it over here also. And the Rebbe says, there's another issue here, which is Bachal. How do things fit together is one issue. And the other question is, how can I'm pasking Shmuel Bachal? The Mele, you have a machlekes Rabbi Chia bar Abba, Rabbi Yechiel and Shmuel. Okay, we don't have a hechra chura paskelik. But the Mishnah in Gemara Shabbos, we have Machlekes Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim, and the Chachamim paskin against Shmuel. Say pliga the Shmuel, the Gemara says. So unless you're going to learn like the Shula, there's not a real Machlekes, which most of the portion don't learn like that. So how can the Rambam is not going to, according to the Rebbe's explanation, it's not contradicting the other psak because it's talking about two different time periods. But he didn't solve the problem. How is he allowed to paskin like Shmuel? You have the Chacham against Rabbi Eliezer, and the Rambam Paskin is like the Chachamim. That's like the Halacha and Shulchan Aruch. And the Gemara says that is Shalei Pliga the Shmuel. That the Chacham don't agree with Shmuel. So how if the Rambam doesn't know whether the Paskin like Rabbi Yechiel Kalmanson or Rabbi Yechiel or the Paskin like Shmuel, you have a proof from the Gemara on Shabbos. You have to Paskin against Shmuel because the Chachamim Paskin against Shmuel. So how in the world the Rambam allowed to Paskin against Shmuel? So over here, in Kesef Mishnah says over here, so that we learned this Ravid over there that those that bring down the Gemara, they bring down the Medrash. Yechon ben Tursa told Rabbi Akiva, he said you'll have grass growing out of your cheeks. In other words, you're going to be long dead and still Ben David, the Moshiach is not going to come. The Bar Kochba is not Moshiach. So those disagree with Rabbi Akiva. Okay. So the Ravid says, what are you talking about? The other Chum disagrees. So the Kesef Mishnah says, "V'divrei Ravid emes." It's true. Okay, it's a Perek Chelik. Sure, the Perek Chelik says in Gemara, says in Bavli, that they were those who disagreed. Okay, so in our Gemara it says the Chacham killed. In the Medrash, and as I mentioned also in Yerushalmi, it says that the Goyim killed it. So b'meila, it's two different sources that disagree with each other. Sefer Rabbeinu, the Hod Omer Perek Chelik, Asher the Lekashmu. It comes on Kesef Mishnah, and he says this whole sugya goes against Shmuel. The Omer ain't bein elam is elam esem Mashiach l'shav Malchus. That our Gemara that says that had to show Merech V'doin is going against Shmuel, but Rabbeinu Sefer Kishmuel, and the Rambam passing like Shmuel. He says it read straight out over there in Perek Yud Beis. Loch and Kosef Sfaras HaMedrash. Therefore, he passes like the Medrash. Okay, very good. So he passes against the Gemara. He passes like the Medrash against the Gemara. So first of all, when do you pass like a Medrash against the Gemara? First of all, second of all, based on what? Based on a Psak of Shmuel. But it's not only we have a Machlekes. Okay, you can say it's a Machlekes Bavli Yerushalmi. It's not just a Echarab. It's in the Yerushalmi and Sechta Tainis. But in Bavli, Shmuel is going against the Chachamim, the halacha like the Chachamim. How can he pass like Shmuel? And therefore, look what happened over here. As a result, according to the Kesef Mishnah, I'm passing like Shmuel, and therefore he delayed the whole psak and the whole story of Rabbi Akiva. That is because he passes over there like the Medrash Neicher Abbasi, and therefore makes that Mashiach doesn't have to show miracles, and therefore there's two stages: the Chesed Mashiach Pavadai. Based on what? Shmuel. How can it pass like Shmuel? How can Shmuel be to yourself? So I ran out of time, so I'll leave you to a question. No, I'll save that. The Derech Hefshel gives one way of approaching. There's a number of approaches you could bring. The Rebbe brings in that the Rishim over there in Chelik Yudalit, that it looks like the Zayar passing like Shmuel. Yeah, all discussion. Whether the Rambam saw the Zayar passing like the Zayar, the Ridan, they say the Bumna Chachmas is taken word for word, verbatim from the Zayar. Yeah, those Zayar didn't. Halachic and Shtarangen is a whole different discussion. It's forum written on it. But the Rebbe brings from that sugi itself and from this din itself, brings down from Igeres HaKedesh that. Anyway, that's one of the answers you can bring. There are other answers you can bring also, but what comes out from the Kesef Mishnah is that the Psak Din about Rabbi Akiva is being driven because the Rambam passes like Shmuel. Whereas I mentioned, it's Bissel Muksha. How did you pass like Shmuel? Is he allowed? Not only how does it fit, but how is he allowed to? It's going against the Chacham, going against the Psak. And the Gemara says the Bible looks. It comes out from the Rebbe. And the Rebbe speaks in the Halacha of Zayin Perek Beis. So the Rebbe says, why does the Rambam not bring a proof for Ein Ben Elam Azel Mesem Shech Shel Malchus? He quotes Shmuel, but he doesn't bring a proof. So the Rebbe brings that the proof from Perek Yud Aleph is sufficient for Perek Yud Beis. That the way we test Mashiach, what he has to do, is because he's Melech HaMashiach, and he has to do what Mashiach is all about. So if Yemei Mashiach was all about Eisas HaMeipsim and Machadish Tvorim Ba'elam, so how are you supposed to tell he's Mashiach or not? You have to tell he has to do Eisas HaMeipsim. Once the Rambam proved that we paskin like Rabbi Akiva, as we mentioned before, so that it's the opposite of what the Kesef Mishnah says in a way. The Kesef Mishnah says that because the Rambam paskin is like Shmuel, so if we paskin like Rabbi Akiva, it comes out from the Rebbe because the Rambam paskin like Rabbi Akiva, therefore he has to paskin like Shmuel. The two of them go together. So therefore, that's going to require you, once you set the yesod of what Melech HaMashiach is all about in Perek Yud Aleph, then you know what Mashiach is all about. If Mashiach would be about all the miracles, and he'd have to do miracles in order to be Mashiach. That's your Eisas HaMeipsim. He can show Eisas HaMeipsim too, but that's not the sign of whether he's Mashiach or not. The sign is Shleimus Teira Mitzvahs. So she's the only time he becomes Mashiach Bavadai is once he's Bais Ha'Mikdash Mekayim and Makabis Nidchei Yisroel. Once he builds the Bais Ha'Mikdash, so then we have all the Karbonos. So you have from the 6 Dorim Mishnayos that come out the whole Seder Zroim you can't do because we don't have Kol Yishvei Aleh, and that's in you from Kibbutz Goliath. And then you have the Seder Kodshim and Seder Taras. You can't do most of that either. You don't have the Bais Ha'Mikdash. You don't have so you need both. Binyan Bais Ha'Mikdash and Makabitz and Nidchei Yisroel. So then he's Mashiach Bavadei. Why? He's Mashiach Bavadei because he did what Mashiach has to do. Mashiach has to make Shleimus Teira Mitzvahs. Once you have the Bais Ha'Mikdash, you have Kibbutz Goliath. If you don't have all the Yidden living in Eretz Yisrael, so the laws of Zroy and Bachal doesn't apply until you have all the Yidden living in Eretz Yisrael. Whether Ruba Kekula works or not is another discussion. So therefore, this psak din, the Rabbi Akiva, the way the Rebbe learns, not only it explains for us how it is that Ram not says for himself, and there are 2 different stages. And I don't know whether this is obvious or questionable, but where did they ever get this idea? One could look and say, well, there are 2 stages, 2 tkufas. Where did this whole thing come from? So you could say, you look in the Haaretz, the Rebbe said the Shalah said a similar thing. Keilu once say the Rebbe took the idea of Shalah and the Rebbe fit it. Yesh Leimar, that the Rebbe got this idea from the Rambam himself. The Rambam put 2 tkufas into the time before Mashiach Bavadei. Once you have Mashiach Bavadei, then you have Shleimus Teira Mitzvahs. Okay, the Rambam created 2 tkufas in a place where it didn't appear to have one. The Rebbe took the same idea and he put it in Yemei Mashiach Kufa. In any case, there's no question how it is that they don't contradict each other. The psukim that the Rebbe explains clearly in the Dvar Malchus. But how you're allowed to paskin like Shmuel, so comes out Yesh Leimer B'derech Efsher, that when we say that the Medrash, and I say the Medrash and Yerushalmi go together. Let's call it Machlekes Bavli Yerushalmi, if you want. That the Bavli says that he has to show Eisas HaMeipsim, and the Yerushalmi says not. And the Ram passed like the Yerushalmi, like the Kesef Mishnah said Beicher Abbasi. Okay. There's another thing also they're disagreeing about. They don't have to agree to Pliga de Shmuel either. Who says that Rabbi Chia Barabba or Rabbi Yechanan and Shmuel have to disagree? It says Pliga de Shmuel. So you can learn like the Shalah says. Pliga means they're talking about 2 different time periods, but you could also say they're not gated this whole idea. There's no disagreement. And it comes out that the whole inyan of Pliga de Shmuel goes out. According to the Bavli, there's a disagreement between Shmuel and Rabbi Yechanan. But according to the Yerushalmi, there's no machlekes between Shmuel and Rabbi Yechanan. And since it's the Bavli, it also has to make miracles, so it's understood why there's trouble. But according to the Yerushalmi and the Medrash, that he doesn't have to show miracles, as we see from the story of Rabbi Akiva, so then there's no problem. He can hold about the first stage. The Shmuel talking about the first stage, and then the Rabbi and Rabbi Yechanan talking about the second stage. So the Musar Haskell from all of this, we see in Nigla, this psak of Shmuel that we all take, the Rambam said it, but the Rambam, all the Mefarshim, and then many Mefarshim ask this question also, and make up the question. They ask how the Rambam is allowed to paskin like Shmuel. Aside from the question he's being says for himself, but how can he paskin against the Chachamim? There are different answers, but but none of the answers are satisfying like this. The way the Rebbe learns the whole sugya, how all the Gemaras fit together, although he doesn't address this problem, at least I didn't see it directly, maybe there's other places he did. I mean, it does direct indirectly in other sources, but in this Shita where the Rebbe is explaining the union of the two Kufas, that this idea that Mashiach is here now in this world is the world which is fit for Mashiach. We don't need any shinuyim. The world is built, the tachtenim are built in such a way, we don't need to break kidrei tachtenim. We need some gilim ilamayla that makes miracles, that makes it possible for Mashiach to come. That it's within derech hatev and the Torah mitzvahs and all the mitzvahs and everything that Rebbe gave us, we have the keich to bring Mashiach immediately. And not only we have the keich to bring it, and then come the real Mashiach with all the miracles. That's the nakuda what Mashiach is all about. It's just we need a peshlemus.
Rabbi Bell.
Helping us live with Mashiach, when you learn it by Malchus, so it gives you a whole different look at the Torah mitzvahs, that every single act, every machshava, every dibur, every maisa, to live with Mashiach brings b'peil mamash.
Yes, Shekayach Rabbi Bell. I think there's another Musar Haskell. You just taught us how to learn the Rebbe Sicha, how to have it with clarity, how to finish the Sicha and have the entire Sicha in your mind, literally on one piece of paper, and also to have a chayas in every one of the ahodas. We know that Rebbe very much wrote the ahodas so that we could learn them, so that we can have a chayas in learning them. Yashakayach for teaching us a sicha that many of us have learned already, but giving us a clarity and a complete picture and an eifin that is very gishmak and very rich. So
thanks to all the organizers.
Yes, definitely. This is a kana mokim lahasker, a big yashakayach to all the organizers and all of the shluchim who are part of the group, the Menatzchim group that put this event together. So a great yashakayach. Everyone does so without pay, without volunteering their time. As someone quipped, no one here gets paid for overtime. So every one of our presenters who spoke overtime did so mamish milavavai hatohar v'nidvas libay hatohar. Yashakayach. We come now to Achrein Chaviv. Every kol hanecholim hilchim alayam. All the pilpulim and the discussions that we had until now lead us literally to Yemei Mashiach. And Yemei Mashiach, we're going to have a Bais Ha'Mikdash. Whether we're going to have to build it or it's going to be Yered Min HaShamayim, it's still going to be a Bais Ha'Mikdash. What does it look like? How can we describe it? To get our minds to wrap around it, we have our last presenter, Rabbi Levy Jacobson. He's a shliach in Toronto and a very highly respected shliach among his peers in Toronto, but also among all shluchim worldwide. He's a Talmid Chacham. He's an expert in Nigla and Chassidus. I remember when we went to yeshiva together, Levi, you were one of the very few bachrim in our Chassidus Olatayda that learned Gan Shas. In other kreisen, this is a big deal, but this is not a big deal. It's something that everybody pushes. But in Olatayda, there wasn't a need to learn Gan Shas. It was Minaf Shekora. It's Gewalt Lernen. And I know that Levi doesn't like when this is trumpeted. Levi is also very much very much on demand in the yeshiva. Always there are bachrim are coming to him and asking him to fabring. So Levi is a zeltene junge man and a very successful shliach. And we have the opportunity to hear from him about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. And Levi, take it away.
Yeah, Shekayach Leizerech, I wasn't expecting this.
Listen, we don't expect our own hesped either. So just be thankful that you're hearing it while you're b'chaim chayusay.
Yeah, good. Nothing to be said. We'll jump straight into talking about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Today is Shivas B'Tammuz Nitche, and all the amazing talks that were given till now, really beautiful, but are all these down, as Rabbi Bell just mentioned earlier, it has to be B'Gashmi is down here, Dalamata, and the expression of that is in the Binyan Bais Ha'Mikdash, and as we know that the Rebbe emphasized the importance of learning Hilchos Beis HaBchira and learning about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. And the importance of learning about the Bais Ha'Mikdash, we all know the Yecheskel, that the Eibusha told Yecheskel right when Yisroel went to Gola, so they should learn about the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and through that, we're actually building the Bais Ha'Mikdash, as the Rebbe explains, that the Bais Ha'Mikdash actually exists, and there was beautiful explanations as to it's not just a theoretical thing, it's not just a spiritual thing, but it's a practical thing, that when we learn the diagrams and the blueprint and the details of the particulars of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, we're actually making the Bais Ha'Mikdash a reality, a physical reality on earth. And throughout history, the Chachmei Yisroel, Gdolei Yisroel, focused on learning about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Many Gdolei Yisroel wrote Sfarim on the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and really invested their time and energy to try to understand and explain the physical properties of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and together with that, the spiritual reality of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. The Al Pi Kabbalah, Al Pi Musar, Al Pi applying it to the Nefesh, Bais Ha'Adam, and so on. So it's quite fascinating, quite important. And the Rebbe tells us that particularly during the 3 weeks, we have to focus on learning Bais Ha'Mikdash. So how important this is and how appropriate this is that at a gathering like we have today to do so. And we should actually see the complete, actually, Binyan Bais Ha'Mikdash, Yered Min Ulmata, in its perfect state today in Yerushalayim. So I want to jump into, when trying to explain something, a physical structure, some of us have better imagination, others are able to think in more spatial terms. But for many of us, or for most of us, it's not understood until we see clearly some type of drawing, some type of images, to enable us to properly understand. They say in the Yeshivas Chachmei Lublin, there was actually a model of the Bais Ha'Mikdash for this very purpose, in order to help the Tzurba de Rabbanans understand the Bais Ha'Mikdash better. And in fact, it was very much encouraged that they should learn the Tzuras HaMikdash. But in the understanding the diagram and the structure of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, the diagrams that were made are imperfect. And clearly the Chachmei Yisrael that made these diagrams did their best, but it was more just to give us an image and an understanding of what it's about, rather than for it to be perfectly precise. And in fact, it's quite difficult for it to be perfectly precise because there are different opinions. So there are common images. The one that you see on your screen now, I believe you see on the screen, yeah. The one you see on your screen now is a very popular image of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. We basically understand what it's about when we see this picture. But I want to get into where does this come from? So I believe that the first one, at least the one that I'm aware of, was drawn up by the Tiferes Yisroel, who lived around 250 years ago, was born in times of the Alter Rebbe. That gives us an understanding of when he was around. And he gives us a full description of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, of what it looked like, the map of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, a diagram of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. However, there were other images that were also created, other diagrams that were created for it to be more in line with the different opinions. But all of them have complications. There are things that are not understood. So here we have the image of the Tiferes Yisroel. That gives you a basic understanding of what it's about. Rav Dov Lavnani, a fine Yid, a very special Yid that dedicated himself to many different areas of Torah, particularly with regards to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. In Tavshin Mem Zayin in 1987, he set out to make a perfect model of the Bais Ha'Mikdash to scale, based on the teachings of the Rambam, the way the Rambam describes the Bais Ha'Mikdash. In Tavshin on Beis, this model was complete, and he brought it to the Rebbe for dollars. Actually, I believe it was the last dollars le'esata that we received from the Rebbe, Chavav Adar, Tavshin on Beis. And the Rebbe looked at it for a moment. Kedarka Bakedesh immediately made a comment that Rabbi Lavnani was shocked. The Rebbe commented that the kevesh of the Mizbeach seems to be off. And Rabbi Lavnani, being a Talmid Chacham and having spent so many years trying to make the Bais Ha'Mikdash to scale, was surprised. But the Rebbe made that comment. So he came back to Eretz Yisrael and he measured again and again. And Taka, he realized that he was off by a bit. And he points out the Rebbe's Geoinus. He's seen that the Rebbe's Geoinus, and you see so many things of the Rebbe in that, how the Bais Ha'Mikdash is so dear to the Rebbe, and how every detail is so precise, and how much we have to learn about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Rabbi Lavnani, Olav Shalom, used to say that because Rebbe only commented on the Mizbeach, it must be that everything else that he made is perfect. I say this because a number of years ago, I'm not sure why it's not more popular, but I think it's not more popular. Maybe I'm just in the circles that I'm around. But a number of years ago, there was a publication of the Rebbe's Ha'aris on the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Apparently, many years ago, it was before the Nesius, there was some type of effort to make a sefer or something, a publication about the Bais Ha'Mikdash. Somebody drew a diagram of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, and here you have the Rebbe's handwritten comments and corrections on the diagram of the Bais Ha'Mikdash. In addition to that, there are an additional 7 pages that the Rebbe wrote about the Bais Ha'Mikdash, precisely where everything is, and cheshbonos and so on. I find this quite fascinating, quite important, because we have from the Rebbe diagrams and the Rebbe's understanding, and the Rebbe is telling us where and how the Bais Ha'Mikdash looked. So this is something that I think that is important for us to learn. And I wanted to focus on a few of these comments that the Rebbe made. It's very common that the Bais Ha'Mikdash, these you have on the right side, we have the image of the Tiferes Yisroel, a very famous image. And then on the left side, we have the image of a picture of the model that was created by Rabbi Lavnani. Rabbi Lavnani made a book, a beautiful book, a sefer, with beautiful images of his model that go into details of the Bais Ha'Mikdash, the way it looked according to the Rambam. So there are a number of details that the Rebbe points out are incorrect. On the first one that we'll focus on is the stairs leading up to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. So disregard the red circles for now, but just entering the Bais Ha'Mikdash, if my mouse would be more cooperative, that would be great. Here we go. So the Tiferes Yisrael has a staircase going around the whole Bais Ha'Mikdash. And so after the Seireg, so the first fence leading up to the Bais Ha'Mikdash is a Seireg, and then there's a Chel, and then the Tiferes Yisrael has a staircase going all around the Bais Ha'Mikdash. You could see it over here, all around this gray. So this gray, not the dark gray, but the light gray, is a staircase leading up to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. The Rebbe corrects that, and the Rebbe says that this is not the case. The staircase was only on the east side, just in front of this Shar Mizrach, to enter the Ezras Nashim. That's where there was a staircase. Aside from that, beyond that, there were no stairs around the Bais Ha'Mikdash. We see actually that the Levanoni actually did the same thing, that in front of the Shar Mizrach he made a staircase. The rest, there are no staircases. In fact, but because we know that the Bais Ha'Mikdash was L'mayla Har, there was an ascent, a constant ascent going westwards. The more west you went, the higher you went. So to have a staircase on a slope, and especially if you do the calculation, you see that it was quite a significant slope, it would be quite complicated. The Heichel, or the location where the Heichel stood, was significantly higher than the Ezras Nashim, definitely from the east side of the Ezras Nashim. So for the staircase to be going along the Bais Ha'Mikdash on the outside perimeter, would be highly complicated, if not impossible. In fact, the Tiferes Yisrael himself tries to defend his position that there was a staircase that surrounded the Bais Ha'Mikdash. However, he does point out that this is not found anywhere else. This is his innovation, his chiddush, but it seems not to be correct. And the Rebbe, in fact, corrects that in the picture as well. He changes that there were no stairs around the whole Bais Ha'Mikdash. It was only in the front of the east wall, the east entrance going into the Bais Ha'Mikdash. So this is point number one that the Rebbe corrects. We see this as well in Lavnani's model. The next detail that I want to focus on is the lishkoyos, the chambers that were in the four corners of the Ezras Nashim. So that we know that there were four chambers. The Rambam that takes it from the Mishnah tells us exactly what these chambers were for. But in most of the images, if not all of them, in most of the diagrams, that is, the chambers are all square, rectangular. that they're indicating or trying to display that they are square or 40 by 40. 40 by 40 amas is 60 feet approximately. The Rebbe corrects that, and the Rebbe says that that's not the case. They were 40 amas long and 30 amas wide. This is a very interesting thing, because what would be the makar for this? Why is it that we say that many of the Chachamim say that the lishkos were 40 by 40, and the Rebbe says with pashtos that they were 40 by 30. So perhaps the earliest source for this explanation is from Rabbeinu Shmaya, or Rashi actually says it. Rabbeinu Shmaya was a Talmud of Rashi, and maybe a relative of Rashi. He says that he's not sure if they were square or not. He writes that they were square, but he's not sure if they are. Maybe the mistake came from, or the reason, the svara, that it was 40 by 40 amas, 60 by 60 feet, is because the Mishnah tells us that they were arbaim, 40. The Rambam also uses the same wording, that they were 40. The Rambam writes of the Ezras Nashim, that there were 4 chambers in the 4 corners of the Ezras Nashim. The Rambam writes shel arbaim amma, the same wording as the Mishnah, 40 amma. And perhaps one of the readings of they were all 40, meaning that they were 40 by 40. I don't understand why that has to be the case. And I think that a very simple reading is that all these chambers were 40, that they were 40 long, but 30 wide. Why is it so important to say that they were 30 amas wide? So first of all, and this is the position of many of the, I shouldn't say many. The pasuk in Yecheskel, speaking about the third Bais Ha'Mikdash, tells us beferish that they will be 30 amas wide, 30 amas east-west. Taste Geula from the Radak say that because this was the case in the third Bais Ha'Mikdash, this will be the case in the third Bais Ha'Mikdash, the Shilta Giborim, and so on. Others say because this is the case of the third Bais Ha'Mikdash, by definition, this means that this was also the case in the second Bais Ha'Mikdash. In addition to that, if you do the math, it appears that we must say that these lishkos, that these chambers were 30 amas wide, not 40, because when you start doing the calculations, we see that if they were 40 amas wide, there's really no space between, or there's very limited, extremely limited space between this chamber and the semicircle stairs that went up to the azara. In addition to that, and that brings us to the next correction that the Rebbe makes, is that where is the Sanhedrin located? We know that the Rambam tells us, it's found in Mishnayos as well, that there were 3 Sanhedrin on Har HaBayis. There was the Sanhedrin Geula that we all know about. That was in the Azara. But then on Har HaBayis there was a Sanhedrin, and in the Ezras Nashim there was a Sanhedrin. So where was this located? Many images have it, as we have in Tiferes Yisroel, has it on very close to the eastern end of the Ezras Nashim. Rabbi Levy placed it not as far east, but almost in the middle of the Ezras Nashim. Places it right over here. The Rebbe points out that the actual place of the Sanhedrin that was in the Ezras Nashim was westmost within the Ezras Nashim, so close to the western side of the Ezras Nashim. Now, if we say that the lishkos, in addition to that, we have some other issues as well. In addition to that, there were doors that led beneath the azara, where these red arrows are. I put that there because Rebbe points out that there was no edge to the semicircular stairs. They were just semicircle stairs, and that's how they ended. The Tiferes Yisroel added an edge to them as well. But beyond those beyond these stairs, or where these stairs were, there was an entrance to go beneath the azara, going westwards, and that's what the Mishnah tells us. Again, the Rambam tells us that that's where they kept the music, and that's where they kept the big day kehuna. But if we have the lishka and we have a doorway, we also need to have a Sanhedrin. So how do they all fit together? Even without the Sanhedrin, how do they all fit? Maybe that's where Rabbi Levin only put it here because he couldn't fit it in. But if we follow the position of the Radak, Tesasyantef, and so on, and say that it was only 30 amas wide, that gives us much more space. And then here we have the calculations, or here we have all lishkas and everything in place properly. Over here, I'm pointing out a different, I want to make note of something else, a different correction that it makes. But over here, we have an image. Over here, this is the lishka, which is 30 amas wide. Then we have the Sanhedrin Tana, which is 20 amas wide. We have a door that is 5 amas wide, and that leads directly to the semicircular staircase that goes up to the azara. So based on this, the calculation works and everything is in its place. If we extend the lishka another 10 amas.
Levy, who made this diagram?
I don't know who made it. I have a sefer. I just took a picture of the sefer. I don't know. It's a sefer that doesn't have a name. So I don't know. The sefer has a name, but there's no person that wrote this. And this is a nice breakdown. This is based on the calculations, as I mentioned earlier. The Shiltei Giborim. It's also, there's a sefer. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. This person, the person that wrote the sefer, there was a different sefer that the person for some reason chose not to include his name. This was put together by someone by the name of Shalom Dave Steinberg. I don't know any details about him, but he did a very nice job in many of these images. It's called Bais Ha'Mikdash HaShlishi. He has 3 svarim, Bais Ha'Mikdash HaRishon, Sheni, Shlishi. So according to the Cheshbon, that the lishka was only 30 amas wide, then everything fits properly. Why do we have to say that the Sanhedrin was there? So that's another point that the Rebbe makes earlier. You can actually see it in the diagram as well, that the Rebbe pulls, I don't know how clearly you see this, but right over here, there's a little square, and it says number 3. And if you go to the number 3, it says Lishka Sanhedrin Tana, and there are a few of them. So we have one, the first in the first diagram, the outside, the Harabayis, the Azara or the Ezras, the Harabayis was on the inside over here. So there we removed that. He placed one on the outside, just by the entrance, by the Shar HaMizrachi to the Ezras Noshim. So this is one image that the Rebbe makes, and there's a 3 inside of that, indicating that it's a Sanhedrin Tana. The next one is next to Shar Niknar, next to those circular stairs. Why is this important? First of all, the accuracy of where this is, but most of Mefarshim, Rashi, the Bartanura, Tashivyantov, and so on, all point out that the Sanhedrin was next to the Shar Niknar. Next to Shar Niknar is not on the opposite end of the Azara, of the Ezras Noshim. So the Rebbe has it very clear. There is reason. Obviously, the other Mefarshim that say otherwise have a mucker for what they're saying, but the Rebbe points out very clearly that it was at the Shar Niknar, following Rashi, the Bartanura, and Tesos Yom Tov. The next point that I want to focus on, there's so many beautiful details about this, is the famous Shar Niknar. The Shar Niknar that was on top of the semicircular stairs. The Shar Niknar, there was the heavy doors, and it's called Shar Niknar because of the famous philanthropist that went to Alexandria to find the most beautiful doors for the entrance to the Azara from the Ezras Noshim. Must have been significant. These were huge doors, and as it says that the Torah required 20 men to open these doors, 20 kohanim to open these doors. It says that they were only open on Shabbos and Yom Tov, Rosh Chodesh, as well as when the Melech came to the Bais Ha'Mikdash. That's what Taifun Seichel says. But on a regular basis, if somebody wanted to enter the azara from the Ezras Nashim, the Mishnah and the Rambam tells us that there were pishpishim, there were small doors through which people entered, because if the only time they were open was on the special occasion of Shabbos Yom Tov Rosh Chodesh and when the king was there. So the rest of the time, these doors remained closed. How did people enter the Bais Ha'Mikdash from this side? So the Mishnah, the Rambam tells us that there were pishpishim. Now, where exactly were these pishpishim? The Rambam, Bartanura, Shilta, Giborim, and so on point out that they were within. This is why I have an image, this image over here with the red circles, that it's within these doors. Within the large doors, there were smaller doors. These are called wicket doors. When I was in Brunoy many years ago, I saw them as well. I don't know if it still exists in Brunoy. I know that Brunoy and the yeshiva exists because the country, the land, the earth still exists. But I don't know if those doors. So there were big, very heavy doors. And within the big, very heavy doors, there are also small doors to use on a regular basis. And the big, heavy doors are open on a special occasion, I guess, if somebody special arrives or something like that. So this was used in medieval architecture. This is found in the Bais Ha'Mikdash, according to many of the Mefarshim. Again, Rambam, if you look at the image earlier of Rabbi Lavnani, you also see, it's hard to see in this image, but there are no, the doors are found within the larger doors. The Rebbe rejects that and follows actually the position of the Rosh. The Rosh says that these doors were on the side. The side of Sha'ar Niknar, there were smaller doors. Some Mefarshim that explain what was the need for it. Why not have the pishpishim, have the doors within the larger doors? Some Mefarshim explain because if this was the case, then when you left the Bais Ha'Mikdash, your back would be turned towards the open Heichal. So your back would be turned basically to the Klei Kodesh, to the Heichal, to the Kodesh HaKadoshim. That would be disrespectful. So that way, if it's on the side of the doors, the side of a Sha'ar Niknar, so even if you walked turn around to walk out, you're not directly facing the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the Kodesh and the Kodesh HaKadoshim with your back. So the Rebbe accepts this position of the Rosh. It's very interesting that there are different things that the Rebbe accepts for the Rosh, different things that one of the things, a major thing that the Rosh says, that these lishkais that we mentioned earlier, the chambers in Ezras Nashim, the Rosh says that they were outside of the Ezras Nashim. And part of his argument is that they weren't inside as in all these images, but he says that they were on the outside of the Ezras Nashim, and that way the Ezras Nashim actually could be used as a multi-purpose room of gathering. But if all the lishkais are there, he says, then it takes away from a lot of the space, and it's not possible. So that position is rejected. But with regards to this, the position of the Rosh is accepted, and that's the Rebbe states that as a fact. There's much more to talk about. But here you have a beautiful image from Rabbi Lavnani of the semicircular stairs, and you see that the doorway, there's only one doorway, there are no other doors. These over here are windows because there were lishkais over there. So there's only one door. That's the position of Rambam, that's the position of Rashi and many others. But that's not what the Rebbe accepts. That's not the diagram that the Rebbe accepts. Just some more, and I'll focus a little bit on the Sha'ar Niknar, the very famous doors. So I want to conclude with, or I'll share a couple of thoughts on the Sha'ar Niknar. The Rebbe's father explains that there are two doorways, the two doors of Sha'ar Niknar. They each represent Yaakov and Yosef, Tiferes and Yesod. We know the famous story of Sha'ar Niknar. Why is it called Sha'ar Niknar? Aside from the fact that he was a philanthropist, he was the donor that paid for it, but because of the story of Mesiras Nefesh, that he had the great miracle that took place, that he was traveling back from Alexandria to Eretz Yisrael with these very heavy doors, and a storm broke out, and the sailors decided to throw one of the doors overboard so that for the safety of the boat. And they wanted to throw the other one off the boat, and the Niknar refused, and he was very upset about the first one that was thrown overboard. But miraculously, as they pulled into the port in Eretz Yisrael, this very heavy door was floating right along. So because of the greatness, this door was called Sha'ar Niknar, And as the Rambam tells us, Mishnah tells us that even later on, when the door of the Bais Ha'Mikdash was plated with gold, this door remained brass, nechoshes. And we're told two different explanations. One of them because of the nest, another one because of it was beautiful. It was like gold. So the Rebbe's father explains something that's beautiful. The doors, one represents Yaakov, the other one represents Yosef. The door that was thrown overboard, that represents the door of Yosef. Because we know that there's a deep connection between Yosef and fish. We know that Yosef has no ayin hara, just like fish don't close their eyes and so on. There's no ayin hara. Fish don't close their eyes. Different things, many things in Kabbalah are explained. The Rebbe's father mentions that there's a connection between Yosef and Dag, and there are many areas in Kabbalah where this is mentioned. It says that a fish doesn't close her eyes, just like the whole idea of Yosef is being magala lakus. Many other explanations. Medrash Talpius says that just like a fish never mixes with other breeds, so too Yosef, we know, didn't give in to the nisayon that he had with the Eshes Petifar. So that's another connection between Yosef and Dagim. So the same thing is also that the door that was associated with Yosef was thrown into the water. Yet we know that there was a nest that the door, this heavy door, this brass door, floated to the top of the water. The word nest is made up of two letters, Nun Samach, which the gematria of which is 110. That's the gematria of Yosef. The gematria of Yosef is 110. And just like the Aron of Yosef floated miraculously when it was time to go out of Golus, so too this door also floated to the top of the water when it was time to be brought into Bais Ha'Mikdash. The other door represents Yaakov. So the other reason that the Gemara gives, or the Mishnah gives, is because of the beauty of Matzhiv, that the door, that the Mishnah, the wording that the Mishnah uses, that it was Matzhiv. Matzhiv is like gold, gold-like. Mazhiv, it was shining, it was beautiful like gold. So number one, says Rebbe's father, that it was beautiful. We know one of the qualities of Yaakov is Tiferes, is beauty. And we know Shefraya de Yaakov, the beauty of Yaakov represented or was mirrored the beauty of Adam Arishan. And this was also beautiful. In addition to that, the Mishnah uses the word Matzhiv. The word Matzhiv has the gematria of the word Matzhiv is 147, just like the age of Yaakov. So we see a very interesting association between Yaakov and Yosef and the Shari Nikner. To conclude with a word from the Rebbe on the Shar Nikner, or the Torah Sa'ela says that the reason that it was called Shar Nikner, or one of the ideas that we learn from Shar Nikner is that all the doorways in the Bais Ha'Mikdash represent openness and represent his Beinunus and represent Gilu Yor. The doorway of all the doorways of the Bais Ha'Mikdash were plated with gold to tell us that what closes the door, what stops us from being properly Mizbeinen, is as what's referred to in Chassidus as a Maim Rabim of Parnasa. When a person becomes preoccupied with gold and silver and brass and so on, that's what closes the door on the ability to be able to see properly, to be able to understand properly. So in order to have Gili Elokus, we have to rise above the Maim Rabim of Parnasa, the challenges, the difficulties that come along with Havayis and Mahaza. The Rebbe, however, points out with regards to the Ulam, so if we go from the Shar Nikner to the Ulam, to the famous doors, where the Gemara tells us, "Pischuli kishare, pischuli kichodesh omachat v'aniyaftach lechem kipischah shel ulam." What's the idea of the pischah shel ulam? Pischah shel ulam, the doorway to the heichal, leading up to the actual sanctuary, to the kodesh and the kodesh hakadoshim. It's not supposed to be there. Okay, leading up to the kodesh and the kodesh hakadoshim. This is a door that was always open, always remain open, because be'etzem and be'emes a yid is always connected with the Eibishter. There's nothing that could interfere or interrupt or intervene to get in the way between the relationship of Yid and the Eibishter, and therefore this door is always open. Narvos, you have to make an effort to go into the stairs. So may we overcome whatever challenges we might have and come to the end of Galus and have the complete Geula when we'll see the Bais Ha'Mikdash, B'tifarta, B'gashmius. May it happen now.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi Levy. We literally can wrap our minds around it as we can see it. And Yedei Mishmiel L'Re'iyah, may we very soon be zeicher to see it Bunoy Meshuchlal min hashamayim.
Amen.
So at this point, we mentioned earlier that we wanted to be Makar Tov, the Ma'arganim. So I was asked by the Ma'arganim to invite everyone who is on the call to consider joining the Menatzchim group tomorrow at 2:00. The link is in the chat box. The last note in the chat box to everyone is a link to the Menatzchim group. The Menatzchim is a group that was started I think it's now almost 2 years. And it's based on the idea of Nitzachin that's brought in the Memorim of Yud Shvat, that Netzach Yisroel lo yishaker v'lo yinachem, and the Rebbe gebeten them soll sich einaktionen and bringen the Geula. So these are Shluchim and Anash that action sich ein, and they don't stop and they continue to bring programs. Ades Kate Sadivula Mavas Lanetzach, and every Monday at 2 there's a meeting. And these meetings are not stam to talk philosophy. They're always Maisa B'Peil. There's always a discussion of a new program, a new event. And this is one of the events that the Menatzchim put together. So anyone who would like to join, please use this link that's in the chat box. And it's every Monday at 2 p.m. At this point, we were going to conclude, and it would have been very fitting to go from the presentation on the Bais Ha'Mikdash to the conclusion, which would be the Rebbe singing Sheibana Bais Ha'Mikdash. But yes, that we had a wonderful shir by Rabbi Asher Farkash on the sugya of Pinchas Eliyahu. So the gabbai of the event, who started the event, Kolas Choles Koshes, he was the gabbai at the beginning of the event. Rabbi Zusha Zilberstein is a master storyteller. He has metodic stories to tell, and he tells them in a beautiful way. And he has a phenomenal story about Pinchas Eliyahu, a discussion between Rabbi Pinchas Hirschsprung and the Rebbe. So we'll turn it back to Reb Zusha, and then from there, we'll close with the Sheyibana. And hopefully we'll not only see the Rebbe singing Sheyibana, but we'll see Sheyibana Bais Ha'Mikdash, Banu Meshuchlam min Hashamayim. So Reb Zusha, please, Sach Picha v'Yayid Varecha, but also turn on your video.
Shekaya for this introduction. And just briefly, although we're supposed to go much later, right, as you said earlier, but in Non-Aleph and Base, when there was this big effort about the Chsimis from Rabbanim, about the Rebbe being Becheskes Mashiach, I had a number of interactions with Rabbi Hirschman, who for over a half a year, he kept on pushing me off. Come back, come back, come back. Finally, that was Sunday before Yud Aleph Nisan and Beis. On the Friday before, he tells me, come Sunday morning, there's going to be a bris at this and this place. I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm not mistaken, but one of the Zagwe children, Shluchim today. And come over there. That's where I'm going to Chasmer to sign the Psak Din. Came there. He took out a pen. His hand was trembling, literally. And he signed. When I asked him, actually he said, Rabbi Handel wird doch der sein. So this is where he wants to sign. After he signed, I asked him, would you explain to me, this is over, I started going to him before Tishri, half a year earlier. What was this all about? And he said to me the following. When he asked me to sign the Psak Din, I had some serious hesitations because it is a serious signature. This is real. If you sign Becheskes Moshiach, this means Amadaf Makabel Zanim Red Malz Moshiach means we have to follow everything that he does, which anyway we have to do, but this makes it even more serious. So I was contemplating this whole time, and it says that finally I decided to sign. And the reason, because he said he had 3 occasions that the Rebbe told him, Pinchas Ze Eliyahu, Zoltir sein the Mevasser HaGeula. And says the Rebbe told this to me on 3 different occasions. And as he told me then, the Rebbe warf sich mit Kamelitzes. Beim Rebbe is jedes Wort Kodesh Kedoshim to say really with his accent. There is no just words. So I'm thinking the whole time, was meint the Rebbe? And as he always used to make fun of himself, make light of himself, as the Rebbe halt, als bin ich kein Mensch, Masken, aber weiß, bin ich kein Malach. So was meint das, that the Rebbe sagt, Pinchas Eliyahu, soll seine Bewasse treiben? He said, bin gekommen zu der Achlotte, that the Rebbe meant, I should sign this psak din. And therefore, I wanted to do it by a bris, was Eliyahu HaNavi is there, and that's why he signed it. So this is just interesting further to what Rabbi Farkash was discussing, Pinchas Eliyahu. That's, I think, an interesting piece of information worth knowing. Shkoyach, I want to give you a shkoyach to Laser for him seeing the whole event. That's the story.
Yasher Koyach, everyone, for attending. With this, we conclude the event. And as we said many times, we'll be able to daven mincha together in the Har HaBayis in Yerushalayim, Rakedesh Amen.